everyone. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Love Day to everyone. Let me see. Oh, yes, we are totally live. Okay. But we're not moving. Oh, there we are. Okay, so now I have to get off of Facebook. Oh, there we are. Excellent. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. I'm here with Lori McNeil. Oh, sorry, I hear an echo. One second. I'm here with fix this. Lori McNeil. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me get out of here. Okay. And there you are. Okay, good. Sorry. I wanted to see if we were live on Facebook. And there's like this huge echo.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. We're just talking about what a great day yesterday was. Yesterday was my birthday, so I feel like I'm a love baby because I couple it up. I was only born 2 hours and 10 minutes before Valentine's Day. So
Oh, wow.
Valentine's Day is my favorite day of the entire year, other than, of course, coupled up with my birthday. So
Yeah, and you're looking beautiful in red.
I had to dig out. I think I have like two red sweaters, and I'm like, where's the other one? Anyways, red and pink, so we totally match.
I
And
know. I love it.
so the reason for the name of this summit, Love Heals, I think so appropriate. And I purposely looked at the dates and I thought, totally, let's do it on Valentine's Day. This is going to be a lot of fun. So welcome to the entire day. It's going to be a long one. I don't think we're going to finish before 3:30, 4 o'clock. Usually we're done by 3, but we have a few extras. So if everybody shows up and everything is okay and no one is snowed in, we're going to be here till like at least 3:30, maybe 4. So with that, I am going to hand Lori A. McNeil to you, and she is going to enrich us with her amazing self. So I will mute myself and let you listen to Lori in peace. Take it away, Lori.
Thank you so much, Marianne, for having me be the opening keynote speaker for this very special event on Valentine's morning. I'm honored to get to be the opening speaker for each month. We have a different topic, and we've been doing this for a little over a year now. And Marianne, again, thank you so much for having me. It's always an honor to be on your stage, and I greatly appreciate it. In honor of Valentine's Day, I thought it would be kind of fun to do something a little bit different. Most of you know that I'm an international business strategist that specializes in media, branding, and marketing, and that I teach the trifecta of the foundation and the power of those three things. But I thought that it would be really fun today to actually kind of flip the topic around and talk about the love and relationships and money aspects of branding, media, and marketing, and how that can not only heal you internally, externally, but heal your clients and all those that you come in contact with in this world as well. Because if you've heard me speak at all, you know that I truly believe that who you are is who you were created to be in this world, and that no one can be you. So I want you guys to think about media, branding, and marketing in a little bit of a different way, because I've been thinking about this topic of authenticity and integrity in kind of a little bit of a different way when it comes to media and branding. And so I want you guys to think about where you are right now with media, branding, and marketing, and what drives you, the purpose of why you want certain platforms and why you want certain opportunities. There's always the shiny objects, of the logos, and many of you know that I've been on national stages and international stages, continue to be. But I want you guys to think about beyond the logo, beyond the ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, Entrepreneur, Forbes, all of those. I want you to think about why you actually want that. Is it just to say that you are, good enough or cool enough or whatever it is to actually have those stages or to be able to use those logos? Or is there actually a reason behind what is driving you to actually be on certain platforms or on certain things? So when you think about healing yourself and what it is that you actually want in your life, I want you to think about the integrity behind why you do what you do and what drives you behind what you do. Now, there are certain things that we all know that in media, branding, and marketing space, that, let's just be honest, they just look good, right? It doesn't matter what the platform is, they just kind of look good. And so in order for us to be more or less kind of accepted in certain areas, that People like us to be on national outlets or international outlets, but there's so much more to it than that. And if you're showing up, it's like when you show up every day to do what you do, if the money is what's driving you, you're going to get burned out. So if you don't actually have the driver behind what you're doing on these platforms, you're actually not going to show up in an authentic way, no matter how much you think that you are. So your energy is going to be different. The people are going to sense it in a different way. If it's actually not a platform that you're not happy, you're not crazy about, or you're not prepared for, or somebody that you hired just kind of threw you on that stage, you're not actually going to show up in the way that you think that you are. So it's important that you actually love what you're doing and understand what it is that you're doing. So when you think about healing the parts of you that are driving you, that are actually influenced by external factors, I want you to think about the limiting beliefs behind those. And I want you to think about what you're actually telling yourself when you go after some of these big opportunities, because the way that you show up matters. The way that you think about yourself, the way that you feel about yourself absolutely matters. And you have to make sure that what you're experiencing on the outside of yourself is actually matching the inside of yourself. Now, some of you might think, well, Lori, what about the imposter syndrome? But I'm pushing through. What about if I don't feel like I'm meant to be on certain stages, but I know that I need to be and I'm pushing myself? That is a very, very different mindset. And your energy will still be very different externally, no matter what's going on up here. So you have to understand the energy exchange behind what you're doing, and understand that how you show up in the world matters in what goes on between, your two ears, as they say. So when you think about where you are in a healthy way and how much you love yourself and you love what you're doing, then you actually will show up very, very differently on any podcast, on any national stage. And I know this, it may sound a little bit cheesy what I'm sharing with you today, because this is a very different message than what I normally share. But I want you to understand that I work with people all over the world who actually struggle with this. So that's why I'm bringing this up on Valentine's morning, when we're talking about how love heals ourselves and how love heals other people. Now, the external factor behind that is, if you're not showing up in the way that's authentic and integral for you, then you're not going to be able to reach the people that you were meant to reach. This world needs you to show up in only a way that you can, which means if you aren't constantly working on yourself, if you're not showing up on platforms absolutely driven and passionate about what you're doing, then you're not going to reach the people that you're meant to reach, which means the world needs the love that you have for yourself, for what you do, to show up in that authentic way, that powerful way, in order to heal the people that you're meant to reach, in order to heal the world in only a way that your energy can. So when you think about how you show up on these platforms and what drives you every single day to go after certain marketing strategies, to go after certain media platforms, to go after certain types of branding, I want you to think about how much you're doing that for yourself, how much you're doing that for your people, and how much are you doing that just because you think you're supposed to do it, or because somebody told you that you were supposed to do it. And so many of you are operating out of fear and scarcity as you're going along each step of your journey, each step of your path, that you're not actually pursuing the things that you should be pursuing, because you're not doing it in full authenticity. And some of you may not even realize that you're doing this. And some of you may know that you're out, but you're not quite sure how to get back into full authenticity and full integrity. So as we dive into this topic of media branding and marketing, I want you to think about where you are right now and what needs to be fixed in order to show up for the people that are waiting for you to show up. I want you to think of your path of the journey as a flashlight that you have in your hand. So there's no such thing as competition. There's no such thing as that fear, when you understand that the journey that you are meant to walk along, the journey that you are meant to go, it was only meant for you. When you fully understand that, no one can take that from you unless you let them. You don't give your power away to other people who are not meant to live the life that you were created to live. So if you think about your map, your journey as a flashlight that's in your hand, flashlight only illuminates the next step or two that's in front of you. So you may have this big, scary project, this big, scary world out there, and you're not quite sure how you're going to navigate it. And that's okay. You don't always need to know all of the minutia behind every single thing that you're doing, but you do have to have that faith over fear enough and that understanding enough to know that when you take that next step or two will be illuminated by the flashlight that was only meant for you to illuminate with each step that you take. Which means that when you understand how you internally will change with each step, it eliminates a lot of fear that you have along the way, because with every step that you take, you have new tools in your toolbox. You have new understanding, new resources, new people that you meet, a whole new world of opportunity that opens up to you every time you take that next step. So it's impossible for you to have all of the information that you need in order to make that next decision, in order to take that next step. I hear all the time how people they get so more or less paralyzed. And so they think that I'll just wait until I have all of the information. And I'm here to tell you that inaction is action. That indecision is making a decision to not take action and to not make that next step. So when you understand how your brain works in having that faith over fear, and you understand how the journey is meant to be navigated, then that starts to shift your mindset around how you think about some of these stages, how you think about your own internal power, how you think about how you're going to make that next contact or throw out that next offer or make that, get on that next podcast stage, whatever it is. So when you understand how faith over fear works in your brain and how it's meant to work, that is a complete game changer. And some of you need, at the beginning of this new year, and today on Valentine's Day, you need to understand what that means to actually love yourself enough, to understand yourself enough that you are going to step into that greater self-love and understand that the world needs to be healed. What are you doing to heal yourself? And what are you doing to actually show up in a very, very broken world that needs you? So when you understand the internal and the external connections, that actually can serve as a strong driver for you to really understand why you do what you do. Because if you don't understand what you do, then no one else is going to understand it either, which means who are you, who you serve, and what are the results that you get? And you need to really understand how that works on an internal level. And a lot of people understand it maybe externally. Well, I do this, and this is my avatar, and this is my sales page, and this is but you don't understand it and you don't believe it enough internally. So I want to challenge you guys as you go throughout this next year. I want you to think about where you truly are on that journey, on that path, and what that actually looks like, because you will get burned out if you don't have the driving force that's truly meant for you. That's that burning desire that Napoleon Hill talks about, within our gut, within our spirit, within everything that we are. There is something that you need to tap into that will get you past the tough times, that will get you past the challenging times, that will get you past those rough days or those rough projects, rough clients, whatever it is. When you understand that true, deeper desire behind the driver of what you're doing, then everything becomes a lot less transactional, a lot more relational, because you understand your purpose in this world. You understand who you are, who you serve, the problem that you solve on a deeper level that goes beyond you. Everything you do has to go beyond making the next dollar. It has to go beyond trying to find the next client. And some of you are so busy scrambling because you haven't stepped into your power and you haven't understood the deeper purpose behind what you do. And you haven't stepped into that greater sense of self-love and understanding how to heal yourself so that you can heal other people on their journey. Because a lot of you are coaches and consultants and speakers, and you care very much about people and you care very much about inspiring people. And you need to understand that when you get up on stage and you tell your story, you're not reliving your trauma. You're healing yourself to the point where you can use your mess for your message to be inspirational to those who need to hear it. So I want you guys to think about what that actually looks like and how your actions are going to be different in the next 30 days. in the next 60 days, in the next 90 days. We are still very much sitting at the beginning of a new calendar year. And now is the time to completely shift gears and set the pace for what the rest of this calendar year is going to look like. And let's be honest, some of you are on that rat wheel and you thought, oh my gosh, somehow I wasn't even ready for the calendar to change. And you're still trying to figure out some of your systems and processes, and you're not recovered from the holiday season and all these things. And there are times when entrepreneurship is like that, and you definitely feel like you're on this rat wheel. But what are you doing that's different? What are you doing that's different from last year? You should always be in a learning curve. You should always be pushing yourself to be better, so that when you step on these stages, and everything is a stage, social media is a stage, podcasting is a stage, physical rooms are stages. And so when you understand that everything is a stage, you can be on stage in a conversation in the grocery store line, if you think about it, because you are always on. You don't shut off who you are and who you're meant to serve. You are open to who God in the universe brings you every single day, and you serve the people that you're meant to serve in a grocery store line. And some of you still need to understand what that actually looked like, what that feels like, because you never know who you're standing next to. You never know who you're sitting next to. You never know who that next person is that's going to need you, or who might actually need to hear who you are, who you serve, and the problem that you solve, so that they can put you on their media stage. I have it happen to me all the time. But as you navigate the world externally, you need to understand that internally, you need to continue to step into that greater version of yourself. And that sounds so cliche. And in this space, we hear that a lot. I get that. There's all kinds of terms and all kinds of, phrases that we hear in this space. And I think that we all know that, but not enough of us are actually taking action to figure out what you need to do for yourself, right? So for some of you, that might be listening to more motivational podcasts. Maybe that's digging deeper into becoming more of an expert in your area. Maybe that's learning, a new skill or a new way of shifting your mindset. Whatever that is, never stop pouring into yourself, because that will give you more tools for your internal toolbox to serve external problems in only a way that you can. And let me tell you, it doesn't matter if it's a wrench or a hammer or whatever, you are not going to use it in the same way. And I use these analogies a lot. And if you've heard me speak, you know that I use the toolbox analogy a lot. So you're not going to use it in the same way that anybody else is. Your grip isn't going to be the same. So I want you guys to think about this. Your grip is not going to be the same. The pressure that you use is not going to be the same. The technique is not going to be the same. It doesn't matter. No one else can take your hammer from you. Your hammer is meant for you to use in a way that you want to use it and that you can use it. And it may sound a little bit, it may sound like a little bit of a funny cliche, but I want you guys to think about what that looks like. When you illuminate each step of the path, you're adding those tools to your toolbox, which makes you more courageous and more empowered to take that next step. And my friends, to take that next step faster. So when you're get good at solving problems, when you get good at understanding what your internal toolbox looks like, then you're not afraid to be, you're not in fear, you're not trepidatious about taking that next step. You're understanding that you actually have the tools in your toolbox to solve bigger and bigger problems and to go faster and faster. So I want you to think about how you can go faster, because momentum loves momentum. Everything is energy. So if you know and understand that, how can you actually go faster? What do you need to go faster? So in media, it might be that you need to push yourself to understand and research media outlets and what is aligned for you and where your target audience is and where you were meant to be, and research those in a way that is in full alignment with the goal of what you actually are after, not what someone else tells you that you should do. Big, big difference. So maybe that's researching and having a goal of getting on 5 podcasts. We're coming up on that half, this is halfway through the month. So maybe 5 podcasts in the next 2 weeks. Or maybe if you're like, Lori, that's just too many. 5 podcasts in the next month, whatever that goal is for you. Because again, this is your journey, not anyone else's. But set those goals for yourself and do what it takes to actually reach those goals and what that looks like. For some of you, let's just be honest, your branding needs some work. Your social media needs some work. Maybe you need to add those tools to your toolbox to understand a little bit more about the social media platforms that you should be on. And just because you feel comfortable, let's just say with Facebook, doesn't necessarily mean that that's where your ideal client and customer is hanging out. So what platforms you actually need to learn to add those tools to your toolbox so that you can reach the people that you were meant to reach. Maybe that's YouTube, whatever that is. So I want you guys to understand that, of course, I teach the trifecta of the power of media branding and marketing used as a foundational tool for building your business. But there are other aspects of who you are and how you show up and other aspects of your business that might also need some work. So maybe that's your systems. Maybe that's the way that you put people through your funnel when you contact them. And there's a whole bunch of things that it could be within your systems, within your processes. Don't be your own bottleneck. Some of you are so busy on that rat wheel and so stuck in fear of not wanting to take that next step or not wanting to go too fast that you're actually your own bottleneck in your own process, in your own system, and not reaching the people who need you and not reaching them fast enough. So I want you guys to really do that deeper dive right now. If you're taking notes, write down 3 things that you know you need to improve upon. Whether that's social media, whether that's getting out there and seeing more. Maybe you're like, oh man, I need better branding, whatever that is. I need a new funnel. I need a new process. There's 1,000 things that you could be needing internally and externally. For some of you, maybe you need to, get more healthy with your body, have more energy, have more focus, things like that. Whatever it is, I want you to write down 3 things because we all know that the internal and the external are directly connected. You're not 2 different people. You can't fake it no matter how much you think that you can. I write down 3 things and I want you to go after what you need to do to move that needle of success that gets you from wherever you are to where you need to be in the next 30 days. You should be having this as a 30-day plan and a 90-day plan at least. What do you need to do? You want to be on 5 podcasts a month? Do you want to go after national, news station interviews, whatever it is that your goal is, whatever it is that you're needing internally and externally in your business and for yourself in order to have this year be a very, very different year. Be honest with yourself. We're not going around asking you. You don't have the pressure of answering any certain way. This is just you being in full integrity with yourself and getting real with yourself on what needs to be done. We all have things that we need to improve upon. We all have things that need to be done. So write down 3 things right now that you actually need to improve upon. And then I want you to write down at least 1 thing that you are going to do under each of those over the next 30 days to actually move that needle. So, and then hold yourself accountable and get connected with an accountability partner, your coach, a trusted friend, whoever it is that is actually a supporter of you. Many of you want so bad to be liked by certain friends and family. And if you haven't discovered it by now, you will, that your biggest supporters aren't necessarily the people that you think that they are or should be or really truly want to be. And that's part of the entrepreneurial journey of understanding who actually fully supports you. So don't necessarily reach out to your best friend if your best friend thinks that what you do is crazy and doesn't really understand it, and you can't have much of a conversation with them. So accountability is super important along the entrepreneurial journey. And you have to understand what you need to hold yourself accountable and what that actually looks like when you are all alone and no one is watching you. And then what that means to have that external accountability from at least 1 person that completely supports you, that you trust. So over the next 30 days, over the next 90 days, right now today, write down 3 areas that need improvement, identify an action step for each of those, and start to move that needle of success. I know you guys have a packed day, so I am going to leave you with that. this is Valentine's Day. We are talking about love heals. And as we think about who we are as people, how do we continue to step into that greater version of loving ourselves so that we then can step into loving the world in a way that needs us? So, Marianne, with that, I'm going to turn it back over to you. I am Lori McNeil, international business strategist, media branding, and marketing expert. I love what I do, and I love helping entrepreneurs just like you get from wherever you are to where you need to be, and more importantly, where you were created to be. Marianne, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Lori. As always, she comes in. She like just enriches us right away and then leaves. And probably gets on a plane and goes somewhere else. I don't really know anyone who travels more than you right now.
I travel quite a bit, but I absolutely love it.
Where are you going today?
Well, as you see, I'm not in my normal background, so I'm actually in Vegas right now.
Oh, see, she's already there.
I'm already here.
How many times are you going to Vegas this year? Like 3 or 4?
Oh, no. Like, I don't even know at this point. Over a dozen, I'm sure. I'm in Vegas a lot this year.
Oh my gosh, there you go. See, this is the beauty of living close by, and then they can do whatever they like, which is great out in the States. So I can't wait till I go there. I'm going to be in the US in April, and then maybe again in May, and then again in
I know
October.
you're gonna be traveling a lot yourself this year.
This year, there's quite a bit of trouble, yes. And I think there's 3 trips that I won. One that is with you. I didn't win that, but I won 3 with the APL Go, which we'll talk about later on today.
Oh
But
yeah, yeah.
thank you so much. And I know it's like what you're saying, today's a little bit different. Today's a little bit different for all of us because Love Heals is, you kind of look at it and you think, what's businessy about that? I'm like, are you
So much.
when you're
So
in
much.
love, when we're in love or where anyone's in love, and first of all, the first person you should be in love with is yourself, of course. And, but when you're in love with someone, it's like literally flying on a cloud. Doesn't everything just seem to work out really amazingly? Because we're in this space of amazing love energy. Nothing bothers us. Nobody gets to us. Everything is pretty good and everything just flows. Everything is flowy and
Oh,
easy.
it's very, very different when you're in a negative mindset and when you are having a bad day and you are choosing to allow everything after whatever that incident was to ruin your day. Because you are choosing that. That everybody has tough times, but there's a way that you can flip that energy around. And if you don't know how to do that, learn how to do that because it makes a huge, huge difference. So when you're in that negative energy and you're not loving yourself in that moment and you're maybe pissed off over something that you did or said or messed up on or whatever, somebody externally attacked you in some way, it absolutely affects everything that you do if you let it. So don't let it. Understand what that means to love yourself and to get back into integrity when you're out. And some of you have heard me talk about how to do that. Then it doesn't have to necessarily continue in that negative energy. It makes a big, big difference. And I know you guys are going to be learning all about that today.
Oh, yes. We've got people that are going to share all kinds of enriching thoughts, patterns, whatever it is that they do. It's going to be so much fun. And I listen to people all the time, like, oh, it's Valentine's Day. I go, are you kidding me? It's my favorite day. And it's all about love. It doesn't need to be about love with you and a person that you're romantically involved. What about you? What about your friends? Like, I love my friends. I have friends that I've had for, oh my gosh, I don't even want to say the number, like 48 years, and we're still in touch. And I love that, right? And what about my colleagues? I love working with my colleagues. I love working with you, Lori. I love working with all these people here. Wait, Jim Hetherington will be joining us next. So let me say a proper goodbye to
Yes.
Lori. Thank you
Yes,
so much.
absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. Enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of Vegas and tell them all I'm coming later this year.
Okay, I'll tell them all for you.
Thank you so much again, Lori. Have a great day.
You
Jim
too.
Hetherington. I am so excited about having Jim on here. This is Jim's first time on Empowered Talks. And Jim is a fellow Canadian. Woohoo! He lives about a half an hour away from me. I'm in a place called Mississauga. He's in a place called Burlington. Burlington actually is the place where I would really like to live. That's actually my favorite place right now. So good for you. So Jim is a relationship coach, and that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to let him introduce himself and tell you all about himself and let him speak for a change. I'm going to stay quiet. Thank you all so much. And Jim, take it away.
All right. Well, thank you, Marianne. I appreciate the invitation, and what a great day to be able to join in. I was listening to you talk a little bit about how it's your favorite day, Valentine's, because it's not just about expressing it with a partner, it's expressing love generally. And I was thinking about, and I often think about this song with Tina Turner saying way back in the day, "What's love got to do with it?" Well, love's got a lot to do with it, and love has more to do with things than we give it credit for. We so often we separate business and our personal lives. We don't think that love needs to enter into our business world. We don't think that love needs to enter into the contracts and negotiations. We don't think that, but here's the deal. To the degree that you love yourself, you're able to love others. To the degree that you can love others, you can support them in ways beyond your imagination. But love has everything to do with it. I used to live in a place where I kept both those worlds separate. My business world was all about business. I ran a renovation construction company for 30 years, among other things. But I was all about business, all about doing that. And then on the other side, I was pastoring, I was mentoring, I was coaching, I was doing all those. So I wore two separate hats. But I thought, wait a second, love has more to do with both these worlds because it was tearing me apart because I just naturally love to love and care and support. And I realized that, you know what, it's just as valuable, it's just as important. And if we stop treating people like numbers, if we stop treating people just like another notch in the belt or another sales quota or another level, then we treat them with honor, dignity, respect, and that's love. And so we need to enter that in. And I think the world has come back to a place as entrepreneurs, you probably have seen this shift where it's gone from just being a number in the corporation, a number on a sales figured sheet, a number on this, to being actually relational. There's a whole level of relationship that's starting to build in the entrepreneur world. That's what people are looking for. They're looking for authentic connections. They're looking for authentic ways to build relationship with you. They don't want to just enroll in your programs, enroll in your services. They're buying you. They're buying the results, but they're buying you. And so that's what we need to remember as we enter into this. So I want to talk a little bit about love. I was thinking about a man who stood up on his wedding day and he said to his bride, "I love you. And if that ever changes, I'll let you know." Now I could imagine, I just saw Marianne's eyes just light up. I'm thinking, you know what? That would not fly with any woman in the world. Just say, tell me on my wedding day and don't tell me ever again. That would be kind of like buying a plant, setting it on your counter at home and not nurturing it, not watering it, not putting it in sunshine and expecting it to be just as vibrant. Yet we do that with love. We do that with relationships. We do that with friendships. We do that with our partners. We do that with business associates and clients. We expect the vibrancy to stay there without investing in it. So I want to encourage us today that we need to invest in love. And here's a couple ways that we can do that. One is share the expectations you have around love, around the relationship. A lot of relationships are stressed at any level, whether it's business, personal relationships, or romantic relationships. They're stressed because expectations are never talked about. We expect other people just to know what we want. We expect them to get into our brain, read our minds, and know exactly what we want and what we expect without telling them. So, without sharing our expectations, it's like us holding our breath and expecting the other person to pass out. It's just not going to happen. It needs to be conveyed. It needs to be shared. And here's three levels, three ways that I teach on expectations. One is unrealistic expectations. Are the expectations you have in this relationship, whether it's business, whether it's a friendship, whether it's romantic, is it realistic? Is it realistic that they can actually achieve that level? Can actually get there? Oftentimes we enter into relationships and we have an unrealistic value, an unrealistic approach to that relationship. And like I said, unless we convey it, unless we talk about it, unless we express it, we can't really gauge whether it's realistic or not realistic. Most people, like a lot of people entering into marriages today, don't have a realistic view on what could be expected financially. You might have an expectation of living in a $5 million home when you can only afford a $500,000 home. And unless you really start to talk about those expectations, you'll never know if they're achievable. And they may be achievable down the road, but they might not just be achievable now. So looking at relationships and talking about those relationships, what's achievable and what is realistic in them. The next one I've already kind of blended into it because it's unachievable expectations. These are the ones that are set so high that you have to be almost Wonder Woman or Superman to achieve them, right? We know and we've heard and we may have experienced relationships like that where the expectations are so high you just cannot achieve them. You cannot do it. It's supernaturally impossible. You're working around the clock. You're taking on extra contracts. You're bending over backwards to help clients and serve clients and so on. It's just unachievable to get that level. And oftentimes these unachievable expectations come from past experiences. You may have been burned in a relationship. You may have been taken advantage of by a client or a boss. You may have all these past experiences that we bring in, and you set the bar up. You say, that will never, ever happen to me again. I am going to expect this in this relationship. I expect this with this contract. I expect my clients to do this. I expect my husband, my wife, I expect my partner to do this. And we set unachievable expectations that nobody could possibly reach in human strength. So looking at those and examining them and saying, is it really achievable? Are these realistic? And the third one is unmet expectations. Unmet expectations will break a relationship quicker than anything because we enter into it and we have an expectation of what we want in the relationship. But if it's not conveyed, if it's not expressed and it's not met, then we begin to withdraw. And we begin to withdraw on different levels because if somebody promises to do something, like an employee or a client or a friend or a partner says, I'm going to do this, I'm going to show up and do this, I promise to deliver this, I promise to come through on this, I'm going to give you this if you achieve this level. And if it's never met, it breaks the fabric of the relationship. And nothing will break a relationship quicker than that. Let's say you want to buy a computer and you go in and you talk to the computer salesperson and you agree on the thing, you see the warranty, you see extended warranty, you get everything all set, you bring it home and you find it's broken. And you go back, well, the expectation is that they're going to meet their obligation, honor the commitment, and honor what they said that we're going to do. And if they look at you and say, look, we're not going to do anything, we're not going to honor the warranty, we're not going to fix it, we're not going to replace it, we're not going to do anything, you wouldn't come back next week and say, well, you know what, I need a new surround sound system for my home theater, so I'll buy it from you. No, you would break that relationship. You would sever that relationship. And the same thing happens in our personal and romantic relationships and in business relationships. When expectations aren't met, we begin to pull back. And so I want to encourage you to look at those things because it may not be completely on the other side. It may be stuff that we need to adjust. We may need to have a look at and say, well, maybe it's not for now. Maybe it's for later. Maybe it's unrealistic. Maybe it's not achievable at this level. Maybe I need to go to another level and really examine it and look at that and say, what is it about that? You know, the old expression, when you point a finger at someone and you say it's your fault or you're not meeting this, we know that when one finger is pointing outwards, we got three pointing back at us. So we need to look at ourselves and look at ways that we need to examine these expectations and say, okay, are these realistic? Are they unachievable? And how can I met them? And having a conversation around them is the first step. Because if we don't talk about it, like the old expression, we teach people how to treat us. But if we don't share how we want to be treated, if we don't share what our expectations are in the relationship, it's never going to get there. We're not going to get to that level. And I wanted to talk about something that is missed in a lot of relationships as entrepreneurs. We can get so busy traveling. The speaker that was on just before me is traveling, is down in Vegas and goes all over the place. And we can travel, we go to events, we do all these different things, but we can forget to invite people along on the journey with us. My wife is my number one supporter. She absolutely loves what I'm doing. She's always amazed when I get up to talk, and she's just my number one supporter. But she's not crazy about traveling and going to events and doing all this stuff. It's just not her thing. And so what I began to see is that I'm growing, I'm shifting, I'm changing, I'm looking for new things to build and create. That's just who I am. She's happy with the way the relationship was, where the relationship was before. And we need to remember this as entrepreneurs because we can get excited, we can grow, and we can be on stages and we can be doing all these things. But when we began the relationship with the significant person in our lives, we started at this level. And as we grow and change and evolve and develop, we have to remember to invite that person in. So oftentimes I hear and I mentor entrepreneur couples, and the one will just say, well, they just don't want to grow. They just don't want to change. They just don't want to get involved with what I'm doing. They just don't. And I look at them and say, well, is there an invitation to invite them into that world? Is there an invitation to continue to enjoy the relationship in a way that you used to enjoy it? It doesn't mean that you have to stop traveling and stop speaking and stop building your business and doing those things. What it does mean is that we need to carve time out that we can honor that relationship and continue to nurture that relationship. Remember the plant I talked about at the very beginning, right? Love needs to be nurtured. Love needs to be cared for. Love needs to be supported. Love needs to be looked after. And we can't expect it to be just as vibrant 10 years or 20 years down the road if we aren't pouring into it. So we need to look at it and say, what responsibility do I need to take in inviting this in? Think about the relationship when you first, uh, a romantic relationship, for example. There was nothing you wouldn't do to encourage and support and do things for your love, right? If they said to you at 9 o'clock at night, oh, you know what? I got a real craving for my favorite burger at the joint that's 30 minutes on the other side of town, you would have gotten in that car and driven those 30 minutes without question. 10 years later, it's order from Uber Eats and get it yourself, or wait till tomorrow and we'll go up that way. It changes. We shift and we adjust. And so we need to look at the way we used to treat the relationship. And it can be the same in friendships. Friendships we're just as bad with. We can take advantage of the friendship. We can say, oh, good old Johnny's always going to be there. He's always going to be. I don't need to call him. I don't need to do anything. I don't need to encourage him. I don't need to hang out with him. I just need to call him up when I need his pickup truck. I just need to, we can take advantage of those things. And so getting back to the place where we really appreciate and nurture and pour into those relationships and remember what energy we poured into them. It's what I call the necessity of effort. We need to continue to pour in the same energy and the same effort throughout the relationships at any level, whether it's business relationships. I mean, you can't sign up a client and then not follow through on what you promised. You can't follow through or not follow through with the same effort and commitment, the same passion and desire to serve just because you made the sale. No, we need to continue to pour out that same effort. So there's a necessity of effort that needs to be poured into relationships at every area of our life, whether it's business, personal, or romantic relationships. And I think it's really important that we get back to this place of realizing that 20 years in, 30 years in, I've been married for 43 years. I know I look too young to be married that long, but I've been married for 43 years. And I know how much value I need to pour into my wife on a daily basis. I need to continue to nurture that love even after 43 years. It doesn't, could you imagine what a plant would look like after 40 years if I didn't nurture it and take care of it? It would just be dust. It would be nothing. And that's what happens in relationships. But here's the key. We need to look at the way the other person needs to receive love. Don't just think that your best friend or your significant other or a client needs to be cared for or loved the way you need to be loved. We need to discover how they need to be loved, how they need to be supported, how they need to be encouraged. Like my wife, she loves it if I show up at her workplace with a dozen roses on her anniversary or on her birthday. She loves that display of affection in public where everybody gets to see how much I love and care. If she walked in my office with a dozen flowers, I would say those are terrific and I would put them on to the side. But if she came into my office at the end of the day and said, you know what, I really want you to know how much I appreciate what you're doing, how you pour into our relationship and how you pour into others, that speaks volumes to me. So our responsibility is to discover how the other person needs to be has love expressed to them. Can't be like that guy on the wedding day that I talked about at the beginning, standing up at the beginning of the marriage and saying, "I love you, and if that changes, I'll let you know." That doesn't fly. That doesn't work. We need to continue to nurture love. So on a day when we're honoring love, I want you to look at the expectations around that because there can be unrealistic expectations and unachievable expectations placed on this day alone. And it's put there by marketing people saying that you need to buy diamonds, that you need to do all these crazy things. My wife, she loves going out to fancy restaurants, but she would far rather go out a week before or a week after, rather going to a fancy restaurant, paying 3 times as much for the same meal. It would absolutely drive her crazy. And as much as that would make me feel good that I'm taking my sweetie out on Valentine's Day and paying 3 times as much for a meal, inside she's eating this meal going, I resent eating this meal because it's costing us so much. We could have just so much more fun if we would have done it another day. And so it's finding ways that the other person appreciates love, the way they need to be nurtured, the way they need to be covered, because that's what heals the heart, is loving in a way that accepts them. When we love someone in a way that isn't their way of receiving love, it's not healing. It can be actually irritating. It can actually be destroying. It can be disruptive if we're not healing them or loving them in a way that supports them and supports them in the way they need to receive it. I hope that makes sense. So I want to encourage us to really examine our expectations. Have a look at what you're bringing into the relationships at any level, whether it's in business, whether it's in your personal relationships, whether it's romantic relationships. What are the expectations? Begin to write those things out. The first level of being aware of things is just noticing how you dialogue, noticing how you interact, noticing how you communicate, knowing what your expectations are, and really looking at those and writing them down. We do things so automatically that we don't even think about it anymore. Right? They say that by the time we hit 35, and they, as psychologists, they've done lots of studies, more studies than we'll ever have done, but they say that by the time we hit 35, that 95% of what we do is automatic. So we don't even consider the way we approach relationships, the way we consider the way that we approach love. But I want to encourage us to be more aware of it. Be more aware of your attitude towards love. Be more aware of your expectations around love. More aware of your approach to relationships, whether they're business or personal or romantic relationships. Have a look at those and begin to write those things down, because as you write them down, now you're looking at the dialogue, you're listening to the dialogue, you're playing the tapes back and saying, wow, I never realized that this is the way I approached this level of love in my relationships, or this level of expectation. I never really was aware of that. So looking at it, breaking those patterns, and not just being caught up in the automatic everyday stuff that we so often do. You know, they say we think 60, 70,000 thoughts a day. And again, those things, 90% of them are automatic. We get dressed in the morning, we brush our teeth, we eat, we do all these things. We don't even think about all the different things that go on to building up our day. But when we step back and we become aware of them, that's when love can begin to heal. That's when our relationships can begin to heal. That's when we can take things to a whole new level, is once we become aware of them. After we become aware of them, start writing them down, start looking at them and examining them, and you'll be surprised at the dialogues that you've created around relationships. And it could have been built on previous relationships. Oftentimes, the things that happen today, or the way we express things today, is a result of experiences, a result of relationships, a result of things that we've gone through in our past. And so examining those things and writing them down is a great place to start. And then next is to start to create a plan. What are you going to do in the next 24 hours? You were challenged in the previous talk to do something over the next 24 hours. So looking at your expectations and how you're approaching those things in all areas of relationship is the first order of business. It's the first thing that you need to do is to record those and start to create an action plan that you can start to step out on. And so putting these steps in order will begin to create a new dialogue, will begin to create new ways that you can invite people back into your life. I get the privilege and the honor of marrying people in our province. I'm a licensed wedding officiant, and I love working with couples. And one of the first things I say to couples when I'm mentoring them and talking to them is to remember the little I do's all the way through your relationship. And we can apply that same principle in business relationships, in personal relationships, and in our romantic relationships. Think about the I do commitments, the little commitments that you made along the way. When you met the significant person in your life, you saw them from across a crowded room and you said, I do want to get to know that person. I do want to spend time with them. I do want to have another date or a second date or a third date. I do want to create some memories. We build all these little I do moments. We do the same thing in business. We may look and admire a mentor and we say, I do want to get to know them as a person, or I want to get to know their process and how they can support me. And these little I do commitments will lead to greater commitments. And the ultimate commitment, of course, when we building romantic relationships is saying I do at the altar and saying I do to one another. And it's remembering those I do commitments that will ease the invitation or increase the invitation as we grow along in the relationship. So don't think that just because you made the sale, just because you built the friendship, just because you said I do, that you don't need to pour into it. We need to continue to pour into it day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. That takes commitment. That takes tenacity. That takes desire, and it takes effort. And we need to continue to pour that into each other. So I want to encourage you over the next 24 hours to look at some of the expectations that you have in all those areas in your business relationships. Are there expectations that you're expecting from somebody that you're working with, or from a partner, or from a business associate or an employer? Is there something in there that there's an expectation that you might need to look at it and adjust a little bit? Look at your friendships. Are there expectations in friendships? Right? Taking advantage of poor Johnny in his pickup truck just because he's there. Is that a realistic expectation to just call him up when you need something rather than just calling up just to hang out? And the same thing with your romantic relationships. And no better day than today than to look at that and say, do I have unrealistic expectations? And how can I re-invite my partner? How can I carve time out with my partner to begin to invest in them? And how do they need best for me to express love to them? What is the way that makes the most sense to them? What registers most to them? Is it a dozen roses? Is it their favorite latte? Is it a word of encouragement? Is it just supporting them in a project? What is it that makes the most sense for them so that they can appreciate love and feel valued and feel honored in this relationship? As you grow as an entrepreneur, as you grow in your business, don't expect your partner to be as excited about it as you are. There needs to be that invitation to join you on that journey. There needs to be that invitation to continue to nurture that love, to nurture that relationship, to foster that as you grow along. Without the invitation at any level of relationship, it will begin to deteriorate. It will begin to separate. It will begin to isolate. One or both of you may start to pull back from the relationship if there isn't that invitation. And here's the deal. With long-term marriages, with long-term relationships, you're not guaranteed that it's going to be successful forever. As I said earlier, I've been married for 43 years. That's taken a lot of work and effort to maintain that relationship. There's the old expression, the 7-year itch. And we've heard about that with relationships and in marriages, that after 7 or 8 years, there's that itch that, oh, maybe I made the wrong decision. I want to make some other choices. The grass is greener, and there's separation. But there's a new term out, and it's called the 20-year itch. And people are rediscovering, because the average age of my clients is probably 50 years of age, between 45 and 55 years of age. They've worked their careers, they've raised their family, they've done all this stuff, and they said, now it's my turn. I want to live out my passion. I want to live out my dreams. And so they create this area of separation where they just say, you know what, I'm done with all that stuff. I'm stepping into it. It's me time now. And so I want to encourage you to look at the different levels of your relationship, take some action over these next few days, and see if it doesn't make a change. So I want to encourage you as well to reach out to me at jimh360.com. It's a simple email or a website that you can remember, jimh360.com, and just connect with me there. I'd love to hear how you are growing in love, how you're developing, and things that this talk that maybe have encouraged you. There's other resources and stuff there that you can get that I can get, and I would even love to get on a quick call with you and just to see if there's a way I can support you more, because I really believe that when we learn how to love, when we heal love, then we can grow in every area of our relationships, every area of our life. And when love is easy, when love feels good, when our hearts feel good, it makes everything else begin to flow. It makes everything else fall in place, because now we're not stressed. We're not going in with anxiousness. We're going in with a free heart, and we're able to serve in all the different areas of our life. So I've enjoyed our time sharing together, and I really appreciate this opportunity, Marianne.
Jim, thank you so much. And I also know that I believe you have to go marry someone today.
I do, yeah. I get to do a wedding ceremony tonight at dinner time. So it's going to be so exciting to do a wedding ceremony on Valentine's Day.
I know it's the best time, right? I actually did get my license, so I can also marry people
Yeah.
in Ontario if I'd like to. I just have never gone that route, but maybe one day. I love it. I mean, what's more beautiful than helping, being a part of bringing two people?
That's right. I mean, it's the most exciting day and the most fun day, and I just love saying, by the authority given me by this province, I just love that line. It's my favorite line in the whole world to do that. So yeah, I'm excited to do that later today.
I love it. Thank you so much for taking time out of your crazy busy day and doing that for us. So I hope you have a beautiful Valentine's Day. And yes, it's so important. I mean, it's funny because I'm a part of I just did the level 5 bank code, a code breaker thing with the personalities. And we talked actually about that particular scene where the guy says, I told you I loved you. If anything changes, I'll let you know. And I was like, yeah, that's not enough.
That ain't gonna fly.
25 years later and still nothing. No, no.
That's right. Yeah.
This makes a difference. And I don't care what anybody says. If you're in love, even if it's with yourself, which should be the biggest celebration in the world, anyways, you feel good. And when you feel good, good things come to you and you don't have to struggle so much. And life is fun, and life should be fun. Like everyone's like, wow, you work a lot. And I go, I do, but I love my job. And
Yeah.
I don't, I hate, like, it's weird coming out of my mouth saying I love my job, because I don't really consider it a job. I consider it something God made me to do.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So thank you again so much.
Oh, you betcha. And you hit the nail on the head of just sharing those things, expressing those things, speaking them out. That's healing, and it's empowering in its own, just sharing them. And as guys, we don't get that. We need to share more. Guys, listen up, speak more.
I'm gonna have you come on as a speaker. I'm gonna do I did just a women's one for the longest time, and I want to do I want to include men. So I'm gonna do a thing where, because I've been trying to figure out how am I gonna do this, because just time wise, I wanted to do one for men, one for women, and one for everyone. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do one a week for an hour. One week it'll be everyone, then it'll be just women, then it'll be everyone, then it'll be just men. So I'm gonna get you to come in and maybe speak to the boys and the girls.
Yes, that's
It's-
right. Any listening ear, but you're right. I love it. That's a great idea.
So thank you so much and have a
You're
great
welcome. My pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. I believe Sifu has joined. I know I let him in. There he is. Ooh, wearing pink. Wearing
I figured, I need to show some love.
So I got red, he has the pink. So with that, I'm going to stop talking for a change. And I'm going to let Sifu, who is out in New York, and is it Farmingdale?
It is Farmingdale. Thank you for that.
Look at me. I remember. He has a 10,000 square foot dojo there. So if you live anywhere close by, go see him.
I appreciate that. Well, I want to wish you a happy birthday as well, Dr. Reverend Marianne, because it was yesterday, but I think you should celebrate the whole month. That's just me. That's what I believe.
I
You
coach.
know?
He goes, I know I won't see you now for the next 3 months, and then the next 3 months. He goes, you celebrate for like 6 months. And I
There
go,
you
I
go.
don't really celebrate for 6 months, but I think celebrating all year round should be awesome for all of us. This is my favorite time of year. I love my birthday. I love the attention because it's all positive attention. And then
Mhm.
right after that comes Valentine's Day, which is my most favorite day of the entire year. So with that, Sifu Raphael, please take it
Great.
away.
Oh, thank you so much. I'd love to share some ideas on love and why I believe love truly heals. You may actually want to take some notes, and I know that Jim was just on, and there are going to be so many incredible people that Dr. Reverend Marianne has invited to be speakers on this incredible summit that she's putting on. Every month, she does an incredible summit. So I am blessed to be here. Thank you so much. So take notes, make comments, be part of this summit. Let me ask you a question. One that I have asked and has been asked to me by many people. What is love? Love is a simple word, yet one of the most overused and misunderstood in any language. We say, I love pizza, I love candy, I love my watch, I love my blazer, I love my car. But when did you first understand what love truly meant? Was it when somebody not only came to your aid, but maybe somebody comforted you during a hard time? Was it when you sacrificed something for someone else? Was it when you forgave someone who hurt you? Real love is more than just a word. It's an action, a commitment, and sometimes a sacrifice. I believe love is mercy, forgiveness, understanding, and most of all, acceptance. Love isn't always easy, but it has the power to heal even the deepest wounds. Think back to a time when love healed you. Maybe it was a hug when you needed it most. Maybe it was a kind word when you felt lost. Maybe it was someone who believed in you when you couldn't even believe in yourself. That's the kind of love we're talking about today. What's the price of love? Many of you have your own answer for that. You see, for me, it's mercy and sacrifice. To love is to show mercy. Love doesn't hold grudges. Love doesn't keep score. Love forgives, even when it's undeserved. Think about a time when someone forgave you for a mistake. How did that feel? I'm going to stop my camera from moving around every time I move a little bit. I apologize for that. So, how did that feel when somebody forgave you for a mistake? Now, think about a time when you forgave someone who hurt you. Did it free you? Did it heal you? I know it did for me. If you haven't forgiven them yet, no matter who they are, I get it. I understand. It's hard. But let me tell you, forgiveness frees you. Again, it did it for me. Real love requires sacrifice. Sometimes love to me means letting go, whether it's a habit, a grudge, or even a dream. Why do we let go of a dream? To make room for something greater. This is why sometimes we need to let go. As a man of faith, I believe God may ask us to release something we hold on to, not as punishment, but to help us grow. Love requires us to put someone else's needs ahead of our own, even when it's hard. But here's the truth. Write this down. I'll wait a second, get a pen and paper. Love does not demand it, it gives. It's worth repeating. Love does not demand, it gives. Think about the people who have sacrificed for you. A parent who worked extra hours to provide for you. A friend who stood by you at your lowest and helped you get back up. A partner who forgave you when you didn't even deserve it. That's love. And love like that, it heals. Let's talk about unconditional love. What's a man's or a woman's best friend? You guessed it, a dog. A dog doesn't judge. It doesn't care about your past, your mistakes, or your imperfections. It simply loves. Leave a dog for 10 hours. You come back, that dog will be waiting by the door, tail wagging when you return. Leave for 5 minutes, and it's the same reaction. Pure excitement, unfiltered joy, pure love for you. Now a cat, I leave that one there. Whether you've been gone for a moment or a lifetime, love, true love, remains. It reminds me of a joke. If you lock your wife and a dog in the trunk of your car for an hour, and you already know who'll be happy to see you when you let them out, please don't try that one. Trust me, this is just your dog who's going to be wagging their tail and happy to see you. Imagine if we loved like that. What if we greeted our loved one with joy, no matter what? My fiance, wow, God bless her. When I get home, she does not ask me about my day. She doesn't say anything about her day. You know what she does? She opens the door, puts her arms out, doesn't say a word. Wow. Doesn't ask me if I had a bad day, rough day, problems, this, who was mean to me, who didn't do what they said they were going to do. Just that expression right there. That act of, I got you. Wow. That is so powerful. It tells me she loves me. No matter what happened in my day, no matter what happened in her day. Yes, that open arm ready to hug me. That simple hug speaks louder than any words can. Here's a thought for you. What if we forgave instantly instead of holding on to resentment? What if we loved without expectation? Simply because love is meant to be given. That's unconditional love. And unconditional love, it heals. Love changes us in ways we never expected. Love makes us do things we never thought possible. Sacrificing for others, stepping outside of our comfort zones, choosing kindness over anger. Oof, that's so powerful. Love can be blamed for both greatest joys in our lives and our deepest pains. Love tests our spirit, challenges our patience, and pushes us to grow. Think of a moment when love stretched you. Think about that for a second. Wow. When love stretched you. Maybe you had to forgive someone who hurt you. Maybe you had to trust again after being betrayed. Maybe you had to be there for someone even when it's totally inconvenient for you. Love, I believe, requires effort. It's not always easy, but it's always, and I mean this 100%, it's always worth it. I truly believe healing begins with loving ourselves before we can heal others. Before we heal anyone else with love, we have to heal ourselves. So, love truly heals when we use our intra communication skills, the way we speak to ourselves. What are the first thoughts you have when you wake up each day? Do you start your day with love or doubt? Do you feed your mind with words that uplift or words that diminish you? It's as simple as saying, I am loved. I am worthy. And one that I say daily, I'm a world changer. I'm a world changer. Try those. Put them on. Make them fit you. Be a person of love. When we love ourselves, we create an incredible space for love to heal us and those around us. Think about this. Love heals the world around us when we love ourselves. We're better able to love others when we love ourselves. Imagine a world where people choose love over hate. Wow. That's a world we need to do. That's a world we need to continue to create on a daily basis. Imagine a world where forgiveness replaced resentment. Imagine a world where people felt safe, accepted, and seen. The truth is, we, each one of us, we have the power to create that world. We do. Love heals. As long as it starts with you, with me, with us. Are you showing that love heals? Are you offering mercy and forgiveness? Are you sacrificing when necessary? Ask yourself that question. Am I sacrificing in order to show love? Are you loving yourself as much as you love others? Because when we fully embrace love, when we let go, forgive, and allow love to fill us, it has the power to heal not just ourselves, but the world around us. It is so incredible when we can think about the act of love. Every day, you and I, we have a choice. How do we present ourselves? Do we come with our heart? Do we speak words of love? Do we? Not everybody. Oh, I've seen it firsthand, and I'm sure you have too. And those words that some people use, they hurt. But then when we see somebody being hurt through love, because they don't understand that somebody didn't maybe mean the words they said, or maybe they did mean them, but we can turn around and we can show them love. Maybe somebody feels like they went through a breakup and now you've heard that expression, love hurts. But true love, my friends, heals. You don't have to be in a romantic relationship to have love for another person. I love Dr. Marianne Padjan. She knows it. I sent her a happy birthday yesterday, and I did a little video, and I just told her, I wanted to be part of her day, and I wanted her to have an incredible day, and it looked like you did, my dear. It looked like you did. So,
I
but
like
we need,
see
oh,
my
thank you.
brother. He's my younger brother, I think, right? By a couple of years.
I'm 104, but I'm getting better every day.
He looks amazing though. But anyways, I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Here's the whole thing about how we can make love heal. We need to start, and I said it before, it starts with us. Every single day, we need to start with gratitude for what we have. We need to love the fact that we slept on a bed. Some people are sleeping on a floor. I know I've done it. It doesn't feel as good. I prefer a bed I chose, a bed that I'm comfortable in. Every day, listen, I talk to my food, and some people go, "That's a little strange, Sifu. What do you mean you talk to your food?" Well, I'm going to ask that food if it's going to give me love or it's going to give me heartache or a bellyache or it's going to shorten my life. So I ask that food to give me love. In everything we do every day, love can flow through you like a faucet. But sometimes when you're trying to show somebody love, it doesn't always hit. It doesn't always pour onto them because they may be going through a hard time and they don't want to hear it. Maybe there's something stagnating that message. Maybe it's what they're going through. Maybe they're angry. But that should not stop you from sharing that love with them. I want to share something with you. Look at this. Whoa, how beautiful is this, right? The two people that gave me that, they were so overjoyed to give it to me. They ran in, and it was two of my Kung Fu students, 5 and 7 year olds, brother and sister. They came in so happy to share this with me. All week, I've been giving all my Kung Fu members Valentine gifts because I wanted to show them that I love them, pure love, that I value them. But when somebody turns around and returns that, and there's joy when they give it to you. Don't get me wrong, I was not hurting when I got presented with, look at this, such a thoughtful gift. And it kind of matches my jacket. Look at that. How beautiful is that? It's so cool. But I was not in pain. I was not hurting. But that amount of love given to me by these two children did something for my heart, for my soul, for my being. But I know it didn't just come from them. It came from their parents, who were also members. And I thank the parents as well. And you know what I did? Because one of them was gummy bears. One of the gifts was gummy bears. I said to the kids, can I share your gift with the gift you gave me with you? And they're like, one of the little boys said, no, 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 no. But I opened it and I said, now would you like some? And he said, yes. And it put a smile on his face. It put a smile on his sister's face. And when we can share love, when we can share a wink, a smile, a nod, a hug, that, my friends, that's how we start the healing process. I love what Jim earlier spoke about, that what may be important to you may not be important to someone else. And I love that idea, that concept, because not everybody is going to accept your love. Have you ever seen someone be in love with someone and that other person doesn't even want to hear about them? They don't even want them near them. But that's more admiration than love. In their heart, in their spirit, they believe, I love this person. Why don't they love me the same way? Because love is not always a two-way street. Love to me means I will love you even if you don't love me back. I will love you based on your actions, based on the person you are. Unconditional love, like I talked about earlier with the dog. And you know, it's funny, it was my fiance who reminded me about the joke of the dog in the car and the wife, right? Because she loves dogs so much that she will sit. And here's the funny thing. Her mom passed, and her stepdad was there for her the whole way. He showed unconditional love. Even when she went into dementia, didn't know who she was yelling at him, who are you, and all this kind of stuff. And she would badmouth him in front of all of us. And he would still sit next to her and hold her hand. Man. But we still go over to his house because he treats her, which is his stepdaughter, with unconditional love as if she was his own daughter. So when we go over their dog, here's the funny thing. He says, your brother misses you. And she even says, that's my brother, right? And she will spend hours on the floor playing with the dog. The dog loves her. The dog will go in the backyard to do his business, comes back, and my God, that dog has unconditional, it's like it hasn't seen her in days. But meanwhile, it was only 4 minutes and comes back in the house. Why can't we be like that with one another? Why is it that when somebody enters our space, our day, we don't treat them with that type of love? There is so much to learn from a dog. Unconditional love is so, look at that. Oh, look at that beautiful dog. Yes, Dr. Marianne, yes, beautiful. But here's the thing. The sad thing about a dog is that even if you hurt it, it still shows you love. And that is unconditional love. I don't suggest anybody hurt any dogs. Unfortunately, there have been too many people who have, right? It's not just, and the old saying, it's man's best friend. But in reality, it's everyone's best friend. Everyone. So in closing, I wanna leave you with a challenge. I want this challenge to help you think about love and how it heals. Think of one person in your life who needs healing. We all know someone. I know many people who need healing. Maybe they're going through a tough time. Maybe it's financial. Maybe it's health-wise. Maybe they went through a breakup. Maybe they lost someone. So think of a person, and it doesn't have to be today that they went through this. Maybe they've been going through it. Maybe they're quiet, and you see that something is up with them. So I want you to think of one person who needs healing. Like I said, it could be a family member. Maybe it's a friend. Maybe it's you. Maybe you're going through something. Maybe you lost someone. Maybe you're having health issues. Maybe you're going through a breakup. Maybe you're having financial problems. Let me ask you this. What act of love can you show them or yourself today? You can do it as simple if they're far away, text them, call them, email them, whatever way they like to communicate. Maybe it's a kid, your nephew, your niece. If they're on Snapchat, do that. Whatever way they like to communicate, reach out to them. If it's your neighbor, go say hi. Can I take out your garbage? Whatever it is. But show them some compassion, some love. So how can you be the healing they need or even you need? What actions can you take? Because love heals, my friends. And today you have the power to bring that healing to someone else, even the world. I want to thank you for allowing me to share some love with you on this Valentine's Day. With all my love, I'm Sifu Raphael. Dr. Marianne, I got to tell you, I did some reflections when I knew that this was the topic you were going to ask us to speak on. And I loved it. I loved it because it reminded me of the amount of love I had to have for myself, especially as a youngster, in order to be the person I am today. And every day, I share love with this guy so that I can share it with all of you.
Oh, thank you so much. This is so beautiful. I love it.
Thank
And
you.
I love that everyone's saying something about loving yourself first and how incredibly important that is. And unconditional love and the love of a dog. Oh my gosh. Like, but I know that non-dog owners are not going to fully understand this, but we love our dogs so much because they are living proof of what unconditional love is. I mean, this is, I think, the reason why they get to be here on Earth for such a short time. They're here.
And you know, I did mention cats, and and I want to say that uh, cats still love you, right? Because they'll come, they'll wrap their legs around you, and they'll purr when you pet them. But then they're also very finicky and they're like, I'll see you later. Adios. Meanwhile, the dog will follow you into every room. A cat will say, I'm out. But
Like,
hey, listen, cat lovers, I'm not putting you down. You love your cats, and I know they love you. Nikki Cruz, what an incredible human being you are, my friend. So thank you, Dr. Marianne.
so thank you so much for coming on here and sharing your wisdom as always. And so much love, so much love. I love this. He's
Yes.
my brother, and Nikki's my sister. And they're all in the States, and I'm in
And I
Canada.
love you both.
Freezing cold here today. It really is cold. We got totally snowed in the last 2 days, and apparently we're going to get snowed in more this weekend. And plus, it's a long weekend for us. We have something called Family Day on Monday. I don't know if you guys day on
We
Monday.
have President's Day.
See, so there. It's an actual holiday here, so it's going to be fun. Anyways, thank you so much, Sifu.
Thank you. Have a blessed day, everybody.
Thank you so
And
much.
love one another.
Right,
Let's
and
change the world. Let's cover the world with the power of love.
go
Is
and
that Mr. McFadden? Another guy I love. He's my brother from another mother.
so
Right?
we're actually going to hear from Paul now because my next
Awesome.
speaker is having trouble getting.
I'm gonna be in the background. I'll go listen and love you guys.
Thank you so much, Sifu. Oh, there's Andre. Okay, sorry. Andre's actually scheduled for 10:30. Paul's been kind enough to hang out with us, and it looks like Andre's finally getting in. So yay. You know, this is the beauty of technology and all the lovely things we have. Thank you so much, Andre. You did it. Woohoo!
I did it.
Was it Paul speak, and then I was gonna try to help you in the half an hour while Paul was speaking so we could get you on. Oh, Kitty, there. I just had my dog up here. Who else here is a dog owner? There you go. What kind of dog do you have, Andre?
It's a little Yorkie rescue.
I have a Schnauzer. I have a mini Schnauzer. So, Paul, thank you so much for trying to help, but you'll be right on after Andre. Thank you so much. I was going to have Paul speak in case you couldn't get in on time.
No, it's weird. I had the wrong link. I literally had the wrong link. It was like from something else on your schedule. I don't understand. Whatever.
Technology, I can't make sense of it. I'm having issues with my Facebook the whole time I'm trying to sort this out. But anyway, so Andre comes to us from a wonderful, warm place, California, whereas I'm freezing up here in Canada. And he is also a relationship coach. So it was inevitable that I would have him and Jim on here today. Not that, everyone has their own love power, the power of love. So Andre is going to also tell us all about love from his point of view. So thank you so much, Andre. Please take it away.
Happy to be here. So notice the colors. How Valentine's Day. Notice it looks orange, but it's supposed to be red. It's actually really red. So I'm not sure. So where do you want to start? I mean, we're talking love has got so many layers, right? I mean, well, this Valentine's Day is, romantic love is in the air. It's happening all day today, obviously. Interesting enough, most men really don't like Valentine's Day because most men love to be spontaneous, right? Surprise you ladies, right? That's I do. And the fact that there's a day schedule that you're supposed to be romantic and like most men would kind of resent it a little bit. Like I'm gonna do this on my time when I decide to surprise her, not because it's on the schedule. You know what I mean? So I typically with my wife we always do it off schedule on purpose. Like we just off schedule. Like sometimes this week I'll surprise her with some stuff. So that's my approach to it. What's on your side?
I love it. I love it. He's not a big Valentine's Day. Plus, my birthday was yesterday. So
Boy.
who's ever with me, it's like, how do you do the birthday and then do yourself again the next day? And one time, when I was married, my husband sent me to work 12, like a dozen long stem roses. And I said, oh, my sweet Jesus, like half of our mortgage. I go, please don't do this again. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's do some other smaller version of flowers or some other day. Yeah, it's just crazy.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a lot of pressure for men. And we were just talking about this today about how a lot of people are talking about how Valentine's Day and love is all about self-love first, right? So I will
Ev
I'll stick.
yeah. Everything is about self-love first, and you can't really truly be in love and be with somebody and love somebody until you have it for yourself. Like all the stuff that comes in the challenges of relationships, boundary settings, negotiation, um, problem solving, all these things. If you're not clean, if you're triggered, if you have your baggage, leading all of this, you're completely stuck. And so the story is always about you. You start with you. You have to clean yourself up. You have to do your inner work, understand your triggers. I understand my triggers very well. And interestingly enough, that people like to they think they we instinctively, I think, hide our flaws to the other people, trying to make sure that they like us, that we're pleasing, right? So we hide our triggers, we hide our injuries, but they're right there, and eventually they come right back and hit you in the face, and hit worse than that, it hits them in the face. So, like these, I always say, instead of trying to hide your triggers and putting a best front and best face, especially for the first 3 months of a relationship, right? Nobody misbehave, everybody's easygoing, things are smooth. Oh, I don't care about this, right? It's just so easy. And then reality kicks in, by the end of the third month. Interesting relationship buildings have a sequence that's very predictable. We like to think as human that we're all like individuals, and we are, but there's such a rhythm to everything in life, just like in nature. We have days and weeks and months and years and decades. There's a rhythm to building a relationship. So after 3 months, we call it the perfect phase. This is when the imperfect phase kicks in, and then people drop the mask a lot, and I had some, I had some in the understanding this phase. I warn my clients, like, okay, so you've been with him 3 months, you've been with her 3 months, okay, you're about to step into imperfect phase. What does that mean? I go, you'll see. And and I collect these stories, of course, because it's kind of backs up what I'm teaching. But I had one lady said to me, she's like, well, 4 months in, she goes, well, so he started burping the alphabet, and he thinks it's really funny. That's new. I'm like, this is who he is, right? He's revealing who he is. Like, so I have a bunch of story. Like, one guy was really upset because his girlfriend, after 3+ months, started going to the bathroom and leaving the door open. Like, he goes, dude, you don't understand. Like, the door is open. So that was new. So that whole idea of putting off a front, it's instinctual. I get it. We want to be pleasing and pleasant. We want people to like us, because we like them. But the masks are terrible, and again, it's misleading. It's not even honest, honestly. But again, we do it as a reflex. But revealing your flaws, I always say, revealing your triggers, because it's more than flaws, it's triggers. The flaws will come out just in the mix. But your triggers are the things that are deep, deep inside. And, when somebody flicks that nerve, right? Like for me, like I say, reveal your triggers as soon as possible. So then when they flick it, then they go, oh, did I just do that thing? Like that, because you understand when we're triggered, who we are kind of disappears. Like the person that we front, we front forward, kind of flips into this dark version of us. Do you know what I mean? And then the other person is like, who are you? Like, who are you? What just happened? Like, was the easygoing guy that been dating for a few months? Like that, all of a sudden, there's like this dark, like angry. Well, you just flick that nerve. So I always say, reveal your triggers up front, so people, it's more like I said, when they flick that nerve, they have a chance of going, okay, I think I know what's happening, right? And then have a conversation around it. Yeah, my mom used to do this to me. That's mine, right? My mom used to do this to me. Like, don't do this. Like, it just, boom, lights me on fire. So, yeah, our instinct often gets in the way of building things properly and appropriately, and really being clear and honest, even with what we're going through, in the name of being easygoing. It doesn't work. I always, don't try to pretend everything's great. That's because eventually you're gonna snap, or they're gonna snap. So that's what I got. How you like that?
It's so true. What's the biggest problem? Because you do like you strictly focus on relationship. What seems to be the biggest? Because I'm telling you, after 3 months, the
Yeah.
door on the bathroom, like that freaks me out. Like I'm not,
I know, it's so weird.
not that comfortable with myself because especially as we get older, and let's not get into detail, but you know what I
Mhm.
it can't be that much fun. But yeah, like the anger, the this, the that, it's like, oh my gosh. And you're so right, like that first 3 months, it's like you're in heaven. And it's important to show who you are. I think we could do the door thing a little later on if we need to do that. Like what do you just rather have the door closed, period? Like, what do we need to open?
It's just people get sloppy a little bit, or they forget, or they don't care, or all of a sudden, like, that's how they used to do it when they were kids. So, like, all of that comes back up is what I'm saying. Like, people's lifestyles are just kind of built in, and they don't realize whether it's normal or weird just because that's how. I had a friend come over to my house years ago. I was living in an apartment by myself, and he was in between places, and he's like, "Can I, spend a few nights at your place? And my place is ready." I'm like, "Yeah, sure. Sleep on my couch." So the first thing he does when he walks in my house, he strips completely naked and sits on my couch watching TV. And I remember thinking, okay, that's a lot, right? He's got his butt literally where I put my head sometimes to take a nap. Like, he's got his bare butt on my couch. But like, I remember I watched him. There was no thinking. This is how when he's home, he's naked. But he never bothered telling me this. It's, dude, that's a lot. That's just a lot. You want to put underwear on? Like, but and again, I'm so easygoing. I kind of go with everything. Like, nothing really triggers me with people. I just like to let people be themselves. It's just sometimes I remember this is what I start realizing. Like, what I think is normal and what other people think is normal, there's a lot of flex and variety in that. Like, as in the door open or walk in somebody's house and butt naked on their couch. That's interesting.
Not a lot. That's too much.
That was a lot. That was a lot.
I need to be walking around too naked. I mean, you know what? If you're with like your best girlfriend that you've had for, you've been friends for a long time and you're sharing a hotel room because you've gone away and, because it's one room and you
Mhm.
forgot to get your, I don't know, your pants or something or your underwear even. And you've already showered and now you're walking around with this towel or something and you're partially naked. I think that's kind of okay, but I don't know about naked. Like, do
That
we?
would be the more normal. I get it, but that's just there was no agenda. That he wasn't trying anything. He was just like literally just poop everything on the floor.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Okay then.
Yeah,
All right.
we all have different levels of comfort, which is so funny. I remember one time
But
when
I can tell that's how he lived. That's basically whichever way, whether it's like this at his house, that's just that was the normal, right? So there was no even need for conversation. It was hysterical.
walking around naked at home is okay if there's no kids and stuff walking around. So,
Well, I just let me just say, I just saw much more than I ever wanted to see. And you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
from every angle. I mean, come on, jeez. I'm just saying, like,
does that. Just like I'm seeing it in my face.
can you?
Why? Why?
Uh,
Why do you
I- Oy, it was interesting. But realm of love and relationship is such a diverse and the reason why I love the love dynamic the most out of because relationships, we have relationships with our families and our parents, we have relationships with our employees and our friends, we have employees with our bosses, we have a relationship with people in our world, family and friends. I love the love dynamic the most because it's got the most calibration. You take things a lot more personal. You know, it brings you much more happiness on some level, and at the same time, it can bring you the worst anxiety and the worst pain being triggered, right, by the things that we don't talk about. So that's my favorite because it's so not, what's the word? It's not complicated. It's just we tend to be reactive to things and react to things, which is animalistic in my world, right? You know what I mean? Like a knee-jerk reaction to feeling triggered, feeling hurt, feeling, whatever, as opposed to kind of be able to communicate and stay calm, right? So I say instead of reacting, because typically like the the behavior triangle is something happens, we'll react, and then we think, darn, I can't believe I said that. Oh, right. Like something happens, you react ridiculously, instinctively, like irrationally, right? Or emotionally. And then you think, oh my God, I shouldn't have pressed that sent button on that email. That was terrible, right? So, but the people who kind of have an easier time in every relationship, something happened, they think, and then they react, right? This is a rational way to approach things. So, again, in the love dynamic, we're reactive. We're reactive. I can't believe you said that. I can't believe she did that. I don't know what the hell she's talking about, right? I see it all the time. And you go, we can react all you want. That's not going to help. Just take a moment. What needs to be said? We'll take a moment when I always say the best approach is always to turn the finger on you. If you want successful communications, you turn the finger on you. What I mean by that is, you can say, I can't believe you did this. I'm sick of that. Don't do that to me again. If you point the finger at somebody, right, guess what happens? It's an attack. And they naturally have to resist and defend themselves. It's an attack. So instead of doing this, you do this. When this happens, I felt like this. It made me feel like this. This is what happened to me. I didn't like it. Why'd you do this? Or if you can explain to me what you were thinking. Huh. So and all of a sudden the other person has no reason to be defensive. You're not attacking them. You're not pointing the finger at them. You're pointing the finger. This is what happened to me. When this happens, this is what happened to me. I didn't like it. Made me feel blah, whatever. Can you help me understand, right? Or is that what you meant to make me feel? And that's a whole different thing, because the person receiving this has a chance to feel a little bit of guilt if they realize they did something wrong. But again, the guilt is only possible if they're not being attacked. They're not pushing back, right? So we point the finger at you. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So you get an explanation typically, especially if you're with men. Ladies, like 97% of things that you take personally with men, it's not for you to take personally. I'm just gonna say factual. So ask the question. Ask the question, like, why'd you do this? Because it made me feel whatever, right? It's fill in the blank. And you'll get an explanation that you can't even conceive, because we have different brains and different motivations and different reasons to do things. So you usually get an explanation that you would not be able to find on your own. You assume the worst. It's just normal. Or you get an apology. And all of a sudden it's cleaned up, right? So this is what really people who are successful, that I call it, they have each other's back that way. They're not trying to get on top. They're not trying to blame. They're not trying to prove something. And they're sure as heck not trying to fix each other, because we tend to do this, right? We attract a person that reminds us of our parent. If you're a man, it's a woman. If you're a woman, it's a man. You find somebody just like your dad, who was cold and distant and disconnected and didn't really care, seemingly. And so you find the same guy, and then you're going to try to fix him. That's what we do instinctively. This is the way our minds are wired as humans. We believe something and we go out to prove it. So if you believe you're not lovable, ladies, if you believe you're not good enough, gentlemen, and a version of all of that in between, we literally go out in the world and can prove it. See, they're all the same. See, they're all crazy. See, they don't care. See, they don't care. See, they don't care. Like, it's a pattern, right? It's a ridiculous design of our brain. We just need to be right. And even if we're wrong, we're going to be right about being wrong, especially in love dynamics, right? So when I get to heaven, I'm going to say, like, I want to have a conversation with God going, like, really, what kind of design is that? That's the kind of whack. Animals don't live in trauma the rest of their lives because their families and parents, right? They move on. Animals could get you could have a zebra getting attacked by a tiger, and he gets away from the tiger, and what happens? He's not traumatized the rest of his life. He shakes it off. Have you noticed animals? They shake when they're stressed out. If you overwhelm your cat, what do they do? They step back and they shake, and they're cool. And they literally shake the stress off of them. Animals do this. We don't. We get stuck in it for the rest of our lives. Why? Why? What kind of design is that? Like that's a little bit cruel. I'm just saying.
I hate every man in the world because my father was an alcoholic or something like that.
See? I mean, it's a version of that. You-
I got a lot of friends that are awesome, awesome beyond awesome. I really want to ask you this.
Yes.
Ladies, please listen up because
Oh.
I already know what the answer is going to be. Because I coach men and I coach women as well. Ladies, please listen up. What is the most attractive thing to a man on a female? What is the number one thing that you hear that is the most attractive?
Men want, grace, ease, peace, right? Agreeable, cooperative, right? They like easygoing. They like the warmth of a feminine woman. They like the magnet that it becomes, that it pull when a woman is in a feminine, it pulls us forward, right? It just brings us forward. We want to protect that energy, right? It's so precious. You have to understand that femininity breathes life into us. Look at the sunshine is blowing in my face. It's God saying good morning. Look how much sunshine in here. I'm literally blind. Um, Thank you, babe. See, my angel is gonna come to my rescue and tone it. Da da. Thank you, babe. Um, what was I saying? Blank. That derailed me completely.
Grace and
Yes, yes, grace, but the feminine energy is a magnet, ladies. You have to understand, it's a magnet, and it amplifies my masculinity. If I'm in the presence of any one of us, right? When you experience a man as a gentleman, ladies, it's because you're in such a feminine energy that he's compelled to be kind, be aware, make sure that you're okay, you're comfortable, you're good, you're happy, you're not hot, you're not cold, right? Like, so your femininity brings men forward. All men, by the way, all men, all of us, not only the people you're in love with, like the men you work with, your fathers, your brothers, like men come into that space because it literally lifts our spirit, and we want to protect it. When you're the other way around, if you're stuck in your head and you're more masculine, you push us back. Like, you just energetically, when you're not good, I don't want to be around you. Now, there's a lot of pressure if you think about it, like as it is, but it's not. It's really a matter of calibrating and be aware of your energy. If I'm sitting here and my wife walks in the house, or if I walk in the house and my wife's in the house, I don't have to see her to know what kind of state of mind she's in. I can feel it. Do you know what I mean? So, and if she's not okay, if she's upset for whatever reason, I'm not buzzing around very much. Like, I'll keep my distance a little bit, right? I'll go to the garage because I don't know what's going on, but it's a pushing me away energy as opposed to pulling me in energy. I'm not sure if it's me, because sometimes it's me, sometimes it's not. It could be traffic, it could be the kids, right? Like, whatever. There's a pile. I'm not going to necessarily take that personally, but I'm not leaning into, right? Because if I say what's wrong, right? I could have it could be an avalanche towards me. Now, I just came home from work. I don't want to hear it. Like, I'm tired. This is not gonna be really good, right? So I say to ladies, like, how do you cultivate your femininity? Self-care, self-love, right? Really get yourself grounded and centered as much as possible throughout the day, because the life will rock you up and down, moment to moment. Like the weather, your mood and your feelings will change throughout the day. We find that disturbing, if that's the right word for it. Most of us men are like, right? We're kind of all the same. Things are good, things are bad, but it's a little fluctuation. For you ladies, like, throughout the day, up and down, like the weather in Montreal, like it just changed minute to minute or hour to hour. So we don't really understand that, and we think you're a little too self-indulgent in your feelings, not understanding that you live through your feelings. Man, listen to me, man. She lives through her feelings. Everything that she hears, everything that she sees, smell, taste, touch, moment to moment, makes her feel good or bad. And if it's you, then you're gonna find out. But it's often not us, but we why do you let that bother you? This is what men say, right? It cracks me up. I say, don't ever say this to a woman. Why does that bother you? Why you just let it go? It's kind of, it's not worth the energy, right? You can't say that to a woman because you're basically like denying her own feelings, how she's feeling in the moment. And it's like us being disrespected is infuriating, right? Because instead of like meeting her in her feelings and trying to understand and trying to make it feel better, you do what we do to each other as men, right? Forget about it, dude. Move on. Put it away. Get to work, right? So this is the way we function and instinctively, and we get it men on men, but we do this to the ladies. Like, why you let that bother you? Like, well, my wife, her mother, every time she, had a good Sunday afternoon, everything's fine. We're having a casual morning. Mother call, I lose my wife, and I would say stuff like this, like, why did you get so angry? You know she's going to do it. You know it's coming. Why did that bother you? Why can't you just let it go? And then I'm becoming the enemy. That's what's not working. So man, her feelings of
And
all
you,
that she is, right, in the moment. So don't try to negate her feelings. Just embrace them and go, I'm so sorry that made you feel bad. And then you become a hero.
beautiful. My other question is
Just,
so women, did you hear that? It's not, love and grace and your feminine energy in some stepper wife,
mm,
not that kind of thing at all. Not
at
any
all.
grading, nothing. We're talking soft, feminine, relax. Like, don't scream and yell at him. Like you wouldn't scream and yell at me if I was your best friend and I just walked in and you were pissed off at somebody at work. You wouldn't yell at me.
Right,
Why are you yelling at him? It's not
right.
his if you have stuff. And I think one of the things you were talking about earlier, teaching people how to speak.
Yeah.
I feel this way. When you say this, I feel this way. Not you're a son of a gun.
Right.
But I do want to hear what women find. So women, again, it's not Botox, it's not the plumped up,
Nope.
not the knocked up boobs, it's not the body, it's not whether you've been working out or not. Those are extra.
Yeah.
Do those for yourself, that's even better. But that's not what attracts men to women. It's the warmth. Really, it really is the heart chakra, not
Yeah,
boob.
it's your energy. It's straight up your energy. The energy is pulling me towards you and make me aware of you and want to be protecting of that energy and literally make sure you're comfortable and or I'm getting away from you.
Right. So let's
It's yeah.
is the number one thing that women are attracted to in a man. Go for it. Men listen.
Ah. Women, the number one thing women are attracted in men is competence. A man who has his stuff together, his life together, his things together. Do you know what I mean? Competence means he's capable. If he's capable, he can provide, protect, cherish, give support, lead, right? Pay, right? Pay. Like pay is part of it. It's very traditional. But a man who's got his life together, right? Who's competent, capable, is kind of sexy to a woman. Like it doesn't matter how old he is, as much as the fact that he's got his life together, and that is sexy because he can provide for her and the kids. And typically a natural male will push himself through his fears, through his weaknesses, to build his character, which builds his confidence, to build a life, to make some money. And when they're successful, they go, "Ha, okay, so now I can take care of a wife and kids and build a kingdom, put my arms around the whole thing and go, this is mine. Look what I built."
Yeah.
It's instinctual and it's beautiful, but like some of my proudest moment in my life, right? I live in Los Angeles. I had a car shop for years and years, so I worked 12-hour shifts, if not more. So often I'd leave the house at 7 a.m., I'd be home at 7 p.m. So in the summer, when it's light till 9:30, I remember pulling up in my garage at 7 p.m., right? And my car is a big, loud, crazy machine. But when I turn off the engine, I could hear, I'm like, oh, and I could hear my wife playing with the kids in the pool. And it gave me such a like, like I did that. Obviously we did it together, and our relationship has a natural yin yang to it. But I do the big, crappy out in the world, work to provide and protect and you know cherish all of that. But the pride that I have in working so hard so their lives can be comfortable, that she could be home part time because she did have to work full time, that she could pick up the kids at school, give them a snack, do their homework, and then jump in the pool until I come home. I did that. Right? This is very, very satisfying. And some men who don't experience really getting their lives together so they get to that point miss out on a lot. Not only of not they miss out on what they could produce, but they miss out on the satisfaction of life. Just saying.
I agree. And not that your confidence and self-love and self-worth needs to be attached exactly to the dollar. It's not, I don't think for most women, I'm going to speak for myself for sure, but I also, because I coach more women than I do men, but still, is we're not looking for billionaires. Okay. In most cases, we're not. I know that there are some out there. Okay. Just relax. Do not put us all into the same group. We're not all interested in just your bank account. But it was funny because I was saying to this one guy, he's a great person and stuff, but he wasn't working, and he's all like, "Oh, I'm so depressed I don't have a job." And I said, "You need to get out there and start looking for one. Like that's just the way it is." And
Straight up.
Depressed, and I said, "But you need to get over that. And you're not going to be depressed as soon as you find the job." And he goes, "Well, who's going to hire?" I go, "You're 45 years old." Like, are you kidding me? Like, I still get job offers today, and I'm 60. Like, relax. And it's not about you being wealthy. It's about you being ambitious, and a desire to have something. I mean, as much as I love the hippie life, or I did when I was 20 years old, I it now, I'm just not going to do it. Like, I
Right.
a mortgage. I mean, if I don't want to have a mortgage, I guess I could live in a tent. It would be okay. I don't, buy a smaller place or whatever. But I love ambition. Ambition turns me on.
Ambition, yeah, being capable, being capable, resilient as a male, right? To be competent, literally in life, in every aspect that competence needs to show up. Very sexy. And by the way, it's interesting because for a man, it's a woman who's feminine and who's gets him. It's a huge one, ladies. If you don't get him, he's going to have to defend himself the rest of his life. And a lot of my clients don't get that. Well, he's so stupid. Like, his hobbies are stupid. I'm like, he's not marrying you. You don't get him. He's going to stick, he's going to keep you around for a while, right? So, and in the end, we're talking about, being what attracts men to women. For women, it's resourcefulness, right? Being capable, being competent, like you just said. That's sexy in a man. For us, because again, it's instinctual, right? It's the feminine part that I don't have, that I don't own, that completes me, right? So, and the way I say it, for the kids, I call it the younger ones who don't understand, all that's been mixed up for them. That a man doesn't want to be a woman's wallet any more than a woman wants to be a man's sex toy, right? This is the things that we bring, right? Like, so the resourcefulness in man is standard and it's sexy. It doesn't mean he's just a wallet. He's going to resent that, right? But that's part of being masculine and taking care of a wife and kids. That's just comes with it. Just beautifully normal. On the other side, she's more than just something to play with, right? Women resent that as well. There's she creates life. She's the feminine energy. She's the yin to your yang. She's the one that inspires everything. I would not be this man without my wife. Not even close. I may even live in a car because I wouldn't care. Like, I don't care enough about me to make my life bigger just for me. If you notice what's happening in our culture right now, the young men are living very small because they don't understand that concept of having what gives us meaning to life is to really be able to build something with a queen and then really build, my kingdom. But when women are working as much as men and these young guys who are softer don't really see like possibility with the ladies, right? That they have no swag, they have no money, they live very small, they have a small little job, they have a small little car, they have a small apartment with 3 guys. They just groove at like baseline. There's no reason to work harder. There's no reason to push harder. The only reason to is to be able to attract a woman who's going to respect you for what you've created. But like we lost that in our culture where we shame men out of being masculine. But the mechanism is so naturally beautiful. The more you conquer, the more confident you are. The more confident you are, the sexier you are. as a capable male. That's really simple. For the ladies, it's about your femininity. It's not about your degrees. It's not about your money and your career and your business. Masculine men don't care about that. Feminine men will. They'll be impressed and they'll be happy for you to pay for everything, whether he's spooning the dog on your couch, right? That's a boy, not a man. So when one thing I see all the time that I help my ladies with, my clients, is when you're in your masculine as a woman and you get stuck being masculine all the time because it takes a huge amount of awareness to be able to shift back and forth. But that's the work ultimately. But if you're stuck in your masculine, you only attract feminine men, and you think that's men. And these guys don't want to work. They don't want to take care of you. They don't want to marry you. They don't want to be responsible for anything, never mind you and your kids. Or if you like, they don't want anything the natural male want and do. That's the big difference between, in your life dynamic with men. So if you're stuck, this is just nature, right? There's always a polarity, a yin and yang. Masculine attracts feminine, even if it's inverted. Masculine women will attract feminine men, and you'll think that's men. We hate that because that's not men. That's those boys. And those are the dangerous, toxic, weak, the ones who hurt, cheat, lie. Not men. But again, if you're stuck in your feminine and your masculine, you only attract this, and you'll believe again as your brain will go, see, they're all the same. See, you can't count them. See, they're all losers. See, they're all cheaters. No, 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 no. So basically, really pay attention to what you're thinking and when you're trying to prove. And that takes some paying attention, like some deep paying attention. If you're going to reframe the things that don't work in your life, you have to go to the source and the belief that you have about it. I mean,
Yeah.
you know this.
I just want to say one thing to that too. So ladies, just because I have done this in the past and still, I've done it for like a minute and I caught myself, but I've dated some very colorful guys. At that. There was a time in my life where, no joke, I have dated a lot of guys that like I was a huge bad boy magnet because I was,
Boys, these are boys. These are not men.
but this was when I was significantly younger, and that I used to joke around. I'm like, oh, if I walk into a party or if I walk into a place, I will pick the bad boy in that room, the baddest boy in that room. That's the one I'm going to be attracted to.
Yep.
That's the one that's attracted to me.
Yep.
When I went to Mexico, there was hardly people in this bar. My friend brings me to this bar and she goes, don't talk to that guy, because he was like staring at me, and I don't know, he was very good looking, of course, and I go, oh, he's cute. She goes, no, I'll tell you about him later. And I'm like, what? Okay, anyway, he really bad boy from like Chicago or someplace, I don't even know. And I go, of course, the one guy in the room that was like nasty, that was the one I was attracted to.
Yep.
But, like, I used to joke around and say, you know what, if you smoke, if you drink, if you cheat, big cheaters, and if you've been to jail, that's an cherry on top. If you have been to jail even for like a week or a day or whatever, including my ex-husband, and I'm like, yeah, that's it. That's the word. And then I had this really amazing guy come into my life, and super amazing, super loyal, super worked like a maniac, like so many hours I could hardly see him. So now that may be a bit too much, but you know what? When he comes in, don't complain. Don't complain about him working a few extra hours if you've had guys who don't work, guys who are couch potatoes living off of unemployment or whatever. And
boys.
Yeah, so terrible. But thank you so much, Andre. I'm sorry, we have to go because
absolutely, my pleasure.
We could talk all day about this.
I know.
So perfect. I love listening to you. I love chatting with you. You're the best. Have a great day with your wife. Go have some fun, or whatever.
Absolutely. We're gonna have breakfast now.
We do today.
Yes. Happy Valentine's, everybody. Thank you so much.
Valentine's Day to you and your wife. And Paul, where is Paul? Thank you, Paul, for almost bailing us out, and thank you so much for joining us. And with that, I'm not even going to talk. I'm just going to pass it over to Padjan. He is amazing. You know what? I think there's a bunch of us here, we all met at Jose, who will be speaking later on today. And we're all in the CLA, which is Connected Leaders Academy. And with that, I'm going to stay quiet and I'm going to let you listen to the amazing Paul McFadden. Paul, tell us all about
Oh, Dr. Reverend Marianne Padjan. Thank you very much for giving me space to share information and some thoughts and some insights. Hello, everyone. Paul McFadden. I'm the CEO and founder of Evolve Human Potential. And one of the things I get to do is I get to take people on a very personal journey of discovery and collective introspection. No, I'm not a relationship expert and relationship coach, so I'm not going to be talking about that specifically, but I do want to share some insights and some thoughts on the experience of love and how we find ourselves in that experience. We've heard a lot of talk around communication, expectations, commitments, and I think all those things are certainly spot on recommendations and strategies and things to be thinking about. But I just want to talk about the experience and how we find ourselves in that process. And I want to share a few stories with you and really make some connections. And I want to talk about this first story is about my father's mother. And if anybody knows who I am, I use very specific language on purpose. It's all intentional because language matters. And so my father's mother was someone who I'll just say at some point in my life, very early on, was not present. It wasn't part of our family in many respects. And I learned at an early age that this person was not in my life. And so as I grew up and got older, I used to refer to her, to my parents, as my father's mother. And she kept tabs on us as children. I had two younger siblings, and she kept tabs on us. And my father would share information every once in a while with her about what were going on with the kids and the grandkids. And we eventually grew up, became adults, and I had no contact with her until about age 35. And she reached out to myself and to my younger siblings, and she wanted to reconnect. And I think part of it was she was looking to explain her side of the story potentially, or certainly seeking connection and forgiveness and just to reconnect with the children. Now, my younger sisters engaged in the conversation and made and helped make peace with that. However, I was in a space at the time where I chose not to. And in choosing not to, I was very bitter, angry about the entire experience in growing up in my childhood and then becoming an adult and not having this person around me. And I refused to make the connection. Long story short, a few years passed and she ended up passing away. Now, that's not the end of the story. That's really just the beginning. And she passed away, and my father and I and the older of my two younger sisters went to her funeral, and we attended the funeral. And she happened to be in the military, and she was actually a high-ranking um, African American field nurse during World War II, and she had a 21 gun salute. Now, myself being in the military and myself, I was former Navy Reserve. I understood the gravity and the honor of what that meant. There were things that I didn't know about her at the time. And she had a 21 gun salute. There was just my father, my sister, and myself at the funeral. And for those who know what a military funeral service looks like, there is all the chairs in the entire area are blue, and there's one seat that's the red seat. And I ultimately, for some reason, I don't know how it worked out, found myself sitting in the red seat. And we go through the service, and the service is done. There's a 21 gun salute, and then the honor guard comes out and they fold the flag. And in the folding of the flag, what happens after that, after the honor guard folds it into this nice, neat, perfect triangle, they place it in a case and they give it to the person sitting in the red seat. In the moment I was sitting in the red seat and they handed me the flag, I felt all the power and all the weight of regret sitting on my shoulders because I refused to allow this person back into my life and give them maybe the forgiveness that they were seeking. And all that transferred to me immediately. And for many years, I lived with a significant amount of regret because my belief system at the time was there's no way I can have that conversation. There's no way I could hear her out. There's no way I could potentially forgive her for what may have transpired because I didn't know I was a child when it all happened. And as an adult, I wasn't trying to give space for it. And I had an opportunity, fast forward to 2023, I had an opportunity to speak to someone who happened to be a spiritual medium. And this person had no idea of my history, my family's history, nor let alone that story I just shared, which I haven't shared with very many people. This is actually probably the first time I shared it publicly. um, so I met with a spiritual medium, and this medium says, you have a family, an ancestor who's trying to communicate with you. And she said, it's a woman. And she told me to specifically tell you that it's your father's mother. And then in that moment, I froze because no one else knew how I referred to my grandmother as my father's mother. And she began to tell me intricate details about my experience growing up and how she was not part of my life. So that shook me for a moment. And in an instant, I realized that she was still with me, that she was watching, and she had some advice, some wisdom to pass on to me. And I share that story for a couple of reasons, because I think many times when we try to, we express ourselves, we say we're certain types of individuals, we have certain types of values, we have certain characteristics that we like to follow, that we like to emulate. The biggest thing that we can ever do, the biggest strength we ever have, or the biggest thing we can control, is our ability to forgive. And forgiveness breeds a lot of power, a lot of strength. And in my reconnection and allowing myself to forgive, I found even deeper love in myself. And so when I think about this experience, this love experience, and how we find self, and everybody's talked about the act of loving self, and I think that's really important, but sometimes we miss the how to do that. And so I want to share one way to do that is to learn the power of forgiveness, right? Connecting to self. Now, forgiveness can go a long way, because in that forgiveness, I found love for myself, but there were some things that I probably hadn't forgiven myself. And I want to fast forward, actually take a step back and talk about another situation that some of us find ourselves in. In 2026, I was at a conference, and I had been invited to this conference. It's a pretty prestigious conference, where I was able to work as a coach and facilitator with leaders and teams, executive teams with Fortune 100 companies. It was called the Global Institute for Leadership Development, very prestigious event that was held in Palm Desert, California, every year. And during that time, I was the CEO of another company, and I had been invited to this event to be a speaker and a facilitator and a coach. And I felt like I had reached the pinnacle of where I was in my career at that time as an entrepreneur. And in the process, I got to meet a person who happened to be on the board of directors, happened to be one of the foremost researchers in the area of purpose at the time. I didn't know who he was. And as much as I thought I had reached this place of success, and we all have our own definitions of success, based on what we've experienced in our lives and the things we've overcome and the things we've been more resilient with. But I reached this place where I thought I was where I needed to be, but yet there was something that was missing. And so I happened to meet this man. His name was Richard Leiter. And he asked me two questions at this event, which over lunch, which stuck with me. And then kind of was the catalyst for an entire journey. And he asked me, he said, Paul, what are the two most important days in a human being's life? And the second question was, do you like mathematics? And I've shared this I've shared this story before with some people, but I'm going to share it here with this group here. And so I said, well, the first two sound a little bit more difficult. So let me talk about the mathematics first. I like mathematics. And so he shared with me a number, and the number happened to be 29,200. And he said, do you know what this number represents? And at the time I didn't know. And he said, this number represents the number of days in the average life span of a human being, 29,200. He said, so if you want to figure out how much time you have left, multiply your age by 365, take that number, subtract it from 29,000, you're going to get an answer. And so I got that answer. And then it kind of hit me and it kind of sunk in a little bit, what that looked like. And I started thinking about my life and the experiences. And I would certainly tell everyone, everything you've experienced in the past, no matter whether you want to categorize it as good or bad, all those experiences lead to right now. And if it wasn't for those experiences, you wouldn't be here right now. You wouldn't be living the life you're living. You wouldn't be here tuned in. You wouldn't be listening to this. Regardless of what those experiences were, if you change one variable, you're not here. You're somewhere else. So be grateful and thankful for where you are right now because you're here in this space. But I started reflecting on life and thinking, like, I am not where I want to be. Let's talk about these questions you just asked me, because now I feel like they're more important than I initially interpreted them to be. And the first answer was I gave. I said, well, the day you're born. If I wasn't born, then I guess there would be no discovery. So the first answer to your question is the first most important day is the day you're born. But then the second day surprised me because it could have been the day that you got married. It could have been the day you fell in love. It could have been the day that you had children. It could have been the day you landed your dream job. It could have been the day that you got your dream relationship. It could have been the day for many things. But what surprised me is that it was the day that you figure out why you're here. And many of us don't ask those questions to ourselves until typically near end of life. And when you think about the 29,200 days that we're given in the experience, and if we're asking that question at the end of life, we don't have a lot of time to live those dreams, at least let alone figure out what they are. And we have many things to kill the dreams. The dream killers could have been, you had a traumatic experience growing up. The dream killer could have been you didn't have caregivers who encouraged you to do the things and follow your dreams, follow your vision, follow all those passions that you had. The dream killers could have been, counselors, school teachers. It could have been a lot of people. It could have been an event. It could have been the loss of a parent. It could have been the loss of a loved one, or God forbid, abuse, trauma. But what I've come to realize is that while all those things did happen, and we are not responsible for things that happened to us when we were children. But as we get older, we become aware of those things that happen. We are supposed to have these experiences as human beings. We are here to have the full range of emotional experiences, from everything from love and to hate and everything in between. But the thing is that once we become aware of them, we don't have to become them. See, become them is suffering, and suffering in any human being's life is optional, right? And that typically becomes a hard pill to swallow when you think about it from that perspective. You're supposed to feel the experience. That's how we learn. That's how we grow. That's how we evolve. However, if we become attached to and become the experience, then we're choosing to suffer. Now, there are many of us who aren't living the lives that we want, or don't have the relationships that we want, or don't have the dream job that we want. However, we had a fire within us. And there is a reconnection to that fire, that passion, the things that we're passionate about, the things that truly tap into our gifts, the things that we value as being important. Those are the things that actually truly matter in this human experience. And we have the opportunity to choose what those things and how we live. We are the master of our fate. We are the captain of our soul. That's from a poem called Invictus. Um, and that has been a driving force behind many of the things that I do. But once I became aware of this, it's the day you figure out why, you get on a quest. And if you want to experience the life, the lifestyle that you've always dreamed or wanted to create for yourself, or have the relationship that you want to create for yourself, or have the dream experience or job that you want to create for yourself, you really have to create a little bit of stillness and really answer these questions around what are my gifts, what are my values, what am I truly passionate about. It's the passion that we align to. It's the passions that we connect to. And if we're able to connect to our passions and understand that our purpose is really about growing and giving, growing yourself and giving to others, when you start to live in your passion and your purpose, the things that you do become less like work and they become more like love. And many people will tell you that when you are working in your passion truly, and you're truly giving of your gifts to other people, you are demonstrating love in physical form, right? So the second thing I want folks to think about is, so the first was about forgiveness. The second is about the power of displaying love, working in your passion, really truly giving up your gifts to other people. And the last one is actually related to a conversation I recently had. I have a podcast called Becoming Human 2.0 Unscripted. And I have these raw, unfiltered, open conversations with folks globally around the world. And we're talking about all things from consciousness, quantum physics, quantum theory, stoicism, ancient wisdom, modern science, and everything in between, personal development journey, all those things, spirituality. And I talked to a heart-centered success coach. Her name is Diane Hayworth, and she's in Virginia. And we had a conversation around love, having loving interactions. And she actually wrote a book called The Be Love Principles. And it's a very interesting read. And folks who haven't heard of that and certainly interested, certainly go check that out. But we were talking about how we create the space to have more loving interactions. You've heard folks talk about, the three biggest things that will kill a relationship: lack of communication, lack of money, and lack of sex. Right? And we've heard about the bad boys and folks in masculine and feminine energy, and all that's all 100% true. There are expectations that we have that are unmet and typically unspoken, but there's also commitments that we make when we enter into relationships that we sometimes don't realize that we have committed to. Love is a feeling, it's a frequency, but love is also an action that you have to choose to participate in every single day. It becomes like a practice. And I want to reiterate the word practice, because practice is important. Because in order to create the space to be more loving, number one, you have to be able to love yourself. Many people have already said and stated that you have to love yourself. But how do you create the space? How do you create distance from your experiences and your situations to be able to say, hey, you know what? Maybe I did overreact in this situation. Maybe I did, instead of responding, I just used my programming that was already there innately in me, since I was 7 years old, to greet this particular situation or this person that I'm with. Maybe I have been connecting to all my past experiences and past traumas and still reliving those because I haven't healed those things. Creating space becomes a practice, a loving practice, whether that's through meditation for some people, some contemplative practice. That could be through prayer for other people. That could be through having a gratitude or a compassion practice. But the idea here is that we need to create the space to tap into the intuition, to tap into the healing power that's within all of us, that we can find through the love experience. Because if we can tap into that loving, healing power, we can find forgiveness for ourselves. We can find the power to love ourselves even more deeply. And then that gives us the ability to treat more people in a loving and compassionate manner. Now, that doesn't mean that if you're going to give love, you're expecting to receive love. And I think Sifu Raphael said something about that earlier, that we give love to everybody. It doesn't mean it's romantic love. That's a difference between romantic love and love, right? So I think many times we have to tease out how people interpret the word love. So I think even his talk, he talked about in the beginning, what is love? How do we define love? Because when we can align on the definitions of love, then we're having the same conversation. But many of us sometimes aren't even having the same conversation when we mention the word love. We have love. I have love for every human being. Typically, you see me greeting people as my beautiful human being. It took me a long time to get to that point, many, many decades, to come with my own experiences to get to the point where I'm now my beautiful human beings, right? My beautiful humans. And I do that, and I do it on purpose because we all are having this experience. We're all in the experience. We're not doing this experience by ourselves. We're doing this experience together. Sometimes we don't realize that, but we're all in this human experience at some point, at some position in that process. But as beautiful humans, right, we have to, and I hate using the word have to, so I'm expressing this emotionally, but I don't particularly enjoy using the word have to or need to or should, because those things sound like we're making excuses. I think it would better serve us if we were able to treat one another with more compassion in a more loving fashion, and just to acknowledge, hey, you're in an experience. You might be doing the best you can, but I'm also here to help you in the journey. And sometimes I'm going to tell you the things that you might not want to hear, but it's just going to help you become better. Right? And we have to do that coming from a loving, authentic, genuine place. So 3 thoughts, right? So I was talking about finding self in the love experience, having more forgiveness, being able to tap into the power of forgiveness, being able to really understand and align to what you're truly passionate about, and find the passion in the life, whatever you're doing. Many people will tell you that I work and I don't really have a passion for my job, and my job is not my purpose, but it serves the purpose of making money. That's amazing. Your purpose might not be in your job. It's beautiful if it is, because that is the full expression of love. But if it's not, find it, right? Find it so that you're not walking around like a zombie thinking about how much you hate the thing you're doing when you could be doing the thing you love on the side. And maybe one day that becomes the full expression of you, because when our seasons change, sometimes the things that we do change. And the last thing is about creating space, creating stillness through meditation, through gratitude, through compassion, through prayer, but having a spiritual practice where we get quiet, we get still, to be able to really tune into ourselves so that we can show up as our best selves, not only for us, but for the people that we're involved with and that we interact with. And so with that, Marianne, I hope that that is something that lands with this audience. And I'm going to turn it back over to you, because I know you probably have thoughts on what I just said, and I'm happy open to any questions and thoughts about
I
that.
just want to thank you so much for sharing. And when my speakers come on here and they're so extra vulnerable with you guys and us guys here behind the cameras, I'm just like, gosh, I love it. Talk about I'm in love with my job, with what I do for a living. I am that person for sure. And I think somebody was asking me, which one's your favorite? And I go, that's tough, because really they're all my favorite, or at this age, I just won't do it. That took me a while to learn, because I've done plenty of things I didn't want to do for a long time. Maybe I liked them at the beginning, and then I don't like them so much anyway, and it took me a long time to let go, but now I just like, yeah, I'm not doing this anymore. It's too short. And
Yes,
it
indeed.
fun, but yeah, no. So thank you so much for sharing. And literally everyone has talked about how important it is to love yourself first. So I hope you all get the message that it is important for all of us to love ourselves first. That's my topic of conversation. That's my topic of speaking almost 95, 6, 7, 8, 9% of the time for everyone. I mean, there's a few talks I've done with authenticity and leadership, which is one of my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but the importance of self-love as a foundation for literally anything. If you
Absolutely.
want success in your love life, if you want success in your work, if you want success in life, with your health, with your love, with your money, with everything, self-love. Mirror, everybody get a mirror, because some of you don't own
Put
a
the
mirror.
mirror up, y'all. Put the mirror up. It's right there.
Whatever you think you're going to say to him, her, or them, it's gonna be back at you. It's coming back. That reflection is first. If you're gonna say this, that, or the other, mirror first and go, And if you're gonna say that and you're comfortable saying that about yourself and you're happy to say it, then go ahead and say it about someone else.
Yeah.
That's
Let's
right.
let's
I
see.
would love to just add, Paul, thank you so much for your transparency and vulnerability and how you opened this. When you shared what you shared, it was so powerful. And when you are honest with the people around you, that is a true expression of love. And you've shared a lot of love on here today by giving other people the encouragement to recognize where they didn't choose to forgive. That hit me so hard because being vulnerable about that is not easy. And that vulnerability shows your love to the world. I adore you. You know that. And I think you've stolen a lot of people's hearts just by sharing your story today and empowering them to love themselves enough to forgive. So thank
Yes.
you.
And thank you so much for saying that the first time, because you said you didn't discuss this ever before. So thank you for sharing it here. I feel so blessed. Like, people have launched their products on here, launched their programs. Like, I love this. So thank you so much. I'm not sure. I think there's Dr. Oliver Reed. I'm like, I know he was.
Dr. Oliver Reed.
I think we lost him a bit. It's okay. We're gonna let him have a minute, and as soon as he appears on camera, I'll introduce him.
All right.
Thank you again so much, Paul, and
Thank you.
flexible earlier. Dr. Oliver Reed, are you here? Are you with us?
I am here. I am here.
Excellent. Dr. Oliver Reed has been here before, so I want to thank him for coming here again. And I'm just gonna go right ahead because we're just a couple of minutes behind. So here we go. One of my favorite speakers of all time, Dr. Oliver Reed. And it's funny because I always go, Dr. Oliver Reed, when I'm leaving him a message, and I'm like, I feel weird. I want to say Oliver, but I feel weird saying that too. And we're both doctors, do the thing, and I'm like, I'm just gonna call him Oliver, and I'm like, that feels weird. So then I'm like, hi, Dr. Oliver Reed, it's Marianne, as if he didn't know. Anyways, with that, I bring you Dr. Oliver Reed. Please go ahead and spread all of your love energy all over us. Sprinkle us with.
Well, I'm so happy, and I've been having some technical stuff, but it was kind of prophetic. Marianne, I love you, love you, love you. We have our little pop-in voice text, and I love you because you always voice text. That is so intentional, and I'm just super excited about that. So if I freeze or pause, guys, I do apologize. We have some different things in the area, but I hope you get my message. Am I good so far?
Yeah, you're good. And you know what? We've had a lot of freezing. Even I froze once. So no.
Okay. Awesome. So I'm super excited. Thank you, Paul, for that great message. I was checking him out, and Paul, I love you. Thank you for all you share, and such a great value. I love your voice, man. He has that radio voice. Like, he just has that, that voice. So I love that. And I'm super, super excited to share today about just love, man. And guess what? I was looking, Marianne, and I said, I'm going to bring out my old book. Like, this is a book called 6 Ways to Examine Yourself from the Inside Out. And happy birthday again to you. Awesome. We're just going to celebrate the whole weekend. How about that? We're just going to do that. And so, whole month, like, just get it in. And so from there, I wrote this little small book, and it's amazing. People don't know, before I was the writing coach, I was actually the relationship architect. And I'll talk a lot about relationships, 6 ways to examine yourself from the inside out. And I hope I can show you that. It's a beautiful illustration of how we see love. We see the hearts, we see all that, but we don't see the cactus that pricks a lot of people, that gets close to us. And so love is, I always say, love just is, and you can't, it just is, right? That's a word. It just is. You can't box it in selfish parameters. Love just is. So if you're taking notes, it just is, because I can't say love is provision, because somebody could provide for you and not love you. Can't say love is intimacy to a point. All of those are true. You can be intimate with somebody who doesn't love you. Yeah, that's why you can tell somebody your dreams and talents and get very vulnerable with them and realize they never were with you. They were just for what you were for. Let me break that down. What are you saying, Dr. Lee? Some people can be for what you're for. What I mean by that, oh, I love standing in the rain. And you think, oh, we're so in love because he loves standing in the rain and she loves standing in the rain. She just likes rain. She doesn't like you, right? She doesn't love you. She loves rain. Or he loves to eat. Not that he loves to eat with you, he just loves to eat. And maybe y'all foodies, right? So you have to go deeper to examine relationships from the inside out. So I'll post this graphic again of the book. You see the cactus in there, and I'm going to give you 6 ways to kind of look at your relationship, your love from the inside out, whether you're in a platonic relationship, whether you're in a relationship at work, whether you're in a relationship, whatever. I always say this shameless plug that wherever you go, you're always going to be in a relationship with yourself. And I love the way Marianne segued in. People were talking about self-love, because at the end of the day, whether you by yourself, with somebody else, you will always be in a relationship with yourself. So you take yourself to every relationship, every relation you take your ship to, you're going to be on it. Every relation you take your ship to, you'll be on, right? And I'll tell you that a lot of times you may not understand what love is. So I ask the hard questions. So I have a whole creative way, and I'm going to show you some different things because it's Love Day. I also created a game called The Interview. It is so amazing, and it's the INN ERVIEW, not the interview. Like, let me ask you a bunch of questions. It is really, do we really understand and love people from the inside out? Are we so captivated about the outside of the individual that we never get to know the inside of the individual? So a lot of times with a cactus, we look at a cactus and we know the hard edges and shapes and the pricks, but we don't know that the cactus is so valuable because it's one of the only plants that can preserve water in a hot, heated, dry situation, right? And everybody loves the rose, right? The roses are beautiful. I'm not knocking the roses. I like dandelions. I'm a sunflower guy myself. I like sunflowers, but at the end of the day, the cactus it's rough on the outside, but it sustains. Its sustainability is epic. And sometimes when you're in the desert, you don't need a rose. If you're thirsty, you need a cactus. You need something that is formulated to be something you're not. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some 6 ways to examine yourself from the inside out and love relationships. Love just is. Love is a word that I'm telling you, if you could define it and we keep defining it, it will always be something else. Love, it just is, all right? And so I want to talk about something really, really quickly about digging in the open. I have a term I call digging in the open. I'm reading straight from my book, digging in the open. This is going to help people's relationships, right? Because I realize that a lot of times the reason why we don't get the answers out of our mate, our spouse, our business partner, our individual, our family member is because we don't dig in the open. We live in a world of high cybersecurity for the reason that people want to come in and research you and tap into something they don't have access to. Why? Because it's easier to tap into somebody's hard drive without getting to know them and just extrapolate information. What I mean, it's easier to kind of research the person that you're going to date without dating them. Right? I don't want to put myself out there. I want to be able to find out everything about him and her, and I want to do it quickly. And I'm going to go to their profile page, and I'm going to see what they tweeted, and I'm going to go to their Instagram and their TikTok page. And baby, that is not the real them. It is called Facebook for a reason. It is called social media posts for a reason. It is called TikTok Reels. It is not REAL, it's REELS, Reels. It's not the real story behind them. So at the end of the day, you have to really be able to dig in open. So the first thing I want to share with you is digging in open. So you can write that down. Digging in open means to ask open-ended questions on purpose, which means, hey, how many people get side blocked in their relationship because they don't take the time to set up a time to say, listen, hey, Oliver, I'm going to be meeting with you today. Let's schedule a time on your calendar where I can ask you some serious, hard questions. How many of you do that? I never did. Like, I'm going to really ask you some serious, hard questions about our relationship, and I'm going to dig in the open. Instead of digging secretly, I'm going to dig and I'm going to ask some certain questions. So I want to make sure you have some available time. Second thing I want to say is you got to schedule some time to talk. We don't schedule anymore because it's almost like I feel like I need to talk to Marianne about something. I don't care what she's doing. I'm going to be intrusive and I'm going to say, Marianne, I want to talk to you right now and I want to answer right now. How many of you guilty of that? It's on my heart and I want to know. And the next thing you know, the person is backed up in the corner. They shut down on you, or they may give you the surface answer. You leave unfulfilled because you didn't dig in the open. So in love, ask somebody, you love me? What is your definition of love? Wow. I could save a lot of people heartbreak today if they could just really realize that he didn't give you flowers because that's not his love language. He didn't know, or I didn't get a box of chocolate because nobody ever gave me chocolate. Have you taken the time to really ask that person the hard question, to interview them, to see what love really means to them? Love to that man could be something totally different. Love to that woman could be family. Love to that woman could be isolation. You have to ask, dig in the open. All right. So first thing you want to do, you're going to dig in the open. You want to make sure you are digging in the open. You want to have, number one, the interview, the IN interview. You want to be able to ask people questions from the inside out rather than outside in. Let me say that again. Interview. You want to ask people the interview questions. You want to ask them about history. You want to ask them about life and ask them about things before there's a crisis. Let me say that again. You don't want to do these things in crisis mode. We live in a world when we're in crisis mode. It is too late to talk about love. It is too late once I'm upset with you to really start digging and interviewing you and finding out about your family history, because at that particular moment in time, I am shut off. I do not want to talk about anything else. So you want to have the interview, guys, and dig in the open while things are good. There's a terminology I use: when you're booed up, right? When you're snuggled, when you're in that particular place of having great things going on. And that's when you want to talk about hard stuff. Get it? You want to be able to work out. Now, let me tell you something I learned from a physical trainer. And the physical trainer, man, when I was in the gym with a physical trainer, he taught me something that is so profound about relationships. It's, oh my God, y'all catch this. It's so good. This is so yummy. If y'all catch this is really delicious. He told me something. I went in and I was like, oh, I'm 6'1". You know, at the time I was like 250. I'm a big guy and I'm coming into the gym and I'm like, yo, let's work out. You know, like, let's work out, man. He was like, go lift the bar, brother. I said, lift the bar. I can lift the bar. You insulting me? You think I can't lift that bar? I can lift this whole gym. I'm always, flexing at that particular time. And he said, no, Oliver, I'm not worried about you lifting tremendous weight at this particular point. I am working on your form. Good gracious, because if your form is off, you're going to lift it the wrong way and put danger on your body. Good gracious. See, sometimes we have to get and put in reps so that we do things the right way continuously. So what I'm saying in interviewing and digging in the open is that you have to start getting used to having difficult conversations when things are going good, because if you do that, you build up your relationship or your relationship stamina, your relational stamina. I like to call it, then you can actually ask anything, because we have now built a bond of trust. We have built, I'm just not coming to you when things are bad. I am talking to you and being very vulnerable when things are good. All right, so that's the interview. You want to do those questions from the inside out. You want to begin to take time to slow down and start figuring out, okay, what is making this person from the inside tick? What's some things that, not just the outside, what does this person make up, what they enjoy doing? What are some things that they really, really like to do? All right. And number 3, I want to talk about this. This is so powerful, passwords. Now this is something so powerful, because I have an iPhone 12, and don't judge me, because I every time I want to upgrade my phone, I'm so in love with this iPhone 12 Pro Max that I kind of talk myself out of it. There's days I want to do it, but then I say, oh no, I have to go to the mobile dealer. I have to do it online. I'm okay with it. I push it off. But what's so powerful, there are millions of people in the world, and probably thousands of people in my city that have an iPhone 12. What makes mine unique, though, is that I'm able to set a password that, even though I'm sitting beside of somebody with the same phone, their facial recognition can't open my phone. My facial recognition opens my phone. I have a password. Now, could it be that we're failing at love and relationships because we're trying to open up somebody else with our old password? We're dating Doug, but we still got Jim's password. No pun intended, Jim, if you're on the call. I love Jim. But I'm trying to open up somebody else with somebody else's password. I'm trying to open up your phone with my password. I'm trying to go forward in business, but I got my old business partner's password. And so now it's making my business ineffective, my partnership, because I'm trying to log in with somebody else's code. Every person, write this down, on the planet Earth has a password. They have I like to say, a code of how they like to communicate. They have a way that makes them laugh. They have a way that makes them feel special. They have a certain succinct way. And if you don't know how to open that up, you're going to lock yourself out immediately. Now, look at this. Write this down. I like this phrase. It's called passwords, or PAST words. So check it out. Passwords are PASS words, or past words. What I need to understand about the person that I love, y'all catch that later, which means I have to understand what was said to Marianne, can I use Marianne, in the past, to understand how to effectively communicate with her in the present so that we can have a great future. Catch it up. So her password is important. I have to understand what ticked Marianne off in the past. I don't need to use that word if I want to get close to her. And so many times, guess what we do? I'm going to say it anyway. That's just me. I'm just going to be blunt anyway. I'm just going to say whatever. That's not being authentic. When you are rubbing somebody the wrong way, it's not time for you to press the gas. I'm just going to say it just because. But what if I just told my mate or my business partner to shut up, but I didn't realize that shut up to him or her was being locked in the basement, that their grandmother used to lock them in the basement and tell them to shut up. So that is a trigger word for them. And say, if I don't take time to understand that, how do you want me to communicate with you? And you might say, hey, Oliver, don't tell me to shut up. telling me to shut up shuts me down. And what do I look like if I really will love you and want to have a great relationship with you? And I still say, oh, shut up. You know, I am locking myself out of a dimension with you that we could be very successful. We can have a great relationship, but just the power of one word can shut somebody down. Oh, that's good. I'm going to pat myself on the back because some of us, it's not the sentences we're saying to anybody. It is the word that we say to everybody. Maybe you're coming into somebody's space and you're so negative that they can't even love you. Maybe you're so toxic, I've been there, that you're already turning the light switches of your life off. Maybe you're operating in offense, which shuts everything off, and nobody can come to you. So you have to understand, have the relationship, guys. I'm giving you millions of dollars of information and value right here, because if you can talk to your person that you love and really want to have a relationship with, and you say to them, hey, give me your passwords, not just to your phone, not just to your life. Okay? I want the words that shut you down. I want the words that edify you too. What is that word that when I say it, the beaming light comes to your countenance and you feel like you can leap over a wall? Listen, I'm not trying to be offensive, but some people don't look the greatest. They don't from the outside, but they can be with the most beautiful women because they know how to talk to them. And we're all sitting on the sideline like, why? How did he get her? Which he just knows how to talk to her. He knows her password. And you can be beautiful in ugly words. Anybody been there? You can be so fine, but using the wrong word, and it is locking you out of a successful and a happy life. I've learned something. I started to reframe my words because I need to understand that it's not society locking me out or the next person. I could be using the wrong word that gives me a result that I do not want. So past words, what was said in the past, are past words. They help you navigate the system. Y'all all know people will break up with you over word. Yeah, they will break up with you. They will walk out of a relationship because you said some word, and sometimes you have no clue of why individuals are repelling against you. All right, so make sure you got the right password. Next one is 4. 4, you're gonna love 4. I love 4. 4, it's so amazing. Hey, did I tell you about this book? This book is so great. All right, the book is error messages. 4 error messages. How many get that all the time when you put in the wrong password? You get an error message. It tells you the password that you put in is not working. But how many of you still determined? I know my password and I'm going to put it back in. They tell you again, you have one more attempt. Anybody other than me? You have one, and I am wrong. I have got my cap lock on. But I am putting in the right password, but I forgot my big fingers has hit the cap lock. And guess what? It is what? Character sensitive. Ooh, we live in a world of character sensitive people. Character sensitive people. I'm giving y'all cheat code. And sometimes you have to take a break before you log in that one last time. And if you have to log in that one last time, you know what they're going to say to you? You have to reset your password. Oh, you got to go back and you got to get an email authentication. You got to go do all this stuff. If you would have just stopped for a minute, looked at your keyboard, looked at your keypad, and realized that that green light doesn't mean go. It means that you have your cap lock on. Woo. They have something in the culture called no caps, right? When you will blast people, right? So at the end of the day, just an adjustment on your end could save you the time of an error message. If we can just slow down and be able to say, oh, it's me, it's not the person. Maybe my error messages is occurring because I refuse to change. I refuse to do something different. That's why I'm getting an error message. Some relationships we're supposed to be out of, but we don't love ourselves enough to see the error messages. We keep ignoring them. We keep ignoring the error messages, and we've been in business with somebody for 20 years who doesn't really have our best interests because we keep ignoring the error messages. We keep ignoring them. We got it together. We're not seeing that the cap lock is on. We're not seeing that this relationship is going down the hill and it's going nowhere with no brakes. We want to hold on to it to the end, right? We want to hold on to the end. Let me break this down. Love, look at this. I can love you sincerely and not spend the rest of my life with you. I could. I could really be okay with us riding to the airport together and we get on separate planes. I could totally dig that, and we can see each other every once in a while, right? It's called customizing your relationships. Customize your relationships. When you love people, I've learned to customize it. There's some people I can't hang out with every day because I'm probably going to kill them. They're going to probably kill me, and we're not going to be able to fulfill destiny. Every once in a while, then yes, it's great. We can be together. And you got to know your own limits. So look at that. Error messages. What are you getting back from that person? What feedback are you getting back from that person? All right. 5 is going to be really great as well. 5 in love, you want to, check this out. Number 5 is so great. You want to do word searches. Remember I talked about the words you use? You want to also do word searches. What I mean by that, what does that person, that significant other, when you're trying to build loving relationships, say to you when they're in crisis? That is good, Dr. Reed. That's another good one. What do they say to you when they're upset? Not when the hair is blowing in the wind and the beach is there and, oh my God, he just proposed and she just, said I love you and all of this different thing. Word searches happen. You have to search for them. What words or patterns or things that they say to you in the midst of the crisis, in the hard time, the challenging time? Are they edifying to you even when things are bad or looking estranged? Can they communicate effectively? So you want to do these word searches. You want to search words that come up, that trigger words. I call them trigger words, things that can hinder your relationship. Words. I always say this: words lead to sentences. Sentences leads to paragraphs. Paragraph leads to chapters. Chapters lead to books. So sometimes we're writing books in our relationship based on the wrong word. So you want to make sure you're, again, replacing that word. You can only replace a word with a word. Right? So don't just say, don't call me that. All right? Don't call me that. I'd rather for you to call me this. See what I just did? I'd rather for you to call me this instead of that. I respond better to this better than that. Right? So you want to be able to put, and as you search these words, you want to be able to put the right word in your relationship. All right? 6. I want to share, this is real good. We talk about this, and I'm going to be out of the way, but this is very, very, very powerful. It's called real me. Write that down. Bring the real you. We live in a culture where today's time, they always talk about imposter syndrome, right? Bringing the representative instead of bringing the real you. We want to bring the real you to love. There was an old song says, it was an old song I used to listen to as a kid. It said, you got to love me or leave me alone. You're going to love me or leave me alone. You're going to get the real me. You're not going to get the toupee me. You're not going to get the BBL me. You're not going to get all of the catfish me. You're not going to get the AI version of me. You're going to get the bags. You're going to get the wrinkles. You're going to get the rawness. You're going to get the edges. You're going to get all of those different things. Why? Because that's so important to bring the real you to every relationship. Now, I'm not saying the first time you meet somebody. We know there's layers and there's things you have to do on a consistent basis to reveal yourself and to better yourself. I'm just saying, though, if you start with who you really are, you don't have to be who you're really not. Ooh, that's good. You start with who you really are. You really never have to be who you are really not. You can be authentically you, and people can gravitate to you listen, if you're everywhere in business and you're loving everything and you're loving whatever, people can't refer you. The simpler you are to yourself, people can then refer you. And some people stay single because you're all over the place. So how can I even bring you to somebody else that may be suitable for you because you're all over the place? I don't know how to refer you, right? I don't know how to get you connected to who is going to be a great fit for you. All right. So that is so powerful. Those are the 6 ways. But I want to kind of take you to another place. Is beware when you're loving somebody of cross contamination. See, I wrote this book. I wrote it 6 Ways to Examine Your Relationships from the Inside Out. I wrote it in 2020, and we were in the middle of a pandemic. And one of the things I knew, and I don't see it as prevalent anymore. You still see it, but you don't see those anti bacterial machines like that. But they were everywhere, in the bathrooms, outside of the bathrooms, at the airport, the hallway getting to the airport, on the train. We had so much sanitizer. It was almost like, hey, listen, sanitizer for sanitizer. We had sanitizer for sanitizer. We had masks for masks. We were shut down as a country. We were shut down as a world. But I realized something. We took so much care in being protected and sanitation, in the natural because of the virus, but that we didn't take enough time to, look at this, to sanitize our relationships. More people divorced and broke up during those several years of the pandemic because now they had to stay at home and they had to really live out what they said that they loved. Yeah, it was easy to go to work every day, come back, spend a couple hours with you, drop the kids off, do whatever. Now everybody's at home and everybody has a voice and everybody can say and see and feel. So people were getting upset and violent, and also it was all kind of different things. But I want to leave you with this point. I want everyone that's on this call to watch out for what I like to call cross-contamination. Cross-contamination. We look at it from a standpoint, we had to wash our hands, we had to do all these different things. But some of us are being cross-contamination from broken relationships that we cannot go into a new relationship because we are still in love with what was toxic in the last one. I love just us fussing all the time, and now we don't fuss all the time, and I don't understand why we don't fuss all the time. So I don't think you love me. You don't tell me. Or, hey, she's not tripping. I know she's cool with me doing business and being an entrepreneur. Wow, what is this? So I want us to be able to understand, to wash ourselves from old relationships before we get engaged in new ones. It sounds a lot simpler than it sounds. Basically, you have to wash yourself, give you a time for you to rinse off the old so that you can put on the new. And if you don't do that, you will cross-contaminate everybody around you. I went to culinary school, and one of the things that my teacher would always say, he said, you got to be mindful of cross-contamination. And you bring people into things that wasn't their fault, Julie, but because you are not clean or washed from old relationships, you now bring them into a place to desanitize them in an emotional way, right? And so I hope you got something out of that. And I'm super excited. And I'm going to give Marianne back to you when you get a chance, because listen, but if you want this book, I want to give it away to you. It's a powerful book to examine yourself from the inside out. You got to really understand, do an interview, look at people from the inside out. 2, you got to dig in the open, schedule times to talk about hard things. 3, you got to watch out for error messages. You got to also look out for word searches, and passwords are passwords, all right? And then bring the real you to every relationship.
That was amazing. That was amazing as usual. Inspirational, empowering, motivational, funny, right? And true. And I'm like, oh, I've done that. Oh, I don't even want to admit that. But yeah, totally amazing. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oliver Reed, thank you so much for the summit. I look forward to having you back here again. Stay with us as long as you wish. And if you want to throw down some contact info into the Facebook, that's great. Thank you so much. My love to you and your beautiful wife. I hope you have a beautiful love day. Thank you. Julia, Nikki, Rosemary. I saw Linda in here somewhere. Is she on here? Is this true? Linda, she's sneaking out of work. She is sneaking out of work. We're going to get you onto camera as soon as you can. And as soon as you can, Linda, we'll get you to talk because I know you're probably limited if you could even talk at all, which is also, oh, look at this. Look at us. Hearts red. Look at it. Look at everyone almost. So amazing. We have had such an amazing summit. Oh my gosh. If this isn't like seriously my favorite subject, love heals. I mean, I'm such a February baby. February baby. Courtesy of Julia, mystery solved. This came, I didn't read the thing inside because I don't have glasses and the writing is this. And I didn't know who it was from. And I thought, wow, I love surprises. It's crazy. Anyways, so this is going to bring us to one of my favorite subjects. Especially today when I woke up with a sore throat. I must have been partying too much last night. Birthday. So I've been taking alt and I don't have anything here. I was kind of relying on Nikki. Yeah, there she is. Or Julia.
Happy belated birthday there, Marianne.
Oh, thank you. I have alt. I've been taking alt and air all day. I woke up. There it is. Thank you, Nikki. Hang on. I'm going to switch it over. I want everyone to see what it is. La 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 la. Oh no, that's not you. Oh, that's not you either. I guess you have to be speaker, and you have to be unmuted for.
Will that help?
There you go. Hang on. Yeah, say something. Let me
There
see.
you go. Alt is also one of my favorites, so you're
This
right on the mark. But then they're all my favorites.
this one is actually the reason I joined. Well, not the reason I joined, but the reason I stayed, I think. So Linda is so later on you will hear from Jose, who has a whole bunch of us in his group. And so Linda and I met at a networking group. And she was the first one to tell me about the product. And so this is about APL Go for anyone who thinks I'm going to be talking about something else. I'm not. It's APL Go. This is APL Go Hour. This is what I call it officially. We've been doing this for over a year. And at noon, we have APL Go Hour. And this is what we talk about because one of my purposes in life is to empower as many people and make them healthy, healthy, healthy. So we have a product called APL Go. I spoke to Linda. I was just starting up a meditation with, I was meditating on the mitochondria and the cell and the DNA. And I had recently just purchased, maybe a month before that, and a negative ionizer, I'll call it. And Linda's talking to me and I'm like, okay, this is going to be another sales pitch. I have to be polite because she's in my networking group, you know, whatever. And she's saying, and she goes, yeah, you know, it's made from the DNA of the plant. And I go, I'm sorry, what? It's made from what? What was that? DNA of what? Who? What? What did she say? Say that again. DNA of the plant. And I'm like, DNA of the plant. Well, that's different. And then, yeah, and they're all infused with negative ions in her sweet, cute little way. And I'm like, infused with negative ions? I just bought a negative ionizer. Oh my gosh, this is like so in line with everything I do. Okay, where do I sign? And the action, as you'll hear a little more later on in bank code, the action in me was like, here's my credit card. What's the largest amount that I need to be able to make the largest amount of money since I'm going to go do this? And if I do it as a business, I want to make the most amount of money if that's what I decide. But I'm still deciding because I don't know if the product's really any good. I haven't really tried it. I just kind of like the idea. So I signed up as a diamond because who the heck doesn't want to be a diamond, right? And you make the most amount of money anyways. So not that this is about the money for me. It's more about the product, but I like the money. Anybody here else like the money part? How about the trips? Guess who's leaving in 2 weeks for Dominican Republic for free? How many of us on here are going? 3 of us. Julia, myself, and Linda. So first Julie is going to be sharing a room with Linda, then I am, because Linda's the feature here. So, so I get my diamond kit. I think I had a summit that day because I know I was busy as all heck. And I wake up with this crazy sore throat. This is almost throwing me back into 2 years ago. And I call Linda and I'm like, okay, I got the kit. I got the whole box. There's this big giant box sitting in my living room. What do I do? Which one? Which one? My throat is killing me. I have a sinus headache. I don't know what's going on. I got a long day. I got a summit to host. I better be all friendly and, energetic. What do I take? Take the alt. Don't be afraid to take 5 or 6 of them throughout the day. Just space them out. Don't, take 2 right away if you need to, blah, 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 whatever. And I'm like, okay, that's all I need. And what else should I take? I don't know what she told me because I had all of them because in the diamond kit comes everything. So I take the alt and I take the alt and I take the alt and I take the alt. And I'm hosting a summit and I'm taking the alt. And I'm hosting a summit. I take the alt. The summit's finished. And so is my sore throat. And I'm like, what? What just happened here? My throat is not sore. My sinuses, maybe I can feel a little bit, but we'll see what happens tomorrow. But tomorrow everything was gone. I had a tickle in my throat. I thought, oh, I'm gonna get a cough. I better go buy some cough syrup. Better go get that disgustingly flavored one that works really well that I'm not gonna say the name of. And I'm just like, wow, what's going on here? I don't have a cough. I don't have a tickle. I don't have a sore throat. I can hear on both ears because both ears were plugged up. And I'm just like, no. So I call her and I'm like, is this possible? Is this what actually happens? Like, okay, this is what I did. Exactly what you told me to take 5, 6 throughout the day. Like, whatever I was taking once every 2 hours. I don't know. I had them all on my desk, which I still do. Some things never change. And I'm just like, okay, wait a minute. This thing actually works overnight like this. Like not even overnight, not even like over the course of a few hours. I had like what seemed to me like 100 symptoms. And now I had like one, which was a little tiny leftover only because I have extreme sinus issues. So if I go outside in the wintertime without a hat, I'm doomed. Not anymore because now I have alt all the time in my household. You cannot come to my house and I don't have alt. So I can maybe not have something else, but alt is here. So this product, which is $75 in Canada, and I don't know how much is it in the US, 60, Julia? You guys all US, $60, all natural, DNA of the plant, kosher, halal, no chemicals, no nothing, like vegan, like no GMOs, no nothing bad. Yeah. That's why 2 years later, I'm here, 5 trips later that I've won 5 in 2 years, 5 in 2 years. If you're an entrepreneur and you're looking for some extra money and nobody but you pays for your trips, you need to come over. You need to come talk to us. Because all of us are in love with the company. And so now I'm going to shut up for a moment, probably not for that long, so don't get all happy. And I'm going to let the other girls talk. I think Linda, I'm not sure how long she has, but I know she's at work and I don't want her getting fired. So I may let her go first and I will stay quiet. Linda, go for it. You can give us whatever testimonial you would like.
Oh, Marianne, thank you so much. It's such a privilege and an honor to be with you on this stage. And I'm just thrilled to pieces that you saw what I saw immediately when I took the product and saw the product and when was told about it, because we were kind of like, you were in Canada. There wasn't really anyone in the United States because Julia and I started day one when it when it opened here in the United States, and it's just been incredible. And I couldn't say more as far as, yes, it's an outstanding product, but the business and the income and the opportunities that the company has provided and the travel and all of those things as a business owner, because I've run businesses for 30 years that were always on my bucket list, and I'd go someplace a day ahead and I'd stay an extra day after, but it wasn't the excursions, it wasn't the elite places that I've had the privilege to be a part of here. And it's just been incredible. Thank you so much again for allowing me to be here. And it's just so exciting to see so many of the team that's here, Nikki and Rosemary. And I know there probably are some others that weren't able to jump on today, but it just brings me tears to see, Marianne, what you are doing and instilling others and empowering them with an incredible opportunity. Again, yes, the product is amazing, but the business opportunity and the income and that piece of it that we sometimes don't always talk about, but we actually should, because it's so different from everything else that's out there. And so thank you so much. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to stay on. My phone's been semi-quiet this morning. I did lock some time off. So I'd like to try to stay around a little bit longer. I don't know if I'll be able to be on in the afternoon, but again, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for sharing. And gosh, thank you so much for introducing me to, first of all, the whole company, the product, the whole company and everyone, Tina and Kelly. And of course, more than anyone else other than you, Julia, who has had to put up with, roughly, I don't know, how many things in the 2 years, how many questions do you think I've called you with? Maybe 6,000 in the last 2 years? And she answers every single one. And I'm like, if people will ask me questions, I'm like, oh my God, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. You got to go call Julia. She is information central for us. She is one of the strongest leaders I have ever met in my entire life. This woman will do anything for us. Okay. It helps that she's a graphic arts designer and she makes my my posters for these events, and she comes to these events. Not only that, but she does all kinds of stuff for us, but she makes us a separate website that nobody else in the company has other than our team. How cool are we? And how blessed are we? In that website is everything that you could ever ask for. White papers, which I don't even read white papers, first of all. Second of all, I operate a lot as a doctor of metaphysics. I operate a lot on energy. It's energy for me all the way. If it feels good, it works and it will work, and so on and so forth. But some people need the white papers, and it's really good to have, but not just that, but like you can sign up all for, like you can see everything. I don't even know what she's probably updated and put something that I haven't even seen in the last month or so in there. This woman does more for us. She's like our, what do you call it when you, den mother? When we're in college and we're like kids playing around and goofing off and going out when we're supposed to be studying. No, there she is, wheels us right back in. And I get both of them, both her and Linda. In like 2 weeks, we get to see each other in Dominican for free. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to stop talking for a minute. Go for it, Julia. I know you want to. I know you want to.
I didn't know if it was my turn, though. I was like holding back. I didn't know if Nikki or Rosemary or Amanda or someone else wanted to share. I am just so excited to see you ladies. Happy Valentine's Day. When I was a little girl, my mom would always give us Valentines from Cupid. I always think that is amazing. I just looked at my phone. I've been so blessed to have some love coming in from some of my family members today, all of us talking to each other and having a good old time. It's been wonderful. So I have to tell you that I don't know if you guys know this about me, that I'm a marketing consultant for several years. That's what my background was. So it wasn't really just graphic design. It was like building websites and helping businesses, and mostly helping independent business owners to make more money. And that was always the focus. When I was a kid, my dad and mom owned their own business, and I was about 8. And I went into my dad's office, and he had this wall with all these little cards on them, and they were like postcards, but long and skinny. And I remember I said, Daddy, what are those? And he said, those are bill stuffers. So when he would send out somebody's invoice, he would have a bill and he would put it inside. And it was to remind them all about why they do business with my dad. And I said, oh, that's really cool. What is it called? And he said, that's called marketing. And I said, well, I want to do that. And so that's where I got hooked, and that's what I like to do. But it's funny because every smart business owner knows that multiple income streams is what equals financial security. But I know, let's be real, you don't really have time for a second full-time job, right? Like, I know. So that's where passive income comes in, and passive income is the answer. So that's why I like to show entrepreneurs how to add a luxury wellness brand into their business with no additional stress. And that is what this is. It's effortless, it's stable, it's scalable, and it's built for long-term wealth. And I know that this is what works, but what really backs that up is excellent compensation and an amazing community. And I say that because there are a lot of different nutritional and nutraceutical products on the market, but there's nothing like this. This is completely different than anything I'd ever heard of. And this is a product that I wanted to share with business owners, independent business owners, as well as teams like chiropractic offices, wellness centers, and things like that, that could add in a sustainable product that would keep people coming back for more and more and more over long term. So I've been using this product now for 4 years. I look completely different than when I started. If you believe in quantum jumping, it looks like I've had a quantum jump into a different timeline because I look so different than where I started. I feel like a completely different person, but I also have a network of people that I can lean into and that know the real me. I was listening to Dr. Oliver Reed, a few minutes ago, and he talked about cross-contamination, and he talked about being yourself and being your real self. And I will tell you, I was getting ready for this call and thinking to myself, the people that I knew in my old life, even people I went to high school with, I don't think they really know me like you all know me. The real me, the loving me, the me that shows up. And I can show up as my authentic self to you all because I have real true health now and a way to build wealth and something to show you all that is just unbelievable. And that's my healing love story, because I work with people who are so open with telling me how much they love me. And I am so open with telling you how much I love you. I don't feel embarrassed or, oh God, what will they think? I just can bring that energy and I can show up that way. So thank you for letting me show up today. I love you. I love you very much. And I love you all that are on this call. It's like, I don't want to cry because I could cry about how touched I am by everybody who comes here. And the other piece of the love story is this. Thank you for loving yourself. It's easy to love a partner, a parent, a pet. A partner, a parent, and a pet. It's easy to love a partner, a parent, and a pet. It is harder to love yourself, especially, and I know this is a throwback statement, especially as a woman, but it's true. You as women, you as men, you as entrepreneurs, love yourself. Give yourself some real love. Give yourself the gift of staying healthy so that you can build your business. If nothing else, try our most basic immunity product, which is my favorite flavor by all means. It's called Grow and tastes like grape. Build your immunity today. Do not wait. Get on, yes, Grow. Nikki's holding it up for us. Get on that product ASAP and share it with every single person you love. And if you love somebody who's a sole proprietor, tell them how imperative it is to build another income stream and to build their immunity, because those two things are the only insurance policy that I have ever had in 22 years of running, 23 years of running my own business. Thank you. I love you. Happy Valentine's Day.
Can I just add this, because Julia did not discuss this, and I hope she doesn't get embarrassed or anything, because I know she's talked about this before. I'm just going to add this puppy to the actual, so Beauty, BTY, is not only great for collagen for your skin, but also for your ligaments and tendons, because as we get older, they all get weaker. But if you add this to the grow that my Vanna White over here just showed a minute ago, Nikki Cruz, the grow and this will do wonders for your hair. So Julia had not that long hair, and now she has hair past her butt, past her hot little butt. And look how long it is. And I'm not joking. More hair. The problem I'm having with, which is one of the reasons I'm wearing this now, is that my hair, I've been taking a little extra grow because it's February and I like to go outside, and I sometimes will get a sore throat and sick. And so I'm taking some extra grow. I'm giving it to my dog as well, just so y'all know. I don't have kids, but if you have kids, I'd be giving them to there. And it's making my hair grow. And now I have a bunch of these little hairs that are all growing in, and they won't sit, so I have to put this thing on it. So I've been wearing hats and different things. You'll see me on there, which is totally okay. That's such a good problem to have, right? And yeah, and also your ligaments and tendons could use it as well. And who doesn't want to stay healthy? Does anybody actually want to be sick? Like, come on. Oh, anyways, can we just talk about this product for like 1 minute before we go on to the next person? This is our brand new product. There was like 3 or 4 of us together the other day, and we're trying to decipher what exactly it's done for us. And it's so good. It's actually called Lifetime. And now there's 2 Vanna Whites here, myself and Nikki. And it's a stem cell regenerator. Listen up. You heard me right. Stem cell regenerator with a telomere extension, not hair extensions, telomere extensions. Like, okay, if you didn't think it was possible, it is. And it's all in a candy form. It tastes amazing. It's mango flavor. And you can get it from me or any of these beautiful females. Whoever you feel drawn to, that's who you should go to. So we were sitting around trying to figure out what this has done for us, because we've been taking it now for about 2.5 months. And I'm like, I can't pinpoint exactly what it's doing for me, because like let's say with this one, it'll give me energy. And I know that it'll give me energy, and I'll feel the energy. And I can tell you 2 hours from now, I'm going to still be, you know, jumping up and down, and I won't need coffee. With this one, it's a little bit different because it's long-term. All I know is I can think better. I can see better. I feel better. I'm doing more. I tried to do this new exercise to try to, because I have a bad knee. So therefore my thighs are not as strong. And so now I'm doing this exercise that I haven't really been able to do for the last 5 years. And I'm like, okay, I don't know, but I think I'm stronger. I think I'm more energetic. I think I'm healthier. I just think I'm healthier overall. And I can think better, even though we have the most amazing brain product, which I have a number of clients now taking for dementia, for ADD, ADHD, and I have a bunch of ex-pro football players and pro hockey players that are using it on their several, I don't even know how to say this properly. Now I'm trying to create my own English language. Severally accumulated concussions over the course of their careers, anywhere from 6 to 18, I've heard. Okay, pretty intense. And this has been helping all of them. So it has helped my friend's mom's sister, has pretty advanced, yeah, I know, pretty advanced Alzheimer's, and she hasn't been able to recognize her own sister for the past 2 years. And she started giving her the brain, and now I've added this, but this is just now because we just got the product. It's brand new, and she's been able to recognize her for the first time in 2 years. That's the kind of awesomeness that I'm talking about. In a candy that tastes good. No choking, no grossness, no nothing. No nothing. So I'm going to stop talking again. It's hard, but it does happen once in a while. I'm going to ask Rosemary to share one of her stories with us. She has a really great testimonial that I love listening to. Go for it, Rosemary.
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's always a pleasure to be here. Lovely to see you all, and happy Valentine's Day to all of you. I hope you're having an amazing day. I was introduced to this through Marianne, probably be about, I'm going to say a year and a half ago or so. And I had already done all those things. I've taken things, I've taken supplements, I've taken, shakes and all sorts of nutritional stuff. So like everybody, I was a little bit skeptical and I said, I'll try it. I'll just give it a shot, see how it goes. And we talked about some of the issues that maybe I was going through that, to sort of steer me in the right direction of which lozenger to take. And two of them kind of came up quite strong. And one of them was my sinuses, my breathing, throat issues that I had. And it was already mentioned earlier today, but it was ALT, was suggested to me, and air. And both amazing products. But when I first got introduced to it, I said, okay, I'll try it. I'll give it a shot. And it's candy. Who doesn't love candy? And it's all nutrition, fresh fruits and herbs and all sorts of wonderful things. So there's nothing that's going to interact with anything else I was taking. And I was taking other prescription medications, and I thought, and a lot of people have said that to me, will it interact, or will it, will it confuse the issue when I'm taking, blood pressure pills or whatever? And I said, no, it won't. And it doesn't. But the best part of it, actually, and I haven't mentioned this before, is that if you're a dessert person, that's what I do for dessert. I will pop one of those in my mouth and I don't need any dessert. So that's another little plus on that. But there were a lot of products and I narrowed it down to a couple, one of which was the ALT for my breathing and my sinuses, of which I had a lot of problems with. But the second one is the one I'd like to talk about a little bit about, and it was around joint pain. I had a lot of sort of arthritic joints, hips, knees, that aging thing. I'm not old, so anyway, I got this aging thing where my knees and my ankles and everything are starting to kind of act up on me. So she introduced me to a product called Soul, SLD, sorry. Yeah, we all got it. It's here. I got it. I use it every day. And it's for like inflammation in the joints, all that stuff. And the second one on there is this one, STP. And that is for the pain, muscle pain, joint pain, all of those, which I had a great deal of. So I started taking them. And while I was taking them, an event was coming up, which is the reason I wanted to mention them. And up till that point in my life, and I mean in my life, I never wore heels. I couldn't. I had very weak ankles, and I would, I'd kind of roll in my ankles all the time. So I never wore heels. And anyway, I was going to this big event, and I was thinking, you know what? I want to try and get something new for myself, get a new outfit, whatever, for this. And I came across looking for new shoes. And yes, of course, I went and looked at the flats, but I came across a heel, like a real heel, 2, maybe 3 inches. I'm not sure, I remember. Fell in love with it. Had to have them. And I thought to myself, okay, I'll try it, see how long I can wear them. And I'll take my flats with me so I can exchange it if the time, was that I needed to change them. So maybe it'll last an hour, half an hour, I don't know. But I took both pairs of shoes to the event. And you know what events are like. You're up and you're down, you're walking, you're talking, you're all over the place. You're not sitting still. I put them on first thing in the morning at this event. Approximately maybe about 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. One of my coaches came up to me and told me how great I looked. My gosh, you look amazing. I've never seen you in heels before. Oh my gosh. It was at that point that I realized that I had been wearing heels all day long and I didn't feel any issues. There was no pain, there was no stress. My knees, everything were okay. And I totally forgot that I was wearing them. That was when I realized that I'm sold. This is it. I can't live without it. And I can't. I've been taking them all the time now, ever since I first started. And when I talk to other people about it, they get sold on it too. So it's like, wow, something that really, really works. And those are just two of the very many products that are out there. And I do take a lot of the others, some of which were already mentioned, but these two are the ones that I really wanted to talk about because it changed my life for the better in that I love wearing heels now. And it's nice to be able to wear heels and go to an event and not feel like I'm going to fall apart and stress. So thank you there very much for that. I can't live without them. And like I said earlier, it's candy. Who doesn't love candy? And just popping one in your mouth every once in a while is a good thing. But the fact that it's like candy, having the benefit of all natural fruits and herbs is amazing. Perfect combination of whatever they put into it. Each one are different and each one are connected to a particular part of what your issues are, whether it's your heart, whether it's your lungs, your kidneys, your breathing. I can't say enough good things about this product. I'm sold for life.
Yay.
Thank you.
Me too. And I just want to say, I just happen to know Rosemary. She lives down the street from me. Well, half an hour down the street, but still, nevertheless, down the street. And she just recently moved. And can I just can you just tell us how old you are? If you don't, I
How
will.
old?
Yes.
70.
70. She did have obviously some help moving, but she's been unpacking the whole time. And it's been SLD.
I boxed, I packed, I did the moving, I shuffled bins and boxes.
Yeah.
That would never have happened in the past, ever.
And yeah, that's really, really, I just wanted to bring that out. But I love her story about the heels because that is imperative. Like I wouldn't be doing this summit. I would have woken up. I wouldn't have been able to. I took a couple of SLDs because it's always good to take down inflammation. So I use that one a lot for a lot of my clients too. I refer them out. Almost everyone has inflammation. Okay, put it this way. If you're over 40, you've got inflammation. If you think you don't, you're kidding. Like you're really kidding yourself. If you're over, I'm going to go out on a limb and say if you're over 30, there's going to be someone.
I'm over 30, just a little bit.
If you're over 30, you're going to be suffering from some level of inflammation. If you're active, this is, so that's why that one's good. In the meantime, I just wanted, so Amanda won't be able to join us. She's stuck at the doctor. She's having some blood work done and she thought she'd be done. So she won't be here and Tammy has to work. So we get extra talk time. I want to talk about this product, which is hugely important. If you are looking for gut health, if you have any kind of digestive issues, MLS is amazing. And the biggest sort of superpower the MLS has is, thank you, Vanna. The biggest a plus that it has is that it will kill off parasites. So if you think you don't have parasites, joke's on you, you do. And if you have a pet, you have more parasites. I give this to myself and to my pet, my dog, and anyone else who comes near him if they want it, because if I love my dog, I will never stop hugging and kissing him until the day he has to cross the rainbow bridge, or I do, one or the other. But I am giving him these because I want him healthy. My dog is 10 and a half and behaves like he's 3. Even the vet didn't think he was 10 and a half. Even the vet said, "Are you kidding?" He goes, "I thought maybe 4." And I'm like, okay, 4 times 2 plus. And this one in conjunction. So this will kill off the parasites. It will take off a lot of the inflammation. You should add the SLD, the one that is for inflammation. And you should do my other favorite product, which is the visceral fat killer. The visceral fat killer. The visceral fat killer combined with the parasite killer. You want health? You want good health? Here you go. These two. Boom. And I lost 16 pounds in 1 month with this product alone. This product. You add this to it and you can't even imagine. And get some extra water into your body. And 3.5 inches off my hips. And I believe it was 2.5 or 3 inches off my waist. That's all I'm going to say. I didn't try that hard. All I did was go for a half an hour walk, maybe once a day, or maybe I did it in 15 minutes and 15 minutes. That was it. Like, I mean, I do that anyways because I have to walk my dog, obviously. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to let you talk to Vanna White now. Nikki Cruz, please tell us about your experience, and I will try to find the product. I don't know what you're going to talk. Oh, are you going to talk about air? Because I have that here.
I'm going to talk about air and my favorite, NRM. You know, I've not been a great believer in natural products because people tend to say, "Oh, stop taking your medicine, take all natural products." Well, that immediately turns me off because I've had health challenges all my life. And Linda shared on a group I was in about these products, and I thought, okay, well, let me just find out. And just to be supportive, I actually went and got a box of this from a distributor with absolutely no thoughts of taking them or that it would work. I was just supporting her business. And you know what? My sugar was high one day. I am diabetic. My doctor called me a type 1.5 diabetic because I'm insulin dependent, but I am a type 2 diabetic. And my sugar was high, and I thought, I'm so tired of these shots. And in fact, I was just too lazy to get up, go to the fridge, and get the syringe. So I thought, okay, well, these are on my desk here. I'll try one of them. And I put it in my mouth, and I thought, this is sweet. How can this possibly help me? My sugar was running at 234. I so distinctly remember. And within 10 minutes, it had dropped. I took one. I just took one. Within 10 minutes, it was down to 195. Within an hour, it was down to 110. And if you're diabetic, you know that that's within normal range. Now, I thought, okay, well, that's coincident. It wasn't actually this because I have to be a doubting Thomas. But the next day, my husband, who isn't on insulin, sugar was sky high. It was over 300, which is kind of dangerous. So I said, okay, well, try one. I still didn't really believe it was the NRM that had done it. And NRM helps your body and normalizes your sugar levels. So I gave him one, and within an hour, his sugar was down to 270. And he took another one, and within an hour, his sugar was down. Now, I know this because I have a sugar meter. So this was one way. You know, often you take things and you don't know if it's doing anything. So I have proven results on my sugar meter, my glucometer, that this works. So I thought, okay, nice one. That's a great coincidence. Nice, healthy supplement. Tastes good. I'll buy a box just to keep you just in case. Then one day I wasn't feeling too good. And being asthmatic, my breathing wasn't good. And I moved on to the next product, which was, I'll let Marianne be Vanna White at the moment, is my air. You can tell I've got a lot of boxes around me. Air. And air helped my breathing. And being asthmatic, you worry about all the allergens and everything around. So what did I take for that? And I really started to care it. But you know what was amazing? I just want to know if it works. I don't want to know what's in it. I don't want to know all these scientific things and all the rest. So how do I know what to take? I phone someone in the community. First touch, Marianne, she always has the answer of what to take. What the compensation details are. Marianne's a bit like me. Don't ask her for those kind of details. So we've got Julia. So we use our community so powerfully. Julia trains us on how to actually functionally work the business. And we all share the knowledge we've got and the experiences we've got. This is not something you get into because you want to go and hide in a corner and stand on your own. This is something you get into because you love other people enough to want them to be healthy. And you love yourself enough, be healthy yourself. So starting off thinking, oh, I'll never have all these products. Well, you've seen me hold up a few boxes. I have every single one of the products here because when there's something that somebody is struggling with, I want the opportunity to be able to help them and say, look, this works, try this. So for me, I'm super passionate about this, about all of these products, because I've heard the testimonies, I've seen them work, and just like the others, I've got all this crazy hair growth that I have to try and control, all this new hair, because I'm also taking the BTY, what it's done for my skin. And if you don't know what to take, think about what you want. If you're looking for the beauty product for the hair and skin, it's called BTY, as in beauty. Sugar normalization, NRM for norm. I just think that if there's any ailment, any challenge you've got with your health, call one of these ladies and ask what can help with it. Because every box has a 30-day supply of these amazing lozenges that you suck. And somebody said to me, how do you give it to your cat? My cat, we thought, was going to die. And I started giving my cat candies. Marianne was telling me what to give the cat. The cat was just knocking these off the table. My cat is fine. And you know what? How do you give it to the cat? You dissolve it in water. That's all. You dissolve it in their water. You don't expect the cat to sit there and suck it unless you're a little bit nuts, which we all are, because we have an amazing happy. So on those days when you're just struggling, when you're a bit overwhelmed and you're all uptight and anxious, you can take some relax. It'll make you sleep. Don't take it if you're about to go into a meeting, please. You can take some relax, and then you can take some happy. It sounds like a joke, but it works. And I have somebody close to me who suffers with bipolar disorder. So their brain is often foggy. So they take brain, and you can tell the days when they've lost their brain. Literally. You can tell the difference. And we actually walk around going, where's my brain? Where's my brain? Because it really is a powerful product that you get to use to help you get rid of that brain fog, get that clarity, especially if you've had the flu or been sick. Okay. I've been on so many medications all my life. They're addictive. They produce solutions, yes, but they also produce problems. These candies don't produce problems. I have a joke that says when you have more than one medicine bottle next to your bed, it makes babies. Ever noticed how it grows and you've then got hundreds of medication bottles next to your bed? Well, the only reason this makes babies is because you're adding another amazing supplement because you love yourself enough. So on Valentine's Day, what are you going to choose to spoil yourself with? Which candy are you going to choose because you deserve it? Connect with one of us. It's amazing. I did not believe this stuff would work. I don't know the technology. Well, I kind of know the technology about it, behind it. But when you need those answers, I can refer you to someone who does. And the training provided about the candies and about the business is unmatched in any other community I've ever been in. So it's all about you. It's about how you want to love yourself and how you want to love other people. Because once you've started using these, you'll want to tell everyone about it. And now I'll be quiet and hand it over to Marianne.
Oh, I have to talk again. Oh my gosh, poor me. I did want to mention that I've had now a few clients now that have taken this after having a pneumonia or while in the process of having pneumonia. It's air. Although ice is good too. And this is so powerful. And not only that, but it will actually take down a fever. No joke. I've had it on myself. So I know for sure that it's real. It will take down, I'm not going to say it's going to take down your fever. It might react differently in your system, but it probably will. Now, if your fever is like 100 and something, I don't know what, like really crazy, you might have to go see a doctor. Don't be, trying to play with just this, but I don't get very, very high fevers. I just have, this. And so for my lungs, I've always suffered with bronchitis and sinusitis. Like those two are my big ones. So Alton Air for me, like this will clean up the mucus inside of your brain like nobody's business. Plus there's so many good things in here. Even if you didn't have anything wrong with you and you just took it, you'd be awesome and awesome. But I did want to not let Valentine's Day go by without talking about heart. So I take heart. I didn't have a heart attack. I don't really have deep heart issues that I know about. I mean, I could eat better, couldn't we all? But I eat pretty okay. But my circulation is a little bit slower, because I'm a little bit older. It slows down as you get older. That's the reason I use it. My friend who had a heart attack at 44 and has to watch everything, she uses it and she says she feels absolutely amazing. Blood pressure, high blood pressure, low blood, or whatever, it'll balance. And just in general, it'll make you feel better. How much time do we have? Oh, I definitely wanted to talk about HPR, which is basically a liver support / mild liver cleanse. Super easy. Do not take too many of these because if you go to bed and you take them, which is the best time to take them, if you take two at the same time, which I've done, you will wake up very angry because one of the emotions that sits in the liver is any kind of anger we might be having. And I'm sure we all have some. So just stop trying to pretend you don't have any. That's probably not going to happen. And I remember taking two one day. I woke up and I'm like, why am I so angry? Like for no reason. Nobody did anything. Nobody said anything yet. And nobody was here. Lucky doesn't even talk. He's my dog. And I'm like, what? Why am I so angry? What's happening? Anyway, so that's that one. We also have hormone balancers, both for men and women. This is the testosterone balancer. For some reason, I cannot find my power for women, which is really great, calcium, iron, etc. for that. This one will help to balance out your prostate, gentlemen. And for anyone, whether men or women, it will help to strengthen your bladder. That's all I'm going to say on that note. I do want to tell you just some of the things it is not and some of the things it is, I guess, because it is halal and kosher. It is dairy-free, gluten-free. It's vegan. It's non-GMO. It's nut-free, alcohol-free, cruelty-free, it's non-toxic, it's drug-free, egg-free. It is FDA approved and it is Health Canada approved. So that is what we have to say to you about our amazing product. APL Go, please connect with one of us and we will be happy to help you. And I see my next speaker is here. Thank you so much, ladies, for joining. Thank you, Linda, for taking time out of work. Julia, out of your crazy busy day and trying to manage the rest of our team and dealing with all of us with our 58 billion questions. Thank you, ladies, for your stories. Brian, welcome.
Hello.
We have Brian Galke, who is a face decoding expert. And he's going to be sharing some really awesome information. And now
Yes.
I stay quiet for a change. I get a break. And Brian's going to talk. Thank you, Brian.
Sure. Hey, quick question. Can I share my PowerPoint?
And if I make you a co-host.
Yeah, I put one together for this today. So,
My goodness, I'm excited. Okay. Make co-host. You should be okay now.
all right, let's see. I want to share.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
Coming here and happy Valentine's Day.
happy Valentine's Day. I know I just got done doing all the shopping for my kiddo, so I'm good. And went and got her, chocolates, flowers, balloon, all that fun stuff. So, yes. So, on today's, since the topic is Love Heals and it is Valentine's Day, what we're going to talk about is how to understand the people in your life better based on what their face tells you a little bit about them. So I do have a fun dating course called Looking for Love in All the Wrong Faces.com. And the whole reason for that was during the pandemic, what happened is everybody went to online dating. Sorry, I'm moving so I can see you guys here. Everybody went to online dating, and it's just kind of funny because what is online dating? It's you get to see a picture of someone and lies down below, kind of like a resume, basically. So I got so tired of people going, well, what does this face mean? What does that face mean? I just put together a simple and easy course for people to figure out. But what I'm going to walk everybody through today is who am I and what can you learn about someone? So I am Brian Galke. I'm known as the Decoding Detective. And it's just how to understand the people in your life that much better. How did I learn the skill in 2010? I met Matt here, who was an attorney who learned how to decode faces for jury consulting. He ended up walking away from his law practice because he, oddly enough, he stumbled across a book about it, something known as physiognomy. And physiognomy is what can you understand about other people based on the 43 muscles in the face and how they're constantly changing over time. So the mind creates movement, movement creates muscle. And it has a lot to do with right brain versus left brain thinking. So sadly enough, if somebody ever has a stroke, since you mentioned that earlier, if somebody has a stroke on the left side of their brain, the right side of their face goes down. And it's the same on the opposite. If it's the right brain, the left side goes down. So the brain is constantly controlling the muscles in our face, and which hemisphere controls the opposite side of the face. But this was actually part of the academic system. The first schools or books on it was Aristotle. And it was until Henry VIII had it pulled out of classes. He said, I don't like the idea that this skill can be used by beggars and vagabonds. And he had it yanked out of academia. But up until then, it was actually part of the school system and taught in universities. And the crazy part is it's still around to this day. And the reason why is we talk about faces all the time. We say things like, take one on the chin, keep a stiff upper lip, I'm all ears. We talk about faces, and we're going to understand why here in just a second, is we've grown up reading books to understand other people. Well, authors and artists used to take courses in physiognomy to do character development. So they would go and study, okay, I'm going to describe this character. This is what they are. I want the audience to understand what they're thinking, how they process information. I need to learn how to describe them in the book. And that's how it was done. And then we've all grown up watching fairy tales, reading Disney movies, cartoons, you name it. Well, what happens is television even impacts us because they will alter an actor's face to fit the character of the mold. And you're going to see an example of that. So when we get to Spock, just remember, I told you this part now. But maps or faces are like maps. And that is, where have you been and where are you today? And people ask all the time, what about genetics? Well, genetics is what you're born with, what you inherit. But the moment you're born, epigenetics comes into play. And that is, how does the outside world impact you down to a DNA level? And like the guy in yellow, we all know somebody who's got big upper body and little tiny legs. That's not genetics. That's choosing what muscles to move in their body. And our face is the same way. We have thoughts, we make a funny face, and our faces change over time. Nobody ever wants to look at me once they find out what I do for a living. So here's a picture of me at 18 versus 38. and how much my own face changed over time. So you can see my ears used to stick out more. My eyebrows used to be straight versus angled like they are today. And then my eyes used to angle down quite a bit. So all those have changed over time. So our faces, as long as we're alive, our faces are constantly changing. They won't necessarily change today or tomorrow, but a few weeks, a few months of you having different thoughts can have that impact. So if you've seen somebody who's ever retired from a job they hated and their mouth used to turn down because why they frowned a lot, and all of a sudden they're smiling again, their face will actually change and we'll say to them, you look like a brand new person. That's the reason why. So where do I normally teach this to? Anybody that has to deal with complete strangers, networking, you name it, all kinds of industries, staff, coworkers. But really what we're here about today is it's a skill that you can use with your friends and family. And sometimes when we're talking about love heals, it's not necessarily a romantic one. I know this is Valentine's Day, but sometimes we need to repair a relationship with a parent, a sibling, our children. So it's just learning how to understand people differently. So here we're going to talk about eyebrows. If you don't think eyebrows are important, go and Google people without eyebrows. And even the celebrities that we feel like we've known for such a long period of time, we don't feel like we know who they are once we take away that one feature. And people used to give me a hard time like, oh, that's a horrible slide to leave up. I'm like, don't worry, I got you. Does it make a difference when we draw eyebrows on kids? So we perceive people based on their eyebrow, more so than we realize we do. And one last example of that is if you have the same person here, we took away one feature, you always feel like you can talk to the person on the left, but not the person on the right. So what I really love about teaching eyebrows is because eyebrows lead to eye contact. That's a lost art this day and age. We're so fascinated with our phones and our smartwatches that we forget to make contact with the person that's in the room. So a few things you can look at is highbrow humor, lowbrow humor. We talk about faces again all the time like we talked about. So highbrow humor is when somebody tells you a joke and you have to think about it and then you laugh. Lowbrow humor is physical comedy, Three Stooges, Jackass, you name it, where you laugh instantly. Well, the reason we use those, it was meant to be as a class thing. Oh, it's highbrow, or oh, that's lowbrow. But what it's actually referring to is eyebrow height on someone's forehead. So an easy analogy is imagine data has to race down someone's forehead to get into their eye. Well, the higher the eyebrow is like a speed bump. So I can only go so fast, go over the speed bump, and then try and speed up again. So when somebody has higher eyebrows, they don't like to be rushed to make a decision. However, if you see somebody like this, where their eyebrow is like sitting right above their eye, that's like putting a speed bump by the stop sign. You can race down that street and you only have to slow down at the last minute. So one of the industries I end up teaching this to is door-to-door salespeople. Why? They have 7 seconds before somebody pulls a gun, calls the cops, or slams the door in their face. But when you're talking to people you love, if you need to make a fast decision and your eyebrow's low and their eyebrow's high, then they are not going to be very happy with you if you keep forcing them to hurry up and make a decision. On the opposite side, if you have a high eyebrow, but the person that you're talking to has a low eyebrow, and you're telling a longer story, mentally, they've left the building. So it's about learning to adapt and adjust to the people that we love. And a good analogy for this is I used to be a horrible traveler when I was a kid. I would say things like, oh, when I went to another country, I'm like, oh, well, they should speak English. And if they don't speak English, well, I'll speak English louder. And that just doesn't really work very well. Well, that's what we're accidentally doing to the people we love, because we're thinking they should think just like I do, instead of stopping and saying, maybe we're the same, but maybe we're different. And if we're different, how do we meet in the middle? And when I was married, we had to use this all the time. So I'll talk about that here in a minute. So another thing you can look at besides eyebrow height is eyebrow shape. Now, even Legos knows that there's 3 basic eyebrow shapes. They're straight, angled, and rounded. And when we're kids, we figured out that game that you could win, you just figure out how to put the right peg in the right hole. Well, faces tell you the same thing. So if you start with, what does straight eyebrows mean? You can just think, get straight to the point. Facts, figures, data. Now, I mentioned before, television influences us, and so does movies. So if you look here, you see Spock. And what is Spock known for? Logic. What did they do to the actor? Gave him straight eyebrows. So even in movies, the special effects and the way that they morph faces and everything else is exactly the same way. Warren Buffett here, known for data. So if someone that you love or in a relationship with has straight eyebrows, that's really how they think. Facts, figures, data. So when you're talking to them, you have to think, all right, I know I want to talk to them about this. What are the facts? What are the figures? What are the data? That's the way that they take in information. Now, the next one over is angled eyebrows. Now, a lot of people think angled eyebrows are a bad thing. It's not. Angled eyebrows are, what's my angle? Help me understand it first so then I can help other people. So if you want to go on a trip with me, help me understand where we're going, involve me in the process, and then I'll help do the research and everything. But I want to be involved versus told what to do when we go somewhere. So when you learn to adjust to people, again, it's just, do they have straight eyebrows? Me, if I've angled, help me, involve me in the process. What's my angle of going along with this? So let's say you want me to go to a restaurant I'm not a big fan of. What's my reason for going with you to this particular restaurant that you want to go to? Once you learn to do those things, it helps heal things at the same time. The last one here, rounded eyebrows people, think about the people around them first and themselves second. These are two very polarizing pictures because people have a love-hate relationship with them, but stick with me. Let me explain this here. The reason we watched Oprah's show wasn't for Oprah. It was for the people around her. Who was she going to interview and what was she going to do for the audience? Same thing with, you look at Elon. Now, take the politics aside. This slide was created before he was in Doge. Is when he got his money from PayPal sale, he could have retired, but he put all of his money into Tesla and then SpaceX. So if you look, he's got rounded eyebrows, and all the places that he puts his money in are things that help other people. So electric cars, let's get to space. It's not about just him. So what you look at is where people invest their money is what their passion is about. So if you see people in your life that have rounded eyebrows, and let's say today's a great day, Valentine's Day, well, if you had flowers sent to their office, then their coworkers and other people around them would get to see them getting flowers, and then would make other people happy too. So you get more bang for your buck by sending flowers to their office than you would bring them home. So it's these little adjustments when you're talking to people. So when you're looking at people, you just think straight eyebrows, get straight to the point. How can I tell the shortest story what I want? If they have angled eyebrows, what's their angle? How can I help them understand it? And if they have rounded eyebrows, they think about other people first. So asking them something that puts them as the front and center of attention, they don't necessarily get. So it's just learning to adjust and adapt to people. Now, the next one over, this is taken from the 5 love languages, but how can you apply it? By learning with faces. So the fuller someone's lid is, I was raised in the day and age of Dr. Seuss. I like to say, the more lid you see, the more they think in terms of we. So if you look at the two people that are in the pictures here, very full upper eyelids. So that's time and attention if you've read the 5 love languages. So if you're dating someone who has fuller lids and you don't have a lot of upper eyelids, like I don't have a lot of upper eyelids, I had to stop and think, I'm going to go run this errand. But if I was dating someone who had fuller lids, I go, hey, you want to go with me on this trip? Because I didn't think to always invite people. Because I was just like, I'm going to go do this. Not in a narcissistic way. It's just the way my brain thought is, I need to go take care of this. But once I learned to stop, if the person I'm working with, dating, whatever, has fuller lids, I go, hey, I'm going to go run this errand. You want to go with me? And they're like, yes. That's learning to invite and make people feel seen and heard. And that's so, so important in relationships. You know, miscommunication is what really degrades most relationships in life. And assuming that people are just like us. Now, on the opposite side, this is more like me. I don't have a lot of upper eyelid. So if people have thinner upper eyelids, they're used to thinking, I need to go do this. So if you're somebody who has fuller lids and that other person in your relationship is going out and doing things without you, ask if you can go along. It's okay. That's how you make each other happy, is learning, what does my face say about me? What does their face say about them? Where do we meet? Where are we the same? And where do we have to meet in the middle? So when I was married before, she had fuller lids. I don't have a lot of that. So I'd have to stop and say, oh, do you want to go with me? What do we want to do together? Because I was so used to just doing things that I needed to take care of, I forgot to be a we person a lot of the time. So then we're going to look at 2 other things real fast, and that is eye angles. We'll tell you how do they take in and process information. I'll tell you why this one's really important. There's 3 basic eye angles that are out there: upward angled, downward angled, and middle angled. So when somebody has upward angles, they're used to hearing the positive. They want to hear about the upside of things. So when you talk to them, what are the features? What are the benefits? What was the best part of your day that you had today? They want to hear about the positive side of things. Now, on the opposite of that is somebody whose eyes angled down. Well, if their eyes angled down, they're worried about the downside of things. What went wrong today? What can we change? What can we do better? Neither one is right and neither one is wrong, but it's learning to adjust. So if I come in and my eyes angle down and I'm focused on what went wrong that day, and I'm talking to somebody whose eyes angle up, mentally they shut down because they're thinking, oh, great, Brian's being negative again today. On the opposite side, if somebody whose eyes angle down, I come in talking about why my day was perfect and how the sunshine was here and birds were singing to me the entire day, then they think, oh, you've got rose-colored glasses. Now, you don't have to change who you are, but you just remember and think, how can I deliver the message so they would hear it? So it's just learning all these things about each other. Now, we're going to go into one last one for dating here. And that is, when you're starting to date people, we say the phrase like, hey, keep a stiff upper lip, because we're constantly paying attention to lips. And if you don't think we are, anybody remember during the pandemic when we couldn't see people's mouths, how hard it was to really understand people? Well, when you look at lip size, like the first two people here have a thinner upper lip. Well, when we say the phrase, keep a stiff upper lip, we want someone to be stoic, stop sharing their emotions. So if you're getting to know someone, let's say it's new in-laws, let's say it's somebody you're dating, it's somebody you're in a relationship with, and they have a flatter upper lip, they don't tend to share information until they get very comfortable with people. Now, once they're comfortable, they'll open up like Fort Knox. But if you are starting to ask a lot of personal questions way up front, they feel like it's like this. You're too much in their face. So you just have to know to slowly wait for them to open up over time. So that's the thin lip, thin upper lip. Now, if you go to the middle, like these two people here, and they have a fuller upper lip, well, that lip is created by talking back and forth. So if you were, let me go back to the thin lip. If you were in a job where you weren't allowed to have a voice or relationship, you couldn't talk, we did a lot of lip suppression like this. And that will actually shrink our lips over time. So people go, oh, it's all genetics. It's not. It's use of the face and the muscles within the face. Now, with modern plastic surgery and everything else, the number one feature being done right now, lip enhancement. Why? Because when we have a fuller upper lip, we're seen as more approachable. And even before there was plastic surgery, look at older women in their 80s and 90s, they would, with red lipstick, would draw larger lips than they actually had. And so that was one of the things is we know that fuller lips are more approachable. If you go to a lot of former communist countries, you'll see a lot of thin upper lips. Why? You were not allowed to have a public opinion outside in the world. Literally, your life was at stake with having that. So if you go to a lot of former Eastern European countries, you'll see thinner upper lips. But when you see people, you can just think, thin upper lip, keep it transactional, let them start sharing information. You can share a lot about yourself, and then when they decide to share, that's good. But make sure you just don't talk about yourself the entire time. You can ask them questions about work and things that they don't consider personal, but don't ask a lot of personal questions till they open up that drawbridge. If they have a fuller upper lip and you only talk about yourself or you keep it transactional, then I think, oh, so this person doesn't care about me at all. It's learning, once again, to just adapt to the person you're talking to. So some recommendations I do for men: if you have a mustache, you have a beard, trim that so we can see your upper lip, even if you don't have one, because if it's hiding, then we think you're not approachable. So I've given that advice more than anything to men. You can have the ZZ Top beard, and as long as that upper lip is showing, completely fine. But when you hide that lip, it's like a barrier saying, stay away from me. Next one over is lipstick. So women, if you have a presentation to make, wear lipstick. It just draws more attention to your lips, especially if you have that little arrow right here called a Cupid's bow. It just helps with that. So when you're looking and talking to people, this is learning to appreciate who they are based on what their face tells you about them. Last one we're going to talk about today is a verbal affirmation line. So from the 5 love languages, words of affirmation are a big one for a lot of people. So if somebody you're wanting to get to know, you're in a relationship with, has that little line right here below the lip and above the chin, that's somebody who appreciates sincere verbal compliments. Some people are title, some people are praise, and some people are pay. This little line right here tells you that they're a praise thing. So a simple, not, hey, thanks for dinner, but wow, that pork chop was amazing tonight, goes a long way with that person. Now, the pork chop has to actually be amazing. Don't just make things up, because we can all tell when people are being insincere. But if I see that little line on people, you can't just say, hey, thanks for dinner. Be something specific that you appreciate that they did, because that's what fills their love tank when they're on here. So the last thing we're going to talk about, and this is a more generic thing, and that is, are you speaking their language? There's 3 ways that people take in and process information, and that is their auditory, their visual, or their kinesthetic. So if they're auditory people, like all the judges you see here on The Voice, larger ears, smaller eyes, not a direct one-to-one comparison, but in proportion to their face, all 4 of the judges have larger ears and smaller eyes. So I would use auditory terms to them. Hey, does this sound like a good idea? Do you hear where I'm coming from? Call them. Send them a voice text. Send them a video text when you want to keep in contact with them. I'm like these 4 or 3 gentlemen here. I'm more visual, less auditory. So when you're talking to me, text me, email me, send me a video text. I do love video text because when we're reading text, we can misread text, we can misread emails, but when videos, we get to see who the person is, what they're sharing. So even if you're thinking about someone and you want to send them a little love text, send them a love video. And if they can watch it, they'll appreciate that much more. Now, back to a story. When I was married, my ex was larger ears, so she was more auditory. I'm more visual. Well, we would drive each other nuts because when it was time to go to the store, she'd be like, okay, I need this, this, and this. I'm like, you better text it to me or give me a list or something. But when she was going to the store, whatever I needed, I kept wanting to text her. And she's like, stop texting me and just tell me what you need. So it's learning to adjust to the person that's doing you the favor is how you adjust. So we had to learn to meet in the middle. If she was the one going to the store, I had to tell her what I needed. If I'm going to the store, you better text me. Because if not, I'm coming back with 2 of the right things and 5 of the wrong things. So it was learning to meet in the middle. And one that's a little bit harder to see is people who are kinesthetic. That's the wide area right here. They're kinesthetic, hands-on learners. Give them something to hold. So rather than send them a text, like today's Valentine's Day, go pick them up a card and write in the card. Something that they can hold makes them happy. So that's how they learn, is hands-on things. Pat on the back, rub their back to let them know that you care about them. It's these little things about our face that tells people the key to make us happy and how to understand us. And it's literally written all over their face. So I know we only had a short period of time today. So with kinesthetic people, what do you do again? Use action words, let them touch it. Huggers. Now, again, don't run around hugging everybody and go, well, this guy said that you got this area here. You have to judge some things. But when you see people in your professional life or in your personal life who have that, test it. Give them a pat on the shoulder. See what happens. But I guarantee you they're going to be huggers versus handshakers with what you do. So we covered a lot while we're here today. If you want to learn more, basically I put everything on social media. So TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube.
Whatever you need, get with Steven right now. He has open work order day.
So yeah, just reach out, any questions. But the thing that we do by accident is we make it about the way that we take in the world versus how everybody else takes in the world. And that's one of the challenges is if we learn to pay attention to the other person and think, how do they take in and process information? What would make them happy? It just makes life easier on so many levels. So with that being said, you are back. Or what questions do y'all have?
Oh my gosh, that was amazing, Brian. I don't know if you saw me. I whipped out my mirror and I'm going, do I have that line? What do my lips look like?
Yeah, it's just learning how to understand people that much better.
But it's true. I'm more like your ex-wife.
Yeah.
Tell me what you want. Stop texting me still. Although text sometimes is good because if I'm with a client, I can't really, and I can't play a voice clip. I'm a voice clip queen. I drive people nuts.
Oh, I know. Because you and I communicate. I'll text you something, you send me a voice text back. And that's how and that's the thing is it's just learning to adapt to each other. So if it's somebody that voice texts me, I voice text right back.
I love that. And I appreciate it because I'm up fast. Tell it to me fast. Don't give me the long version because I by the time you're halfway done, I'm going to lose you.
Yeah.
What was the beginning of the sentence again? And also, I don't know if that's an age thing too, but as I get older, I'm like less memory. So tell me quick and tell me if you can. The only time I can't listen is if I'm on a Zoom or if I'm with a client and I'm showing a house and I don't want to be playing a voice clip. But usually if they're upstairs and I'm downstairs, I can play the voice clip and I hold it up to my ear and it's all good.
And that's just it. Modern technology, like I'll ask people all the time, are you auditory or visual? They're like, oh, I'm auditory because I listen to Audible all the time. I'm like, I get that. That's because you can take Audible with you or a podcast with you. But if you had an hour at home, would you pick up a book or listen to it? They're like, oh, I'd pick up a book. I'm like, see, then you're visual. So people don't know what they are today. That's why this is such an unfair advantage is sometimes people don't even know who they are, how they take in information because they're thinking about how they do things in the present versus what are they passionate about.
So here's an interesting fact. I really enjoy reading books. That's something I typically allow myself. Well, once when I did it with Jose, I did the 75 hard.
Yeah.
And now we did the executive edge thing, which was, so we were required to read 10 chapters, not 10 chapters, 10 pages. So I did it for that reason. But reading a book is something I do on an airplane or on vacation. But I'm an Audible girl, primarily because I am on the computer a lot. And get sore. I don't want any more stress. I want to shut down and I want to listen to the book. That's my, I don't know. I guess maybe
Yeah.
that's
I take it with me to the gym. I take it to me, while I'm driving. I can't tell you what popular music is until my daughter tells me because I don't listen to the radio. I listen to a podcast, Audible, something because it's something I can do. Now, for me, because I'm so visual, I have to listen to Audibles at 1.5 times speed. Because if it's normal speed, I'm like, uh-huh, yeah. And then I have to go and re-listen to it like 18 times because I got distracted by something.
Oh my God, me too. Yay, there's somebody else like me.
Yes.
Yeah, it's 1.5 and sometimes two, depending on how quickly I want to get to the information and how
Yeah.
anxious that day. I'm like, okay, I have like zero patience today. Let's go snap it up fast.
Yeah.
I love it. I am the happiest person on earth that we can voice clip on WhatsApp. I can
Hmm.
voice clip in Messenger. I voice clip everyone, and I apologize, but that's probably not going to change. So.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of coaches who went to Voxer. Why? Because you don't have to remember to save the messages. It's just voice texting like a CB back and forth. And it doesn't get rid of it. Yes, a lot of people who have coaching clients are like, hey, you can have access to me on Voxer because, again, you can misread text messages, but if somebody leaves you a voice message, they usually have to be succinct and think about what they're going to say. And it just helps because you can listen to the tone, what's going on in their voice, what's happening. Yeah.
Wild. Brian, you can also feel free to post whatever it is you want in the chat on my
Sure.
Facebook.
Yeah.
That's where you're going to get your contact info.
Yep.
Brian's amazing. I'm still taking this course, not because I'm slow or anything, but because I just don't have a whole ton of time and I'm working on like, I don't know, a bunch of different books right now. But anyways, thank you so much.
Yes. Of course.
All the time.
Yes. I'll see you in the Facebook group.
So exciting. I will talk to you soon.
You'll voice text me soon. Bye.
Soon, I'm sure. Thank you again so much and happy Valentine's Day and have fun with your baby. Oh my goodness. Daniel Gomez. I haven't had him on here for I don't even know what the last time you were on here. I can't even remember, Daniel. He is one of my favorite speakers. Get ready. Get a pen, a paper, and go speed. Get ready. Do that 1.5 because he talks fast, he talks amazing. You're going to want to write every single thing down. And that's all I'm going to say. Daniel, thank you so much.
My dear sister, happy birthday, by the way. Your birthday was yesterday. Woo woo, 21 years old. Let's go.
Finally, I wish.
Well,
So
yes, well, hope you had a blessed birthday, and thank you for having me on your summit. I'm excited to add value, and I'm definitely going to come from a different angle. So whenever you're ready for me to go, just let me know, and I'm excited to just add value to your audience. So,
yes, to be my guest, Daniel. Thank you. All yours.
all right. Well, good afternoon, everybody from San Antonio, Texas. Yes, that's a real tree and behind me. This is our corporate office here, and I'm coming to you live out of San Antonio, Texas. And today I'm going to give you a message called Loving Yourself. Miriam asked me to give you a special, different message, and I'm just going to be totally transparent. I'm going to be raw, and I'm going to talk about me. Because the truth is this, you know what the problem is in your life and in your business? It's you. Write this down. I want you to write this down, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to start from the very get-go. You, Dr. Reed, has a lot to do with what happens to you. You, Nikki Cruz, you have a lot to do with what happens to you. You, Andre, have a lot to do with what happens to you. And when I really took that and said, Daniel, you have a lot to do, Daniel Gomez, inspires with what happens to you. And I'll never forget, Miriam, about 4 months ago, my dear friend called me. We were just talking about business for 2024, and we had a good year, but you know what? It was a hard year. And we were just talking about what I could have changed, what I could have done. And it was just a conversation that we had. And she said this. She says, you know what, Daniel, I'm going to tell you something, but don't get mad at me. Can I speak into your life? And I said, you know what? Why not? Right? Why not? It was just one of those character building days. And she says, something needs to change within you for your business to grow even more. And she says, can I speak into your life? I said, yes. She goes, God is asking something of you, Daniel, for the next level of business, is what she told me, Dr. Reed. And I said, okay. And this is what she said, Nikki. She goes, don't get mad, but God wants 6 months sober from you. And the first instinct that I said, Rosemary, was what? What? You know why I said what? Because God had been putting that in my heart to let go of wine for a while. So I want you to ask yourself this question. What am I coping with right now in my business? What am I coping with? Love yourself enough to be honest with yourself, because Daniel Gomez Inspires had to be honest enough with himself to ask to say this, right? Daniel, in some times of your day, and sometimes in your month, you're coping on wine because you're stressed out, you got things going on, and you're leaning on wine more than you're leaning on God. And when she told me this, I was like, man, Joy, what? But I was mad at myself, right? Think about this, right? Like, I'm here and I'm not giving up this wine because I'm here, but I'm expecting my business to go up. I want God to bless my business here, but I'm not giving this up. So you're here. What is your right? What is the thing that you're not willing to change? What is the thing, right? Love it. Write this down right now. Love yourself enough to make the hard changes right now on Valentine's Day. Love yourself enough to make the hard changes that you need to make. What's up here that you're not willing to change? And I had to be honest with myself. I said, man, I'm down, right? We even though we had a business in a year in the black, even though we were very profitable, right? I was expecting quantum leaps in 2024. Even though we grew 20%, I wanted a 500%. That's what I was really expecting. So I was kind of like, man, so if I wanted this result up here, something had to change here. And I made a cognitive decision, ladies and gentlemen. I made a cognitive decision to say, Daniel, you need to give up wine for 6 months. That's what God was asking of me. So I went back and I said, God, if this is really of you, like, help me get through this. And the beautiful thing happened is this, is that I won the Triple Crown. Yes, you heard me right. Daniel Gomez Inspires won the Triple Crown. You may be asking, what's a Triple Crown? You're not even a horse racer. Well, mine's better than the horses. I didn't drink in November on Thanksgiving. I didn't drink in December for Christmas. And as a grown man, at a young age of 51 years old, I had my first sober New Year's Eve. Not one glass of wine, not one anything. And you know the beautiful thing about this is as I was winning in November, as I was winning in December, as I was winning in New Year's, and then we just had the Super Bowl, and guess what? It was my first sober Super Bowl in over 30 years. Yes, you heard me right. In over 30 years. Guess what happened to my income? Guess what happened to our revenue? It started going up and up and up. You see, because I had to be honest with myself, with Daniel Gomez Inspires, to make the hard changes that I was unwilling to make. And this is the thing. I told myself, well, I really don't I don't drink a lot. I drink wine every once in a while, but the problem is this. I was drinking wine when I was leaning more on the wine than I was leaning more on God. Let me say it again. I was drinking the wine when I was leaning more on the wine than I was leaning more on God. So what's your coping mechanism? Be honest with yourself, right? This is love yourself enough right now to make the hard changes so that you can really win in 2025. Are you coping on food? Are you coping on pornography? Are you coping with alcohol? Are you coping with work? Are you busy at work, like not facing real life stuff at home with your kids, with your children, because you're getting lost in your work? What are you coping with? Ask yourself that question. And then ask yourself, what is that? Like myself, I'm being totally transparent. Once I gave up being alcohol free, the revenue launched to another dimension. And I don't say that arrogantly. I say that by the grace of God, because I had to make some hard changes on myself. And you know what I realized is, listen to this. I loved myself enough. I loved myself enough to realize that I had to stop believing those limited beliefs that I was still believing. You see, sometimes we don't realize, we think we know it all when we hit, right? You hit 100,000 as a business owner, you hit a 250,000 as a business owner, and oh, I'm good. You hit 500,000, 1 million, wherever you're at right now on the scale. And then we become Mr. Miss Know-It-All, right? And we think, oh, well, things not bad. This is the lie I believe, Nikki. This is the lie I believe, Rosemary. Is I said, well, we built $1 million business with me drinking. I was drinking wine, God, Miriam. I was drinking wine. I already hit millionaire status like I did it drinking wine, so why do I got to change now? That was the lie I was telling myself. But the exponential growth that you want, ladies and gentlemen, in your business, the exponential growth that you want in your life, the exponential happiness, the exponential joy, the exponential relationships that you want is on the other side of what you're not willing to change. And you have to love yourself enough. You have to love yourself enough. You have to love yourself enough that even on the days you don't feel like it, you got to push to do the things you don't feel like doing. And for me, it was taking time to be honest with myself and to say, Daniel, this has been on your heart for many, 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 many weeks already. God has been whispering that to give up the alcohol, to give up the wine. And I did it. And I can tell you that I don't even know what's going on inside of Daniel, but I'm changing for the better. And not that I was a bad person, but this is what happens, right? There's more self realization that goes on because you're clear headed and you think a lot clearer. And I never thought that I would ever be at this season in my life where I would say, man, like, I really don't miss drinking wine. I really don't miss drinking mixed drinks. I don't drink. We went and had a wonderful dinner last night. We celebrated an early Valentine's Day dinner with me and my wife, and I drank water. And I'm sharing my heart with you because what is it that's keeping you really from going to that next level? What's the hard change that you're not doing because you're believing the lie that you need it? You're believing the lie. You're justifying something within yourself. You're reasoning with yourself and you're thinking, what is it? And some of you need to love yourself enough to accept a higher increase in your business. What do I mean by that? I had a coaching client yesterday. We had a great coaching session yesterday. One of the best days of her lives. They received an engagement ring. The engagement ring, when they went to go pick it up, they saw the value of the ring. It came out in the purchase as they were there hitting its sides and everything. It was over a $5,000 ring. It was a nice ring. And one of the things my client said was, I don't know if I can receive this ring. I don't know if I can receive it, right? It's an expensive ring. It's a $10,000 ring. And as we were just talking, I asked her, I said, can I reflect something back to you? She's like, yeah. The fact that you think that ring is $10,000, that it's way too much for a ring to be given to you, tells me that you're not valuing yourself the way you should value yourself. And some of you need to love yourself enough to value yourself more. Some of you need to love yourself enough to receive, listen to me, to receive at those higher levels. Because the only reason you're stuck at that cap, whether it's a million, whether it's half a million, whether it's 250,000 or 100,000, is because, write this down, your net worth is equated to your self-worth. Your net worth is equated to your self-worth. And until you allow yourself, till you love yourself enough to allow yourself to receive those higher revenues, those higher wages, those higher paying coaching clients, business partners, whatever it may be for you, if you don't allow yourself to receive it, you're not going to receive it. And this is what happens. I want to give you some insight. This is what happens. I talk about it in my book, The Makings of a Millionaire Mind. How many people have you known that have a good week, a good month, maybe they even had a good year, and then this is a lie they tell themselves right here in their mind, in their brain. They say, was it a fluke? Did this just happen by chance? They don't believe they deserve it. They don't love themselves enough to believe they deserve it. And then that's where the self-sabotage starts, Nikki. That's where the self-sabotage starts, Rosemary. And then you're like, what happened to so-and-so? Where did they go? Well, they hit a certain level of success and they didn't love themselves enough to reach and stay at that higher level, right? Because anybody can hit something once, maybe even twice, but to sustain it, it takes the new identity. And write this down. You have to love yourself enough to embody the new identity that God's asking you to embody. You have to love yourself enough to embody the new identity. What is that identity right now? You're stuck in imposter syndrome because you're not loving yourself enough to embrace the new identity, and you're self-sabotaging yourself, you're procrastinating, you're overthinking it, you're having analysis by paralysis because you want everything to be perfect. Because you know why you want everything to be perfect? Because you're not embracing the new identity. That's your problem right there. So love yourself enough to embrace and embody the new identity. Well, what do you mean, Daniel? Well, let me explain, right? On this side of the wall, we have our huge award-winning podcast of the year, the Daniel Gomez Inspires Show. And then over here, we have our book publishing division. And the thing is this, is that the identity that Daniel Gomez Inspires has is to me, I'm the number one motivational speaker in the world. The world will know who Daniel Gomez Inspires is in 2025. That's one identity. My second identity is I'm an award-winning podcaster. When I started my podcast, hear my heart in this. Hear my heart in this. I had to love myself enough to receive that podcast, because when I started it, the question I asked myself was, who's going to listen to my podcast? Who's going to listen to my podcast? That's what I said. But I was already winning and speaking. I already had a successful speaking business. But when that happened to me, I was like, man, there was a little bit of imposter syndrome there that I had to overcome. And then when I wrote my book, The Makings of a Millionaire Mind, I procrastinated on that too, because I'm like, well, who's going to read my book? People are going to hate me because I'm talking about money. I'm going to get pushback. So I delayed the writing of my book many, 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 many weeks because of imposter syndrome. Because I'm like, well, who am I to be talking about money? And God says, no, they need to read what's in your heart. They need to read what's in your book. The world needs it. And you know, we've sold thousands and thousands and thousands of copies, over 30,000 copies of our book, The Makings of a Millionaire Mind. And we've changed thousands of lives worldwide. Imagine if I wouldn't have loved myself enough to receive that level of success in a book. Think about that. So what is your thing? What is your thing that you're not loving yourself enough to receive? What is that identity that you're not embracing? What is that identity that you're not embracing? So I want you to really take a moment as you go through the rest of this day on Valentine's Day. It's everybody saying Happy Valentine's Day. God is good. God is love. Yes, God is love. God didn't create you by accident. The reason you're on this watching me right now, it's not by accident. Nobody who watches me speak is by accident. So I really want you to think about on this Valentine's Day, right? Sometimes we love so many other people except ourselves. And I really want you to take a moment to love yourself enough. Look yourself in the mirror. Get with yourself today at some point and just speak to your own self. Speak to yourself. Look yourself in the mirror and say, what is that one thing I'm not willing to change? Or maybe for you, it's two, that's hindering my life, that's hurting my life, hindering my business. Because I want to be here, but I'm not. I'm down here. And for me, like I mentioned, I was totally transparent with you. For me, it was alcohol. I'm proud to say that by the end of this month, I'm going to be 4 months alcohol free. 4 months alcohol free. I feel better than ever. I don't miss feeling groggy. I don't miss feeling. Thank you, my sister. I appreciate that. I don't feel feeling foggy headed, whatever you want to call it. I don't miss it. And the truth is this. A dear friend of mine, Tommy Bonner, said this. He goes, Daniel, I love you, man. You're crazy. You're more fun when you're not drinking. I said, thank you, Tommy. He goes, oh, and by the way, Daniel, I'm gonna give you this advice. I said, what's that, Tommy? He says, man, I've never had anybody tell me they quit drinking and their life went to shit. Let me say again. Tommy Bonner said this, Daniel, I've never had anybody tell me I quit drinking and my life went to crap. And you know the truth? My life wasn't crap. It hasn't gone to crap. We're only going up. We're still winning. And you have to love yourself enough not to care what other people say. right? I don't walk into a networking event. I don't walk into a conference. I was just in Virginia Beach. I'm going to Atlanta. We'll be in New Orleans. We have so many events that we're going to go speak at. And I don't walk in there and say, I used to drink or I quit drinking. No, I'm Daniel. I don't drink. If somebody says, hey, you want to, I don't drink. Simple as that. You don't have to explain yourself. Some of you, you feel like you have to explain your whole backstory when there's no need for you to explain no backstory. Why? You don't owe an explanation to anyone. So love yourself enough to make the tough decisions. Love yourself enough to go out there and be who you created to be. Love yourself enough to let go of those Achilles heels that are hindering you. Love yourself enough to make those hard changes to get to where you need to be at. Right now it's February 14th. We're 6 weeks into 2025. And maybe you haven't had the start that you want. People are saying, man, Daniel, business is slow. I'm like, you know what? Business for us, we're breaking records. We had a record-breaking January. We're going to have a record-breaking February. Our team is doing amazing. But I had to change. Listen to this. I realized I had to change in here in my brain and my mind and my inside of me. I had to change in order for things to change. And some of you right now, you're not loving yourself enough to be honest with yourself. You're expecting things to change. They're not changing because you're not changing. Your thinking's not changing, right? Your brain's not changing. You need a brain changer moment. Is what you're needing. So write down, as we're coming to the end of this, write down what are 3 things in your life? What are 3 things in your business that you need to change? And be honest. Love yourself enough to be honest with yourself. Like, love yourself enough to stop lying to yourself. The lie that I was telling myself, I'm speaking to me, right? I'm coming to you from a place of transparency, because the lie I was telling myself was this, was I can't have a good time without drinking. I can't host an event without having a big mixer and me buying the first round of drinks. That's the lie I was telling myself. And the moment I got rid of the lie, the moment I stopped believing the lie, my life changed. And I can guarantee you that soon, this year, I'm going to be unrecognizable to many of you, because that's how dramatic my change is going to continue to be. So just know this, and I'm going to end with this story. If today somebody told you, Dr. Reed, if today somebody told you, Nikki, if today somebody told you, Rosemary, Andre, that you have 2 weeks to live, you have 2 weeks to live, the question I want you to ask yourself is, what would you do differently? What would you do differently? Would you love yourself enough to be happier? Would you love yourself enough to be more appreciative of things? What would it be? I want to give you a gift. I want to give you part of our PDF. Text the word millionaire, just the word millionaire by itself. No emoji, no nothing. Just millionaire to 210-942-5059. That's 210-942-5059. And I want to give you a complimentary PDF to help you start changing the way you think. And then what I want to do for my sister Miriam's audience is, I want to give you a complimentary discovery session of 30 minutes. Send me an email and put Miriam as subject line, Miriam's name, and email me at daniel@danielgomezspeaker.com. That's daniel@danielgomezspeaker.com. And I want to give you a complimentary 30-minute discovery session and see how I can help you. Because, right, I've made the hard decisions. By no means have I arrived, because I'm still on my journey. But I can tell you, I started loving myself that much more because I'm worth it. And you know what? You're worth it, ladies and gentlemen. So have an amazing, amazing Valentine's. And if anybody has any questions, please feel free to unmute yourself. I'm here to ask any question. Sister Miriam, if you have any questions, I'm here to pour into y'all still. So whatever I can do to add to your audience, thank you so much for taking time to listen to me. And I'm just speaking from my heart today, because I was told to talk about love.
So thank you so much for being so vulnerable and honest and authentic. Thank you, Daniel, so much. I mean, I don't really know you to be anything else anyways. So I did see a cup that said Daniel Gomez, and like DG.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I'm like, I want one of those next time I see you in Maryland again.
Yeah, so this was the first cup. So we gave this out. This cup's like 5 years old. It was from our first sticker shock.
There you go.
So we gave it out. But yes, I'll tell you what,
Eh,
I'll get you one.
Oh, awesome. And I had the pleasure of meeting Daniel and his beautiful wife last year in October, it was, right? In Maryland? No,
Yeah, it
sorry.
was
Here it was in May. This year it's going to be in October. So I look forward to that. Thank you so much. So the contact info, if you will, go onto my Facebook page in the chat underneath the
okay.
live. So that's the best place to put it. And then also, if anyone can't find it and you can't find it in the chat, just connect with me and I'll connect you on Messenger chat because that's where I live. That's my address.
Yes.
Send me postal codes there. Anyway, so that's the best place. Daniel, can you tell us which year you won the podcast of the year
In
award or
2020. In
2020?
2020.
Oh,
We wanted in 2020. I remember that I went to go speak in Sacramento, California, and then I met Tom Bilyeu. I shared the stage with Tom Bilyeu, and I met Alex Stern, the co-founder of Constant Contact, billionaire, and we just became friends. And I was saying, God put it in my heart to start this podcast. And he goes, we're just having a conversation. He goes, dude, I'll be a guest on your podcast. I'm like, you will, Alec? He goes, yeah. And he gave me the confidence to do it. And after that, we had Alex Stern, we had Brad Lee, we've had some. I mean, it just we won 2020, and I just cried because I really faced imposter syndrome because even though I had success underneath me, Miriam, I was like, who's going to listen to my podcast? And I think that happens a lot to people
yeah.
around us.
Apparently everyone's gonna listen to your podcast. But it was so funny. I'm like, didn't he win? And I'm like, which year was it? And I couldn't remember because it was even my coach, Robert J. Moore, who said, oh, Daniel Gomez, yeah, he just won something for like an award for his podcast. And I'm like, I got to get myself on that podcast.
Yeah, we need to get you on there, as a matter of fact, for sure.
Let's do it for sure. But always super enriching. Yeah, we do have. Oh my gosh, we're so ahead. So after you is Jose, actually, who you also know because Daniel's with us in the group, and it was Jose's event in Maryland that we where do you guys live? You and your wife live where?
We live in San Antonio, Texas. San Antonio, Texas.
Right, because I gotta at some point, you, Michael Faber, uh, um, Spencer Jones, like beautiful invitations all the time, and I really want to go one day.
Yes. Well, if anybody has any questions, please feel free to. They can ask any question if they want to ask a question.
Going on.
Nikki, I think Nikki unmuted
Well,
herself. You have a question, Nikki?
well, Daniel, so encouraging and so inspiring because I've just launched my podcast. And I can tell you, I'm going to be inviting you on as a guest. I'm doing the first lot on my own. And I think a lot of that is just to build up the confidence. And knowing that you went out there and did it, already having that achievement with imposter syndrome. And the questions you put forward to us this morning are really heart-wrenching. What is it that's holding me back? What is it that God is calling me? I say God because I'm a Jesus freak. What is it that God is calling me to release and surrender so that I can receive his greater blessing? And
Yes.
that's putting it in my language. So powerful to sit down and spend some time examining yourself. So just awesome talk. I think you were on the first summit I ever attended with Marianne, and I remember sitting here going, this
Yes.
guy's got it. So thank you. And thank you for your vulnerability. People hide too many things away and then they don't get to deal with it. So appreciate it. Thank
Yeah,
you so much.
and Nikki, you're welcome. You're welcome, and I'd be honored to be on your podcast. And I think like right, I wasn't an alcoholic. I didn't drink a lot, but I drank enough to hinder me from where God wanted to take me. And sometimes we make the excuse of, well, I don't eat too much. I don't shop too much. I don't do this too much. Well, are you doing that a little bit too much where it's keeping you from being where God wants to take you? And I think that's the part that many people miss.
Yeah. And you don't have to be an alcoholic to stop drinking. You don't have to be a shopaholic, just cut down a little, will you?
Yes, yes. I mean, there's just, I mean, I tell you, I don't miss it, right? For me, I don't miss it, and I'm just a more patient person. I see myself being more patient. I'm more compassionate. And I'm that helps me to be more loving to our customers. We've implemented so many new process and procedures that it's a different high level of thinking, and it shows up in my daily walk. So just I recommend everybody right now, whatever it is that you're not doing that you need to do, that hard thing, love yourself enough to make those hard changes.
True. And you know what? I'm not a big drinker. So when I go to events or anywhere, if I'm anywhere, everyone's like, "Oh, do you want, don't you want a drink?" Like that. It's kind of funny the way we do this. If I say I just want some mineral water, I don't like pop. It's like the only bad for you thing that I don't like. I like chips, I like cake, but I don't like pop for whatever reason. I don't like drinking sweet stuff unless it's hot chocolate with marshmallows in it. I really don't want it if it's sweet. And so
Yes.
here, because I love sweet food, I could eat that until the cows come home. And I always get questions like, "Oh, did you like stop drinking?" And I'm like, "No, I drink. Honestly, I drink when I feel like it, but I don't feel like it that often because I'm almost always the designated driver. And so just on that, I'm not going to drive and drink. That's an absolute out of the
Yeah.
but
Well, the thing is this, right? I realize when you say I quit drinking, people say, "Well, what's wrong with you?" Like nothing. Like, why do I have to drink? There's nothing wrong with me. So the wisdom that God gave me is just to say I don't drink. So when
yeah,
you hear from I don't drink, well then, but when you say I quit drinking, well, what happened, right? Like you open yourself up, so you got to have the wisdom to articulate the right words. And I
yeah.
just say I don't drink.
You know what? If I
And you
feel
know what? And you know what? It's I'm not even exaggerating. I'm probably saving just with everything because right, sometimes buy somebody drinks too. We had Valentine's Day last night. Last night I think our bill was like $100 even plus a tip, right? 100 and whatever. But normally that bill would have been like close to 200 because of we would have had and that would have been another. So literally we're saving thousands a month, and I can't even. So I'm excited, and thank you for having me here, Miriam. I'm excited to be here. Just thank you for, I wanted to make time. I appreciate it. And Rosemary says repeat the offer. So I'll put it in. So Rosemary, text the word millionaire to 210-942. As a matter of fact, let me type it in there real quick. That way people can see it. You get the free PDF, and then you're going to get a 30-minute complimentary discovery session. It's not really an offer, it's just my giveaway to serve the community here. Text
you,
the word right millionaire.
you can put it in this chat here as well as the one on Facebook.
Okay. Text
Perfect.
the word millionaire to 210-942-5059. And you're going to get, I just put the chat in there for you, Rosemary. You're going to get the millionaire PDF. You can frame it. It's really, really nice. And then you're going to get a complimentary discovery session with me at no investment, no cost. I just see what I can coach you to and help you with complimentary 30-minute discovery session. And that's my gift to y'all on that. So, but I'm excited. And any other question before I sign off?
I'm just checking the chat to see if there is any.
Okay,
All I
no
see,
worries.
I'm 6.5 years sober, says Ivy. Congratulations, Ivy. Congratulations to anyone who is, doing any kind of, because I think everything is addiction. I think food is an addiction. I think shopping, back to that. I did a lot of shopping therapy when I was leaving my husband because, stress, right? So stress eating, stress shopping. I'm not huge into alcohol, but this is equally as difficult to leave. So anyways,
Yeah.
much I got to get you on my podcast as well now. My meditation.
Yes, we'll do a podcast swap and then also a session. So just, ladies and gentlemen, click your discovery session with me. I love to help you. It's amazing just being here with y'all guys, and love yourself enough to make the hard changes is all I can say because I'm doing it. Is it easy? It's never easy, but you know what? On the other side of it, it's worth it. You can either, I'll end with this. You can either do the hard up front and get the easy on the back, or you can think the easy in the front and then it's hard as crap on the back. And I've learned do the hard up front. That way the easier gets better.
Oh, you heard it. This is a great deal. Thank you so much for offering that. Daniel, thank you for coming on and sharing. Thank you for being so authentic, and just thank you. And everyone take advantage of his deal because he's a big deal. So
Thank you, love. I appreciate you. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
thank you. Have a great day. Thank you. So I think we now, let me just see. I don't think he's arrived yet, though. We're waiting for Jose is the next speaker. But until then, Nikki and I will talk a little bit about bank code. What do you think, Nikki?
If not, why not? I mean, what an awesome follow-up to Brian's talk.
Right?
Because how we get to see people's faces is a huge, when we understand it, we can communicate better.
That's right.
But what more do we get to communicate about? You know, other than, as Marianne said, if you need anything, reach out to her. Do it via voice message. I'm telling you now, Marianne is the voice message queen.
Definitely am. And most of the time, I don't have time. And if you're driving, so I'm just going to tell you, I do a ton of work while I'm driving because I drive around a lot. Like I will go out. I just have another client. This will be my 1, 2, 3, 4th listing in a specific place that everyone has a really tough time selling. But because I understand it so well, I'm now getting literally all the sales for that area. And it's 2.5 hours away from where I live. For me to drive 2.5 hours, you better believe I'm on the phone a lot. I have done coaching. I've done my coaching clients. I've been coached. I've, chatted, done deal, done whatever. So voice clip while you're driving, can't read. How am I going to read and drive? No, I'm not there yet. And I haven't taught my dog yet how to read. So anyways, yeah, the bank code's so amazing. If you want more yeses in your life, more yeses when you're selling, and don't make selling such a bad thing, because bank code will absolutely make sales fun. You will be deciphering all 4 personalities. First of all, you get to figure your personality out, which is so much fun, right? I did it with Andre the other day. I don't think he's on just yet. I think perhaps he's gone a bit. And I love, because people love hearing, reading, finding out more about themselves. That's the first thing.
Yeah.
Second link, and it takes literally, like honestly, 1 minute, 2 if you're really slow to fill this out. But if you knew approximately, like even if the first 2 shift and change around a little bit, at least you know who you're dealing with, and you knew what they were all about, and you now know. So I have an A and an N. So I'm nurturing, but I'm also action. So I don't like long stories. I want to give me the short. I love point. Please give me point form. Do not give me the entire paragraph. I probably won't even read it. Don't send me a long email. I won't read it. I won't. I see it. I'm like, oh, no, I can't even. Unless it's something from the government that I need to fill out. No way. So now that versus the person who needs a lot of detail. So if you're me talking to that person, and if you think they're going to go for short and sweet, they're not. You better give them a lot of detail, because it's not going to work any other way for them, right? And for them, if you're having an in-person meeting, or if you're having a Zoom meeting, you better not be late, because if you're late, it's over. And really for them, on time is about a half an hour or so beforehand. With me, it could be 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Now, if it's a half an hour late, I'm probably on to the next call. That's just crazy, because you have to respect people's time. But if you're I don't care if you're 5 minutes late, right? And then
I'm just knowing what to expect from other people's reactions, knowing how to communicate with them, So how do you know whether one person minds if you're going to be late or not? How do you know whether it's a Marianne or that other person? And this is what's so powerful about bank code.
Yeah. So
you learn, like reading the faces, you get to learn even more than just faces.
Right. And it's perfect. Like Nikki's a huge nurturing, right? So when I see Nikki, when I meet her in person, I'm going to hug her anyways, but she's not going to really appreciate a handshake. She's going to go for the hug. If you see a friend, you better not hug them. And if you see a K, you better not hug them because they don't even want to be touched. And also they don't like being sold to, so they need to feel like they're making up their own mind, you know, so you can give them a ton of information, but be ready for them after the 25,000 questions that you've answered for them to go home and rethink it some more, because that's what they have to do. So anyways, I do see Jose here, and as much as I'd like to continue talking about it, we're going to stop because I know Jose has to get on to a vacation. I believe they're leaving or packing or something today. So Jose, if you can hear me, we're going to bring you on and let you out of here on time so you can catch your plane. Jose's going to Dominican Republic. When he comes back, I'm going. So we did not schedule this. He did not check with me. I did not check with him. Jose Escobar is the CEO of where a lot of the people from today came from, Connected Leaders Academy. And so with that, I give you the amazing Jose Escobar, my friend, my baby brother, and just like my colleague and just a wonderful human being. Thank you so much, Jose, for gracing us with your amazing speaking for today. Love heals. Take the stage.
Good afternoon, family, friends, all of the above. First of all, great to see Nikki Cruz in the house, Andre Paradis. Good to see you, my friend. None other than Reverend Dr. Marianne Padjan. Always, always a blessing being on your stage, being in the same room with you, breathing the same air, even if virtual air. It's always great. So, and you're obviously wearing the appropriate colors. I should have wore a little bit more red. I'm wearing my burgundy, which is close enough, and representing Washington Commanders here. But anyway, yeah, today is Valentine's Day. How appropriate that you selected a day that my wife gave me a hall pass to be a part of the summit, even though she's like, you should be loving me right now. I'm just kidding. She's not that demanding. She's not that demanding. She's actually very casual about it. Because she understands that love is not a particular day. Love is not a particular holiday. Love is not something that we decide to all of a sudden go head over heels on a particular day to say, hey, let me remind you how much I love you. I think that's a daily choice. And it's a daily commitment that we have made to each other, right? And I just saw something from a priest, not from my church, but from a priest that was just on social media. And he said something to the effect of, you know, marriage is essentially, the perfect marriage is two imperfect people, an imperfect husband and an imperfect wife that commit and choose to never give up on each other. That is love. That is what we're talking about here today, what I'm talking about here today, at least from my perspective on love. Now, obviously, we can take love to a higher level and we can talk about what love really is. And in my opinion, take it or leave it, is God is love, right? God is the actual definition of love, is God, because love is God and God is love. Everything derives from love and everything derives from God, and they're interconnected. So there wouldn't be love if there wasn't any God, and vice versa. So that's how I see it. Now, from there is the love that we extend to our to the people that are alive, right? First of all, to ourselves. We got to love yourself, very important. And then if you're in a serious relationship, you got to love your spouse, right? You got to love your children. You got to love your parents, your friends, your clients, your neighbor. Love thy neighbor, all those wonderful things. And I've heard many times people say, oh, well, how can I love my neighbor if I don't like them? How can I love my neighbor if they're annoying? They're always blasting music at 2 a.m. when we're trying to sleep. How can I love my neighbor who never looks at me when I try to wave over at them and say hi and they just ignore me? You know, how can I love my neighbor when they know I'm out of town and they see like a bunch of boxes stacking up in front of my house and they just leave it and let it rot and let it get rained on, instead of trying to maybe move it under some kind of a shelter and maybe be a good neighbor. And I can keep going. How can I love this, ex-client of mine that just screwed me over? And the list goes on. So love is not so much like I got to love them with emotion in the sense that I have to like you. It just means I have to respect you, and I have to be kind to you. So let me, I know today is about love heals, right? Love heals. Not so much love in the word love, but love heals is today's topic in this summit. And yes, love heals because love is a powerful thing. Love is a powerful entity that's derived from divinity. And if we know that we're spiritual beings and we're connected to something greater than us, right? Everything that's been created has a creator, right? If we know that we stem from love and we were made, in love, then we have what it takes to love inside of us. Because what is love is what created us, and we are created out of love, and that's kind of what it is. And we can look at it from the perspective of, initially assuming that someone was married and they were married and they had children, then they were derived out of love, which was the intention of where children come from, right? So that being the case, and I'm not a pastor or a priest or anything like that. I'm not looking to preach from the pulpit. I'm just giving you my perspectives, my 2 cents while I have my time here. So when it comes to love, in terms of today is Valentine's Day, at least here in the US, I assume it's in Canada, same thing, right? Okay, excellent. So there are many times, folks, where I will wake up and I am not necessarily feeling it in the sense of how much I love my wife, right? Let's just be real. And she, don't worry, she won't get offended when she sees this publicly. There might be times where I'll wake up and I'm not necessarily feeling it. I'm not like, oh man, I just want to go and love on Katie today. Or, oh, I just want to go out of my way to serve her today. Like there are days where I just don't feel that way. There are days where she might say something to me that might annoy me or might frustrate me. There are things where she might fall short on something and I might get slighted or feel offended. There are times where she might offend me and not even know it. There are times where she might offend me and she did it intentionally in that moment because there was a heated moment and she just wanted to get under my skin and decided to say something or do something that might not have been appropriate, right? Now, keep in mind, my wife and I never cross lines with each other in terms of, fighting and stuff like that, bickering. Any relationship out there, tell me one that doesn't have disagreements, and I will tell you it doesn't exist, right? Because again, a wonderful, happy marriage, the perfect marriage, is an imperfect wife and an imperfect husband who choose to love each other and are committed to each other no matter what. Right? They're going to be there no matter what. They refuse to give up on each other in their imperfections. So going back to Katie and myself, all the examples I just gave you, there's many other examples to where I will fall short with her. And she will be like, oh, well, that wasn't very nice, Jose, or when you did this, you made me feel this way, and, this and this and this. And sometimes I might be conscious of what I did intentionally, or I might be unaware that I did something, right? And sometimes things might be unintentional that offend her, and vice versa. We're different people. We're different personalities. I am an extrovert. I am very much in your face. I like to talk to people. I like to meet people. I like to be around people. I like to have fun. She is more reserved, introvert, would rather talk to less people, and is perfectly happy and content, right? We're very different people. So in everything, almost literally in everything, we're very different. Now, when it comes to foundational, ethics, principles, morals, values, we are very much the same. When it comes to personalities, we are very, very different. But, excuse me, that's what makes our relationship special. That's what makes it fun. If we were both the exact same, except in male female, it would be kind of boring, wouldn't it? Just a thought. So when it comes to love, Katie and I choose every day to show up for each other. We choose to love each other in the good times and in the bad times. The vows that we agreed to, the vows that we made when we got married, those were not vows in the moment of this is how I feel right now, and I might feel differently 5 years from now. I might feel differently 10 years from now. Those were words that we agreed to, that we vowed to, that we made a commitment to. And can I tell you something? Commitment means all in. Commitment means no retreat. Commitment means there is no turning back. There is no back door. There is no spare key. There is no rear view mirror to keep staring at. Commitment is commitment. Decision is decision. Marriage, my friends, is a commitment. Love, my friends, is a commitment. I am committed to my wife. I am committed to my children. I am committed to myself. I am committed to the Lord. I am committed to my family, my parents, my brothers. I'm committed to my friends. I'm committed to my clients. Because commitment is a word that is tossed around, but very few actually care about that word anymore. We have to be committed to the things that we say we're committed to. Otherwise, don't say it. So, a couple of things when it comes to love, right? Love is, in my opinion, and I use that word on purpose because I don't want to come across like I'm coming from the pulpit or like I'm preaching or like I have arrived and you haven't. That's not even remotely what I'm saying. I'm giving you my opinion, right? Now, my opinion, for the record, is derived from the teachings of the Catholic Church because that's my perspective. My opinion is derived from what I lived as a child growing up in a household with my parents who now have been married for 50 years as of this past December. And my opinion is derived from my experiences that I've experienced in my own marriage based on the values and the principles of what I've followed. And that alone, okay? So take it or leave it. In terms of love, love is a verb, okay? It's not a noun, right? So for example, like, I love my wife. There's this great book called The Servant. And I believe it's, I forget the author's name. It'll hit me, but it's called The Servant. And it's a world-renowned book. It's a bestseller. I'm sure many of you might have heard of it. I believe the author is James Hunter. James Hunter, The Servant, A Simple Story About the True Essence of Leadership. If you've never read that book, folks, I tell you, get the book. It's called The Servant. And in that book, I read something in that book many, many years ago that completely changed my paradigm on what love really is. Love is a verb, folks. It is an action. It is something that we decide and commit to doing, right? So there was, in the book, there's a story about this pastor who was kind of doing premarital coaching and counseling with a soon-to-be married couple. And he asked them, so what exactly brings you two together? Why do you guys say that you guys want to get married? And you know what their answer was? Well, because we love each other. We want to get married because we love each other. Okay, what does that mean exactly? What does that mean, we love each other? Can you take it one step further? Can you peel back the onion, the layers of it, and tell us a bit more about what that means to love each other? Well, you know, she's beautiful. He's handsome. He likes being an athletic guy. She's an athletic woman. We both like to work out. We get along. We have similar interests. Our families like each other. All of those things I just mentioned, can I tell you something? That won't last, folks. That is not enough to say, I want to marry this person. Because guess what? She might be beautiful and gorgeous today, but 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, is she still going to be, in your opinion, hot like you saw her from the very beginning? Is she? I don't know. I don't know. Are you going to find her attractive forever? Who knows? Is she going to find you attractive the way she sees you now with your six-pack that might turn into a one-pack at some point after a few years of marriage, right? Is she still going to find you attractive then? I don't know. Time will tell. When you get married till death do us part, right? Through the good and the bad, through sickness and health, what happens if someone gets cancer? What happens if, heaven forbid, my wife has, breast cancer and they remove, that? What happens if I lose a leg in an accident, in a car accident? What happens if one day my wife has to roll me around in her wheelchair all the time? Or and I can give you story after story after story after story of things that can happen in life. What happens if part of the fact that we love each other and like each other is because right now we're young and I'm professional and she's professional, we have great careers and we're crushing it financially, and we're like, well, I like her because she's smart and she got highly educated and so did I, and we're making great money. What happens if I lose my job one day? What happens if I have no money? What happens if we're broke and in debt? Will you love me then? These are things to think about, folks. These are some things to think about, because everyone is so fast to jump into a relationship. And guess what? As fast as they jump into one, that's as fast as they'll get out of it. We got to start doing some vetting work in what we're doing. We got to start vetting our future spouses, right? We got to spend some time and ask ourselves, are the things that matter the most in alignment? So going back to this story of this pastor talking to this young couple, oh, we want to get married because we love each other. What does that mean? And when someone no longer is attractive to you, when someone doesn't have that money they had before, when somebody is no longer able to take care of themselves, when somebody is no longer praising you like they were before, when somebody no longer is interested in what you're interested in, are you still going to be there for them? That's a question. So what is love? Love is more than that, way more than that. And if there's love, love can heal anything. If there's love. So the question is, what is love? Love is a verb. It's an action. It is something that you do, not something that you just say and feel. You know how many people say, and I've heard this so many times, well, we just grew apart. Well, if we grow apart, what does that mean? That means that we are not growing together now. Somebody doesn't get divorced overnight. Somebody doesn't hate somebody overnight. Somebody doesn't get backstabbed overnight. These are incremental decisions that compound over time, positive and or negative. So you got to ask yourself, how am I living? How am I showing up in my marriage? How am I loving myself? Because you cannot give what you don't have. When I got married, I didn't say I want to marry Katie because she's going to make me happy. Oh, no. I married Katie because I knew she had what it takes to add to my happiness. And I was going to add to her happiness. And us adding to each other, complement each other, and looking to serve each other is how the game changes. So it wasn't about she's going to make me happy or I'm going to make her happy. No, it's not what it's about. It's deeper than that. So love is honesty. Can you tell your spouse anything? I can tell my wife anything. Can Can you be truthful? Can you be honest? Right? Honesty is huge. How selfless are you? You got to be selfless. Love is selfless. It doesn't mean you think less of yourself. It just means you think of yourself less. I'll say that one more time. Being selfless doesn't mean you think less of yourself. It just means you think of yourself less. What can I do for my wife, Katie, today? How can I make her smile? How can I show her in my actions that I love her, not just saying I love you? How can I support her today? Is there something I need to forgive that she might have done to me? And I'm happy to forgive fast. Do you know how many couples out there in society today go to bed upset with each other just about every other night? Can I tell you something? That leads to resentment. It leads to bitterness in your heart. It leads to this turmoil that builds over time. And like I said, when somebody decides enough is enough and I'm leaving you and you're leaving me and we're not meant for each other and we grew apart, that happened over a series of poor decisions. It didn't happen overnight. Kindness. Are you kind to your spouse? I am super kind to Katie. She's super kind to me. You won't see me cursing at her. You won't see me raising my voice at her. You won't see me trying to physically harm her. You won't see me throwing something across the room. You won't see me putting a hole in a wall. You won't see me doing things that are unkind. You won't see me try to intentionally sabotage her. You won't see me belittling her. You won't see me doing anything that would be unkind, because love is kind, right? There are many things that love is, but love does not come down to a feeling. Because can I tell you something? Feelings come and feelings. Can somebody put it in the comments, please? Go. Yes, thank you, Marianne. Feelings come and feelings go. So going back to that story in the beginning when the pastor said, why do you guys want to get married? Oh, I want to get married because we love each other. Okay, that's not enough. What else? What does love even mean? Well, he's attractive and and I find her attractive and he finds me attractive. Oh, that's nice, but that's not going to last. Okay, well, we get along. Okay, well, maybe right now you do. Maybe you won't someday. Okay, well, we both enjoy fitness. We both enjoy comics. We both love Netflix. So we have similar interests. Okay, well, that can change too. There has to be more depth to this. And I will wrap up because I know my time is nearing. And I see the great Spencer Jones in the house. Big shout out to Spencer. So love, above all these things I just mentioned, and there's more, but for the sake of time, love is commitment. Are you committed to this other person? Are you committed to your children? Are you committed to your spouse? Are you committed to your parents, to your siblings, to your cousins and uncles and sisters and aunts and friends and clients? If you say you love them, words, your actions speak so loudly, I hear not what you say. Oh, that's a good one. I'll say it again. Your actions speak so loudly, I hear not what you say. Too many people are throwing around, I love you, I love you, I love you. Do you now? Your actions don't say that. I love you, but I just cheated on you. I love you, but I just hit you. I love you, but I just threw something across the room that shattered and, whatever. I love you, but I walked out on you. I love you, but this and no. Your actions and your word needs to be in alignment. Very, very important. And love is commitment. You got to be all in. The chicken and the pig. We've heard that before. And if you haven't heard it, we all eat turkey. I'm sorry, we all eat bacon and eggs, right? The hen that laid the egg that we eat, the eggs, right? That hen was involved, meaning it laid the egg, we ate the eggs, and that hen is still running around alive. In order for us to eat bacon, folks, the pig had to die. That's commitment. The pig had to die for us to eat that bacon. That's the difference between being involved and being committed, right? The egg and bacon, the hen, the chicken, and the pig. So think about that story when it comes to commitment. You got to be all in. You got to be willing to be all in when it comes to this. So I want to make it adamantly clear that love can heal all things. Love can heal all things, yes. But we have to truly understand what love is. And I said it at the top of the talk earlier, and I'll say it at the bottom here at the end. God is love, and love is God. And we are created in that. And we have the capacity of that because we are created from it, which is love, and love is God. And if anybody understands the Christianity, then you'll understand that we were created in the image of God, which is love, right? So we have the capacity to love, and we have to understand what that means and what it is and what it is not. And love is, again, a verb. It's the actions. It's what we do with it. It's the commitment. It's the all-in mentality. Remember this, if you don't remember anything at all. If you're married out there, and I'm speaking to the institution of marriage because it is broken in today's society in a lot of ways. I'm speaking to the institution of marriage because it's a very powerful one, because children derive from that. And that is very simple. A perfect marriage is an imperfect wife and an imperfect husband that never give up on each other. That is powerful. We have to understand that we have the capacity to love. We have the capacity to be committed. We have the capacity to change the world with love. Even in the midst of turmoil, even in the midst of challenges, most people out there that are probably watching this, and if you don't know, my family just went through hell from Christmas all the way up until now. One devastating thing after another. But guess what? I love my wife today more than ever, and vice versa. And my children. You know why? Because there's commitment there. And because love heals anything and everything at all times, no matter what. So that is my message. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone out there. I hope you're enjoying your day and your loved ones. I know I will. And thank you again, Marianne, for this amazing platform and for all the phenomenal speakers that you always bring to your global virtual stage. Thanks again. Take care. God bless.
Thank you so much, Jose, especially that this is like a crazy busy day for you, as is every day pretty much. But yes, and thank you for sharing and speaking about your family. That's my favorite thing about you, is you have the most amazing family ever, like 6 kids, people. And it's been a tough beginning of the year. Boy, oh boy. Thank goodness you're all good now, right? And you get to go on a vacation, thank goodness, which is more than deserved.
This too shall pass, as they say, and it has passed. So nothing but green on the other end, and we're rocking and rolling. So thank you again.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and have a great time. Spencer Jones. Spencer's second visit. I am so blessed to have him here. I am going to shorten my talk, and we're going to go directly, 2 minutes over. So we're going to go directly into the most amazing Spencer Jones, another beautiful human being that I had the pleasure of meeting at Jose's event in May last year. we were at a gala event, so you're all dolled up and dressed up, and the fire alarm went off in the hotel, which was fantastic. So we hung out by the door. It was raining, and we kind of stayed indoors but outdoors. So I was hanging out with Spencer because he's got the most amazing suit ever. If you have a picture, show us. If you don't, that's okay. We'll get one next time. With that, I give you the amazing Spencer Jones.
Oh my gosh, that is quite the intro. Thank you so much for having me and giving me the space a second time. Like I didn't offend you enough the first time. I get a second chance at it. So I appreciate that. Oh my gosh, thank you. I'm super excited to be here today, especially, right? Valentine's Day. We're talking about love. Love heals. For those that don't know, the nickname a coach gave me is the Prince of Positivity. And one of our cornerstones with our community, the Energizers, is to respond with love. So Marianne, when you asked me to come here and share today, I'm like, oh, heck yes. Like, I'm all in. This is perfect. This is amazing. And how it ties into leadership. So I'm really, really excited to share that. Hold on. I'm pulling up a picture of the suit. That's why I'm looking down. So here's the suit that Marianne was talking about. Let me blow it up there for you. So that's the suit. You can't really tell too much, but it's like a bunch of smiley faces that looked like it was hit with paintballs. So that's the crazy suit. I have maybe like 10 plus different wild suits like that. I just like dressing up, having fun, right? Enjoy life. And that's what I hope you do. I hope that you enjoy life. You live your life to the max, or whatever you want to call it. Live your best life, live at the dash, whatever. But live your life to the max. And for me, I was really good at living other people's dreams and making those a reality, but not mine, which led me to a lot of frustration, a lot of doubt, a lot of anger, and not a lot of love, right? Because I found I didn't even love me for all the stuff that I was doing, right? I actually ended up resenting and hating who I was becoming and who I portrayed out to the world. And I want to share a quick story here, but before I share the story, if you could drop in the comments and let me know if you're a leader. Just drop like a thumbs up. Let's do that. Let's drop a thumbs up or a heart, since it's Valentine's Day. If you consider yourself a leader, drop that in the comments, because I want to speak especially directly to you today and about love, because there are two things that don't always go together, right? We don't necessarily think of love and leadership going hand in hand, but yet they do in so many ways. Maybe you do. And through all the speakers today, you probably are like, Spencer, you're late to the game. We've all talked about love and leadership, so that's perfect. Ivy says, always respond with love. Always, always. I love that. So let me share this quick story. So a few years ago, I met with an amazing leader. She was awesome, but she was exhausted. She felt overwhelmed. She felt like she was constantly putting other people first. And no matter what, no matter how much she gave, no matter how much she invested in, it never felt like enough. It never felt like she was doing enough for her team. She always felt like she had to give more. And maybe you found yourself in that boat at times, and I know I have before personally. And eventually, and through us chatting and working together, she found out and realized something profound, that they have been pouring from an empty cup. Right? Maybe that sounds familiar to you. Now, what do I mean by empty cup? You probably all heard the analogy of that you have this cup inside of you, and you're pouring into it and you're pouring out of it. Most of the times as leaders, we're told to give to others, right? Keep pouring, keep pouring, keep pouring. And that's great. We want to serve. We want to help others. But at what cost, right? What is it costing you if you're constantly giving and all of a sudden your cup is empty? It's drained. There's nothing left. Your battery's at zero. That cup has not a drop left in it. What happens? Well, it leads to burnout, frustration, anger, exhaustion, depletion, frustration with relationships, like what Jose was talking about at the end, right? Sharing that love. And man, it's hard to share love when you have nothing left for you. And from personal experience, I struggled to share love with others because my cup was empty and I ended up disliking myself. I said even hating. I'm not using that word out of context. I hated myself of who I became because I kept pouring from an empty cup and following the wrong pathways. I see Ivy's dropping hearts and thumbs up, leading, right? Nikki, love it, love it, love it. Thank you. Thank you, ladies, for commenting. I appreciate it. What she realized, the leader that realized that she was pouring from an empty cup, what they discovered, it changed everything for her, and not just for them, but for their entire team. You see, they realized leadership is not just about serving others. It's about loving you first. Loving you yourself first, without exception, without qualification, so that you can be whole. And when you have that love, right? And I'm not talking egotistical, prideful, say, hey, look at me, I'm the best in the world. Like, no, you just love you fully, truly, authentically, right? You have your beautiful light that you're shining and you're confident in it. You have energy, you have clarity, you have presence, and you lead with love. And that's what we're going to dive into, or some different aspects of that, because that love can change the energy in the room, the energy in your community, your space with you, with your family, and obviously, and of course, with your team. It makes such a big difference. So there's 3 categories we're going to go over here in about the next 20 minutes to hopefully help you lead with love, even more so. One is the power of self-love, especially in leadership, and then responding with love versus responding with fear, which many of us do. And I'm not calling you out, because I've done all of these things, right? Or haven't done all these things at times. And also the last part is the ripple effect, how leading with love can actually create lasting change for your teams, for your organization, for your family. So let's hop in. Now, self-love, it's a month, right? It's a month of self-love. Like, kind of like November's the month of gratitude, which is beautiful. I'm glad that there's more awareness to it. But self-love is not just going for, getting a bubble bath, getting your nails done, going out to dinner, treating yourself to a movie. Those things are great. Don't get me wrong. Those things are fine. But self-love is, one, pouring into your cup, doing things that fill your cup energetically. So whether it's chasing your passions, for me, it's going snowboarding, hiking, watching movies with Katie. And sure, maybe it's going out, getting some food, or getting these little things to, little gifts and whatnot. Great. But it's also learning to love me for me, embracing that I'm human, that I'm going to make mistakes, forgiving myself for those mistakes, and learning to say, hey, Spencer, it's okay. We're learning, we're growing. Learn to love me for me, the mistakes, the faults, the beauties, all of it, and everywhere between. Now, it's not necessarily easy to do, but when we can, and even if we do it just a little bit, it starts pouring into our cup. Right? When we chase our passions, that pours into our cup. When we do things for us, instead of constantly give. I know for our energizers, one thing that they struggle with a lot is it's their cup's empty because they constantly give. As Jose mentioned right before he ended, right? Selfless isn't thinking about you less, or it's thinking about you less and for others more. Like, but take care of you. It's not just saying I'm nothing, I don't matter. No, it's taking care of you. Yes, take care of others, but take care of you, because you're not going to do yourself or your family or the world, your team, whoever, any good if you're not taking care of you. Right? Self-love, when you lead with that, when you lead with filling your cup fills up. Instead of having a cup that goes from full to empty and going anywhere between, imagine what your leadership, what your life would look like if you led with a cup that overflowed. So now, instead of it just being, oh, it's full, okay, it's halfway, now it's almost empty, now it's 3/4 full, and bouncing back and forth, if your cup was overflowing. To me, right, that, as mentioned earlier, that leads to clarity, to energy, to resilience, to presence. When you can do that. Surrounding yourself with amazing people, the speakers here, Marianne and others who can help guide you and show you that way is incredible. To just to see them, and then you can ask them questions and nitpick their brain, or take the courses, and you have the coaches, all those different things to help you. One of the biggest things for me is mastering my energy sovereignty. So what is energy sovereignty? It's basically your energy flow. You have your cup. Where are you pouring that energy into? Where is that excess, that overflow flowing into? And what's the energy coming in? Is it healthy? Is it positive? Is it negative? Is it toxic? What are the energy vampires draining you? It's mastering your energy kingdom, queendom, whatever you want to call it. It's mastering that energy flow. So when you can master it, you get rid of the things that drain you that aren't helpful. You can keep pouring into the things you want, and you're pouring into your cup. Now your cup is overflowing. And that is truly, truly amazing. I mentioned earlier that one of our cornerstones is responding with love, because I see so many people respond with hate, with anger, out of fear. And I get it. I did that for years. I used to judge others. I used to critique others. And let's just focus on judgment for a moment. If we judge, all judgment is doing is saying, I'm better than you are, or you're better than me, right? Which way are these scales going? Why do we have to have scales? Why do we have to judge one another? You're no better than I am. I'm no better than you are, no matter where you are on life's journey. I don't care your age. I don't care about your title. I don't care about any of that stuff. And I hope you don't either, except for the fact of going, oh, you're farther along on that journey than I am, or you're at a different point in your journey than I am. And guess what? I could learn from you. You could also learn from me. We're in the same arena. We're on the same field, whatever you want to call it. We're all the same. We're just at different points. And so if we can start embracing that, instead of judging that homeless person, judging that CEO, judging that millionaire, to the person who's taking your fast food order, if we just respond with love, it goes so far. Imagine we working with your teams. If your team member makes a mistake, are you berating them? Are you belittling them? Or are you responding with love? And that doesn't mean just being, oh, lovey-dovey-dovey with them. I'm not talking romantic love. I'm just saying be kind, be respectful. Lay down the law when you need to. Have those honest conversations, but you can still do it from a kind, caring place. It's amazing what happens when you do that. So that leads perfectly into the responding with love to responding with fear, or reacting with fear. Think about it. For fear-based leadership, you've probably have experienced this a couple times in your life, if you're going to be honest, and that would look like a micromanager. Maybe that's a scarcity mindset, right? There's not enough. We got to hoard everything, keep it to ourselves. Or I'm not going to deal with that. I'm just not going to deal. It's avoidance. Those are just 3 characteristics of fear-based leadership. Now, maybe you've been that person. I'm not here to judge you. I've been that person at times. What happens if we lead with love? What does that look like? Right? If we lead or respond with love, and that becomes our default, all of a sudden now we're building trust. We're building empowerment in our team. And we still have honest communication. We're not burying things. We're not trying to avoid having these tough discussions. Oh, we still have them, but we're honest and we're kind. And it's amazing what happens when you can be loving in a caring, beautiful way that's supportive. It creates a safe place, a place where people can take risks and try things. And then that builds trust even more, and that helps empower them, and that helps you and your organization grow and impact more lives and do all the things that you want to do. It helps you achieve your dreams when you lead with love and respond with love as opposed to fear. It can be a tricky mindset because the world today, at least in my opinion, the majority of the world seems to want us to fear. Fear this person, fear this group, fear this business, fear this, that, the other thing, fear the fact that you can't control your own life, or whatever it is. We see it in commercials and advertising and politics, and it seems everywhere we go. It's based on fear. And I get it. Fear sells. It's not as showy as love. But what would happen if we started to shift that narrative? We started to shift that perspective, at least in our world, in our mindset. We started curating our feed, social media, and feed of life to one of love. I go back to one of my favorite, I would call him a mentor, except I've never met him in person, but he still has mentored me when I watched his shows and read his books. And I look up to him a lot. I'm trying to put him on pedestals because we're all equal, but I loved what he did on his journey. And that's Mr. Rogers. Right? I'm a big Mr. Rogers fan. Love what he did with in the world and with what he could. And you've probably all heard this story before, but because he shared it often, and the story is shared often, is that when he was looking at the TV and it was something going on with the war, and he was afraid, he was scared, rightfully so, right? They're showing scary images on TV. And he expressed that to his mom, and his mom said, look for the helpers. Look for the helpers. And so he could see, oh, this person's helping this person, this helping this person. And he continued to do that. And he taught me, taught many of you, and through sharing that message here and throughout where all the places it's shared, hopefully people start looking for the helpers. What are you doing when you're looking for the helpers? You're looking for the good. You're looking for the positives. You're looking for the love. Now, love can be a tricky word because we think, oh, it's lovey, it needs to be romantic and ooey gooey and all of those sentimental things. Great. But isn't love just kindness? Right? There's different areas of love. It's really a tricky word in the English language because we just have love, as opposed to you look at other languages which have like 3, 4, 5 different words that represent the different parts of love, as in like, everlasting was it agape is like all, I was gonna say all ending love. I can't think what exactly the right term. I should have actually known that before I said it, but that like all encompassing love of everything, right? No questions, no everything asked. But then what about just the love of kindness, of being, of just being open, sharing your life, being authentic? What about that love with the world? Love can happen in the work. Actually, I made a post. Was it this morning? I think it was this morning on LinkedIn. It was a couple days ago. I shared this post on Facebook. Unconditional love. Thank you, Marianne. Woo! I could not think of that to save my life. So thank you. Unconditional love. Agape, unconditional love. Thank you for saving me there. I appreciate it. See, I love you. Thank you so much. So I made this post, and it started with "I love you." It started and ended with "I love you." Not "I love you, brother." Not "I love you because of this." It was "I love you." And then I went on to say, and this is more directed at men, but why as men do we find it so hard to tell another person, especially another man, that we love them? And there's so many different things, right? That tie into that and all the constructs and different things. But again, it doesn't have to be this romantic love. And even I was part of groups that said, "Oh, I love you, brother." Right? I love you, brother. And I still say that because I still love him. But sometimes it feels like a cop-out, if I'm going to be totally honest. Right? "Oh, I love you, brother." Well, I added brother on, so that makes it okay. Instead of just say, "Hey, I love you." Like, "Hey, John, I love you. Hey, Marianne, I love you." Because you know what? The light in you, your energy, your being, I love you. The people that I disagree with, that I do my best not to hate anyone, but people that don't resonate, the people that I discern aren't in the same resonance as I am, that's cool, right? There's people in my life I don't get along with. You know what? I still love them. I just love them from a distance. They don't have to be close up and buddy-buddy. They're just across the street or a block or town. But you know what? I still love them. I still wish them the best. There's people I've had falling outs with. I still love them. I love them of saying, "Hey, I hope you do well. I hope things work out for you. Good luck. I love you. I just don't need you in my life right now because your energy is toxic to mine." Right? That's okay. But I still love them. I'm not causing them or trying to wish them pain. That's not something I've always been able to do. When you could do that to yourself, saying "I love you" to yourself, that fills your cup. When you could say it to other people, that fills your cup. Your team, your community, your family, your organization senses it. They might be able to see it directly, but man, even if they don't see it directly, they're going to feel that energy, that shift, and that's going to change them. They're going to see that because leadership sets a tone. How you lead sets a tone for your community. How are you doing it? Are you leading with fear? Guess what? The people who report to you, who are quote unquote under you, well, the vast majority, not all of them, probably the vast majority are going to lead with fear. If you start leading with love and loving yourself, maybe you share how to do that and teach them how to do that, guess what? They're going to start doing it. And then that's going to shift your whole culture. When you lead with love, you respond with love, you share that energy out with the world, it fosters, psychologically, it fosters this place of safety, a place where you could just be you. You have this safe place to try new things. And when you feel safe, then you're like, "Oh, well, I'm going to try this. Well, I feel safe. I could be open and honest and share this, right? This opinion, this thought. Let's try this idea." And that's where you learn and grow, in a safe place. Then you could take risks and try new things. And that's where business and life can excel even more. when you lead from love. And remember, it starts with you. You set the tone as a leader. You set the tone with your family. And I don't even care if you're the kid in your family, you're the only child, and it's just you and your parents. Your energy could change theirs. I don't care what title you have, what role you have in life. Your energy is felt by the world. You are a leader, even if you're not, quote unquote, a leader of a team, because there are people looking at you, seeing you, and recognizing what you're doing. They might not tell you to your face, but they are there. You are leading. Lead with love. Set that tone, that model of going, hey, I love me for me. I'm going to work at forgiving myself, at letting go of the guilt, the shame, the heaviness that I feel, and instead replace it with grace, with forgiveness, with kindness to myself. I'm saying that for you to do that to yourself and then to others. We are, this is nothing new, but you probably know this. We are all our own worst critic. You can beat yourself up better than I can, better than anybody else can, because we know all the minute and major things we've done in our life. So we guilt ourselves, we shame ourselves, we beat ourselves up left and right. But what about when it's your family member, friend? Are you beating them up as much over those things? Or are you showing them some grace and kindness? Why not show it to yourself when it's your time? When you're beating yourself up, when you go, oh, hold on. I'll be totally open and honest. This morning, I was struggling. This morning, I woke up and I was beating myself up over some past things and stuff that wasn't even necessarily all that heavy, but I just kept repeating, oh my gosh, you're stupid. You made these mistakes. Well, how are we going to do this? I'm like, whoa, hold on, Spencer. Like, what's going on? Like, forgive yourself. It's okay. How can you learn and grow from this? How can we move forward? Give yourself grace. It's okay. Right? And again, being open and honest, did that shift it all of a sudden? It's like, yay, everything's sunshine, rainbows, and unicorns. No, it didn't flip the switch, but at least put a pause button on it, where then I was able to go, okay, now we're starting from at least ground zero here, and we can start building up. And then we started to build up to now where I feel full, I feel energized, I feel ready for life, because guess what? I stopped the energy vampires of my own doing from draining my cup to feeling alive and energized and filled, and my cup is overflowing again. And I'm grateful for Marianne and all of you for helping me be able to do that by giving me this space. Thank you. This was a huge help in helping me kick that fire up and go in again and fill in my cup. What does Nikki say? Energy is contagious, 1000%, right? People feel it, and it brings so much freedom, 100%. When you are you, there's so much freedom in that. You don't need to try to be like anybody else, like what TV shows says. You don't have to be the next Mr. Rogers. You don't have to be the next whoever you idolize. Let's stop idolizing them. Just be you. Take the characteristics of people that you like and go, how can I apply this to my life? How can I make it like me? And then go from there. You don't have to copycat everything. Actually, I like learning from other people. Say, I like this, but I'm not going to use it directly. I used to, and then I felt inauthentic. But when I could take what I like and go, oh, okay, how do I apply this to my life? How do I make this a Spencer thing? Cool. Oh, I wear crazy suits when I speak. Hey, that's fun. I enjoy doing that, right? It's something that's me. Oh, I have long hair. I wear hoodies, and I don't know. I curse and swear often. Not on this one because I've been restraining myself. But like, that's me. Okay, cool. I know that, right? I can do that. Coming back to leadership as we bring this to a close, we often think that leadership is about guiding others. And it is. But it starts with you. Are you leading you to a cup that's full? Or are you leading yourself to a life of misery and burnout by not taking care of you? Filling your cup, loving you for you, shining your light. When you choose to lead with love, loving you, sharing love with your team, this amazing ripple effect happens and the energy shifts. You feel it, your family members feels it, your organization team feel it. It's kind of like when if you ever start working out, losing weight, you're the first person to notice, right? It takes about 2 weeks. You're the first person to notice. Then close family, friend members notice it about 4 weeks after you start. And then about 2 months, a month and a half to 2 months after, that's when other people start recognizing it. It's the same thing with energy. You notice it, close people do, and then more. And it keeps spreading out from there. So I'll end it with this nugget. Marianne, we'll even give you like a minute beforehand. Look at that. But, well, actually, you know what? I'll leave you with a challenge and this little quote. The challenge is this. The next time you find yourself in a tough spot, leadership or not, just like it's a struggle moment you're in, right? You're struggling in that moment. I ask you this, and I'm challenging you to do this. How do you lead from love? What's the response with love in that scenario? Maybe you'll see it, maybe you won't. And maybe you start catching yourself noticing, I'm going to lead out of fear. Okay, cool. That's great awareness. Realize that that's there. And then how can I lead from love? Go back, ask yourself, how can you lead from love? And I'll end with this. Your leadership is only as powerful as the love you give. Your leadership is only as powerful as the love you give. Start with yourself. Thank you, Marianne, for having me. I'm incredibly grateful.
Total mic drop at the end. Love it. I love that it says superstar right above your head.
Thank you so much. Love that.
And put it up there. And maybe I have a door, actually. I could probably put it up there. Too funny. Beautiful and from the heart, as always. It was like I could not do this summit without you. Like, come on. You're going to have a summit on love and you're not going to have Spencer Jones there? What's the matter with you? Spencer, thank you so much, honey.
Thank you so much. I'm grateful for you.
Hook up again over in Maryland.
I can't wait. It'll be a fun time to meet up.
It'll yeah, and I'm taking pictures beside you with that suit. I love that. I think I took some and I cannot find them for the life of me because you know,
it happens. It happens. It was a crazy, crazy night. So next event, we'll get some pictures together for sure.
Yeah, technology wizard, not me. Anyways, thank you so much. I see Kathy is in the house. So have a beautiful day. Have a beautiful rest of the day with your wife. So when he said Katie, that's not the same Katie as Jose. They both have wives named Katie, two different people. Just clarifying. Have a beautiful day. And Kathy, where are you? I see you, you beautiful creature, you. Look at her. Look at her house. I don't know if that's your house or not, but that's gorgeous. Anyways, Kathy is here to talk to us. So I when I do these, I really like to share part of what I do, which is hugely important to me. But also these are really wonderful things. If you're already an entrepreneur and you're looking for a side hustle, or if you're not yet an entrepreneur and you're looking for even a main thing, not just a side hustle. And if you're working and you're looking to get out, we have some side hustles for you and some main jobs. So for me, it's a side hustle. For Kathy, this is full time, and she's going to tell you all about it because she's my expert. I like, you know, the poor Kathy is all I'm going to say. Is again, we talked about this earlier when we were talking about different communication styles. I am a voice clipper. So I leave voice clips for everyone. Now they already know that. So Kathy will be talking to someone and I've got a, you know, brainstorm idea or question, and I leave her like 20 of them. So poor Kathy has to come on to Messenger and go, oh my God, I gotta sit there and listen because I like short. So there are some of them are like 3 seconds long. And poor Kathy has to sit there and decipher them, but she's our expert. And so one of the things that we've started doing, and Dr. Andrea's also, she just recently joined us as well. We're going to talk to you about investing in gold and silver and I believe copper coins, right? And you tell me if I'm wrong. You just correct me, Kathy. with that, I'm going to shut up and I'm going to let you listen to Kathy because she's the expert. I clearly am not. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. It's an honor to be here on this love day. And I love what Spencer had to share. And I really call what we've got to share with you. And I love partnering with Marianne and Dr. Andrea. This is pretty amazing. I call this Love Your Way to Wealth because this is a way that I'm passionate about what we're sharing with you in precious metals. A little bit about my background. I've come from the fine jewelry business. So I had 3 retail stores. I understand the space of gold and silver. And what we're getting ready to share with you is a platform where anyone can get access to gold and silver dealer direct prices with some amazing technology that's never been done before. So as Marianne said, it could be your main thing, it could be a secondary thing, but it needs to be a thing because 100%, this is a way to protect your wealth. And we call it wealth insurance. So let me get right to my slides because we want to make good use of your time here. And thank you for being here to get some information. Oh, I need to send you my request so I can share if you would. Thank you, dear. Yes, and I love Marianne's voice clips. I'm a voice texter as well. So we see, there we go. That's what I want to share with you. What I'm here to share with you today is some wealth strategies. So I hope that optimized my audio and my visual for you so we can get right to this. So I just want to let you know I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not a tax professional. I'm an associate here with 7K Metals, and I'm going to be sharing with you some facts and some details, but we want you to do your own due diligence because gold and silver is considered to be money. But here's what we know. We know that almost half of Americans and Canadians are working harder for their money than ever before, and almost half cannot handle a $400 emergency. And this is the reason why. This is the declining purchasing power of the US dollar. And this dollar is still the world reserve currency. So in 1913, when the Federal Reserve was created, this dollar had the purchasing power of a dollar. But you fast forward to just 2021 on this graph, we have lost 97% of its purchasing power. But when you see in 1971, a very important something happened, and that's when President Nixon here took us off the gold standard. That means no longer did there have to be an amount of gold to back every one of these dollars that they printed. So that means that they're free to print as much as they want, and we know they've been printing a lot. And that makes this dollar, which is the world reserve currency, fiat. And we do know fiat means it's just worth what the government says it's worth. And we have 100% failure rate on fiat currencies around the world. Here's just a few examples for you of what's happened to the paper mark in Germany, the peso in Argentina, the dollar in Zimbabwe, and most recently, this is actual footage of the dollar in Venezuela when it collapsed. A friend of mine was there and he took these clips for me, blew me away because all of a sudden their money, what you would hold in respect, all of a sudden became litter overnight. But that's how it can happen. But we're going to talk to you today about sound money, just a fancy name for gold and silver. But gold and silver are a secret that the wealthy have known for ages. And governments and financial institutions are the largest holders of gold and silver in the world. Here's a short clip that will explain some of this platform and why this is so amazing, and pay close attention to the technology that's here. So watch this with me.
If you're watching this video, chances are you're curious about gold and silver. You might have a few questions, like why should I buy precious metals? What metals should I be buying? Who can I trust to buy them from? How do I know I'm getting a good deal? And how can I afford more? You should know that you're not alone. Most people have these questions, and over the next few minutes, we'll introduce you to an easy solution. Most people we talk to say they have a feeling that it's a good idea to own precious metals, but really don't understand why, or how to get started. Or they don't feel like they have the budget for it, so they don't do anything about it. This lack of understanding costs them a lot of money. And quite honestly, we don't want you to make the same mistakes. We've watched far too many people struggle as the economy fluctuates, employment issues arise, or unexpected changes come up in life. Owning gold and silver can help shield you against all these challenges long term. When we started 7K, we established a mission to help the average person get ahead by adding precious metals to their portfolio, no matter their knowledge or circumstances. We've already changed the precious metals industry by making it extremely easy to get started without any maximums or any minimums, period. But that's not enough. We're now completely revolutionizing the industry and making it so anyone and everyone can seamlessly start buying precious metals. It doesn't matter if you want to start with $100 or even $1. The new technology provided by our partner company Sound Money Wallet will allow you to convert your cash to various asset classes of fractional gold or silver quickly with no games or gimmicks. With Sound Money, you own the metals you buy, but they store them safe and sound. They offer limited capacity storage for up to $50,000 US in asset value. And you'll sleep easy at night knowing that if you ever want your metals, they'll be in the mail at the drop of a hat. How? Sound Money uses a non-segregated vault at their partner company, VaultMax, to store your precious metal assets, protected by some of the most technologically advanced security out there. You can be sure your metals are safe there. If you want your metal, simply request it. Pay the shipping and insurance and it will be on the way. But what if you need cash? The old way of liquidating precious metals, including lugging a heavy box to a local dealer, hearing excuses for why they couldn't possibly match the current market value of your metals and probably ending up in a no-win situation, or contacting an online buyer with a typical $1,000 minimum only to find that the price they initially quoted you for your metal dropped significantly once they received your heavily taxed package 4 to 6 weeks later. With Sound Money, you can kiss all that headache goodbye. This is the only tool on the market with the power to give you frictionless liquidation with one of the best buyback prices in the industry. So whether you're a savvy investor who already knows the power of gold and silver and the advantage of a private vault, or you're trading your first dollar for precious metals, Sound Money will make your ownership journey convenient and easy. Be confident that control is back in your hands from start to finish. Let Sound Money Wallet work for you.
That's some amazing technology that you just saw. But this is everything. This summarizes what I'm going to share with you in the next couple of minutes. Let's just talk about the value of the dollar versus gold and silver. Look at 1965. This $1 bill and this ounce of silver had the exact same purchasing power. So you could have walked into any Ford dealership and bought a brand new shiny Ford Mustang off the showroom floor in 1965 for $2,500 or 2,500 ounces of silver. But now let's fast forward to 2024. What happens? You walk in with $2,500. It's not even a good down payment, but 2,500 ounces of silver will buy you 2 Ford Mustangs. So which one's the better store of value? Let's talk about gold and housing, for example. In the year 2000, the average home was $169,000. So you could have purchased that with 626 of these. This is an ounce of gold. Fast forward to 2024. What would the same amount of gold buy you in housing? As of this graph here, it's $1.5 million worth of housing, but it's closer to 2 million right now with the price of gold that's moved beyond $2,400 an ounce. So which one was the better store of value? So we know a lot of people have thought about they need to do something, but they don't know what to buy. They don't know who to trust. They don't even know how to get started. They feel like they got to be some kind of expert to win. But here's what we found. There's a lot of people getting mixed advice out there. There's a lot of companies you just can't trust. There's high minimums. There's a tough learning curve. And there's people selling inventory they don't have. We're 7K. We're just a wonderful, diverse group of people on a mission to help share this message like Marianne is doing and Dr. Andrea, that we have just a better way to do this from a trusted source, simply and easily from the comfort of your own home with some technology that has never been seen before in the marketplace. And we're on a mission to share this with the world. We're now in 32 countries, and that has opened up just in the last couple of months. And we are on a mission to take this around the world. These are the 4 gentlemen that made it all happen. I have the utmost respect for what you're seeing on the screen. You're looking at over 100 years experience collective here in building multi-million and multi-billion-dollar businesses from scratch. Roger Ball is actually one of the owners and founders of Melaleuca. He actually created the first 7 products. He's a chemical engineer by degree, but he started that company with his brother-in-law, Frank. They took it from zero to a multi-billion-dollar global giant. And these guys have done other great monumental things as well. But they wanted to partner up and they wanted to disrupt some industries, the gold and silver industry, the collectible coin industry, and the networking industry. And they're doing it because they know putting gold and silver in the hands of people around the world can make a difference for their lives, because we're doing it outside the system with a private military grade vault with a private membership. The learning curve, we got you here. Every membership I'm getting ready to share with you in just a minute will have the buyer certification and the collector certification in it. So you'll get the knowledge and the wisdom and the understanding that you need so you can make good buying decisions for you and your family. We believe in two strategies. We believe in offense and defense. So this is going to give you a diversified portfolio of precious metals. Bullion, that's our defense strategy. That's just pure metal. It's sold for its weight value alone, and not any of its beautiful artistic interpretation. It's not graded, but it'll come in the form of bars, like you're seeing here, rounds, either individually, tubes of 20 or 25, or entire monster boxes of 500 at a time. And now, for the first time ever, fractionally. Fractional gold and silver was invented with this membership and is available to you only and exclusively with this membership. This means in 4 different asset classes, the 2 most recognized coins in the world, the gold eagle and the silver eagle, as well as bullion in the form of 100-ounce silver bars and 1-ounce gold bars, you can buy fractionally now, as little as $1 at a time, from the comfort of your own home, anytime you want, even when the market's closed 24/7 and we're never out of stock. So that fractional capability of being able to acquire bullion, your defense strategy, is honed in here with this membership like never before. And we have our offense strategy is our collectibles. What you're looking at are some exquisite coins done on that base of pure metal, pure bullion, but it is now done in an artistic format that makes you a gold and silver art dealer, if you would. I love this because it's usually incredible designs, has historic value, or it tells a great story, and it has low mintage, meaning there's not many of them. So that's the formula and the criteria historically of what makes a collectible a collectible. And I'm just telling you, when you see these coins, they're breathtaking in person. The pictures don't even do them justice. Low mintage means there's not many. It's supply and demand, right? But look at historically what's happened when that formula is applied. But here, this application is going to be on paper and ink and on cardboard and ink. Look at the Spider-Man comic book. That originally sold for 12 cents. Okay, if you were lucky enough to get one, and they were probably pretty beat up and they were pretty crumpled through their process. But if you had one that was in okay shape, it might be worth about $2,500. But if you have one that's in perfect condition, this one's rated 9.6, 10 is perfect, and we're sharing with you perfect graded coins. This is close to perfect. This has resold for $3.6 million. It's not on a base of precious metals. So just imagine what we could do with some of these collectibles down the road. Let's look at Mickey Mantle. It's cardboard and ink. So if you were lucky enough to get one of those, it was 10 cents, came with a great piece of bubble gum. Okay, now if you had one that was not in good shape, it might be worth $10,000. There's not many of them. Low mintage, remember? But if you had one that was in great shape, like this one is graded, it has resold for $12.6 million. It's cardboard and ink. So it makes my head spin when I think about what our gorgeous collectibles could do on a base of pure metal. And we have a way for you to scan our collectible coins and preserve them in this stack and sell format, where you can actually buy, sell, liquidate. This format, this part of our membership was created by 7K. We got to beta test it because this 100% eliminates fraud. And fraud is a problem right now in the marketplace. So watch this 1-minute clip with me. Pretty fascinating. Stack and sell is wonderful. It allows you to inventory your coins as well. You get exclusive access to some of these exquisite coins that you're seeing on the screen with this membership. And we have designers that design exclusively for us that you will absolutely love these creations. But I want to share with you a $1.2 million mistake that we all made, but there's a way that we will never make this mistake again. So watch this short clip with me.
You probably made a $1.2 million mistake and didn't even know it. Let me explain. Let's start by taking a look at this chart that shows the purchasing power of the US dollar from 1913 to 2013. In 1913, a dollar was worth $1 in purchasing power. In 2013, a dollar was worth 5 cents in purchasing power, and even less now. We've seen the dollar and all currencies lose value over time. Some of this is due to inflation, but most is because of a change in 1971. In 1971, the US president ended the Bretton Woods Agreement, which cut all ties to currencies that were backed by gold. All at once, all world currencies became a fiat currency, meaning they are simply backed by whatever the government says they're worth. Take this scenario as an example. Let's say you wanted to purchase a brand new Mustang in 1965. It would have cost you $2,500 or 2,500 US silver coins. The same 2,500 US dollars won't get you a car today, but those 2,500 coins would get you 2 cars. As you can see here, while the US dollar has lost its value over time, gold and silver have maintained their purchasing power. If you'd consistently purchased gold and silver bullion over the years, you would have negated inflation and maintained an average buying power. But what would have happened if you'd have bought collectible gold and silver? It begins with the MS-70 Silver Eagle. MS stands for Mint State. It's a grading system. An MS-70 coin means the coin is in perfect condition. If you'd purchased one MS-70 Silver Eagle every month since 1986, you'd be sitting on a $1.2 million portfolio, and it would have only cost you between $50,000 and $80,000. That's why we call it the $1.2 million mistake, because most people didn't buy them. What's crazy is that's what the coin the US Mint makes millions of every year. What would have happened if you focused on even more exclusive, unique, and rare modern coins? Here are a few examples of the track record for a few more unique and exclusive coins that we've offered through the years. A 2004 Tiffany art coin sold originally for around $100 with shipping and is selling in the market today for between $5,000 and $10,000. If you didn't get one, that's at least a $4,910 mistake. The Julius Caesar 7K exclusive from 2021 sold for around $360 with shipping and is selling for between $950 and $1,100 today. If you missed it, that's another $550 mistake. And here's the Montana Butterfly from the 7K Autosaver program that sold for $150 with shipping. Today, it would cost you around $1,200 to get one. That's another $1,000 or so mistake. Now sure, those are great performers, but that's a portfolio of around $10,000 with only a few coins and a fraction of the cost. With time, the power and potential of collectibles are real, and we're on a mission to help you avoid the potentially $1.2 million mistake of not adding them to your legacy.
I love that. And we have a simple system in here. This is probably one of our most valuable member benefits. It's our asset stacking on autopilot. We have an autosaver program where you can get a verified quality collectible coin sent to your door every month. It's 100% insured, and it's delivered, and it comes with perks. Perks like loyalty points where you can receive free bullion and free collectibles. Perks like you can access our 7K Advantage is our wholesale buying club. We have over 850,000 merchants in here. I promise you there's companies in here that you're currently buying from and you're not getting these discounts. But just when you choose one of these autosavers with your membership, one of these in the very center, there's a gold note, there's a gold animal state series, there's the Silver Eagle, which is that $1.2 million mistake. That's why I said we'll never make that mistake again. You can have that set for your stacking of assets on autopilot and get one every month, just like what they did that became the $1.2 million mistake. Or our newest one is the Beauties of the World series. That's my favorite. It's like the bucket list of coins for traveling around the world. These are gorgeous. Choose these. And remember, we talked about quality when we talked about Spider-Man and we talked about Mickey Mantle card. These are perfectly graded. When you get yours, it has the highest grading available to it. I'm a jeweler and I grade diamonds. It would be considered flawless in the diamond world. And I can tell you for a fact, Flawless diamonds go up the fastest in value because they're the rarest. Well, that's what you're getting every month in your autosaver program. MS for mint state, 70 for perfect. So that's what you'd be getting here. And not only that, like I said, the loyalty points where you can get free, and then you have your savings on autopilot with your 7K advantage. I'll tell you, the first transaction that my husband and I made in here, he found us round trip tickets to Belize. If you travel, you will love this platform here that we have in the membership. He found us round trip tickets, the both of us, for a little over 600. We normally pay that much per person to go to Belize. He has family there, so we go all the time. And that savings alone on that first transaction more than paid for the top of the line premium membership here with all the bells and whistles and lifetime access. So we saved the average family over $1,200 a year with that one member benefit. But you don't have to be an expert. That's what I love about this. They've taken a difficult process, made it super simple. So when you grab your membership, you say yes, and your website is up in minutes. You have your own curated website with these gorgeous coins on it that you can shop with. And then we have coin drops. That's where they bring us rare coins from around the world. This last week, one night, there was a coin. There was only 850 of them minted. It's the Real Hero series. It was the astronaut. I was so proud I was able to get one. They had that countdown timer, and I'm like in a feeding frenzy. I got one. A few other people did, and then some people didn't. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, because they are so rare. And there's literally thousands of us trying to get to these coins. But it's really neat when you do, because they go up the fastest in value, and we don't have to go anywhere. They bring those coins to us. But there's so much here too, other than gold and silver. Just to mention a few, we have a healthcare program if you are in the United States with zero deductible and no open enrollment. Every 1st and every 15th of every month, you can grab our healthcare. My husband has it. It's pretty cool. And we have an IRA program where we 7K negotiated with over 100 companies to give us the deal that we have here. It's the lowest fees I've ever seen. But if you have a traditional IRA and you want to get it out of the market, which is paper money, and get it into precious metals, the custodian here will help you do that seamlessly. You can do it in as little as 10 days to 2 weeks, and you get to pick your metal, you get to pick your depository, you're out of the market, you're in 100% control of it, and that gives you a gold and silver backed IRA instead. So, we talked earlier that almost half of Americans and Canadians couldn't handle a $400 emergency. Well, 85% of the folks that hear the information that you're hearing right now, they do not participate in the share plan. But those of us that do can earn points and earn money and get paid, and we absolutely love it. That's why I'm here today, to share this with you for Marianne and Dr. Andrea, because we love sharing this, because I don't know of one person that wouldn't benefit from this. When you decide to share, you can earn instant gold pay. You can earn our Sound Money matching metal bonus. You earn free coins with our loyalty points, and you earn in our share plan. The instant gold pay is so cool, because when you grab your membership, you're going to get your first $5 in instant gold. And every time you share, you're going to get $20, $40, or $80 worth of pure gold bullion. So there's a little short clip here that shows you how we get paid to share. So let me share this with you right now. Watch this with me.
So you want to learn more about how you get paid for sharing? Smart. There's nothing worse than the emotional pressures of not having enough money to pay the bills or be able to live the life of contribution. So right now, I'm going to show you how your life is about to change financially forever. It's super simple, and it goes like this. First, you just need to choose which option you like and start sharing. You can't go wrong with any of them, and they all put silver in your hands immediately. The first is the basic for $149 and comes with some limited access. $269 gives you VIP access to things you might want as a customer and is good for 1 year. $599 gives you a legacy VIP access and includes an additional way to earn through something called the Sound Money Affiliate Metal Bonus. Simply pick one and start sharing. When you refer your first 2 new customers, you will immediately have 2 teams who will now be qualified to earn commissions. For simplicity, let's call them the right team and the left team. Every time a basic starter option is purchased in your organization, you earn 20 share plan points. A VIP earns you 50 points, and a legacy VIP earns you 150 points. In order to get paid, you'll need to accumulate 500 points on your right team and 500 points on your left team to earn a $500 commission check and become an associate. For those who really want to make an impact and earn additional income, we have different levels of achievement. And the higher your level of achievement, the higher your check. When you achieve the rank of associate, you can earn up to $500 per week. As a copper, you can earn up to $1,000 per week, and as a bronze, you can earn up to $2,000 per week. Our silvers can earn up to $3,500 per week, and our golds are eligible to earn up to $7,000 per week. Executive golds can earn up to $10,000 per week, and our presidential golds can earn up to $12,500 US per week. Share, earn points, and get paid. It's as simple as that. Now, let me ask you something. How much different would your life be if you could earn additional income? What would you do? Would the financial pressure be gone? How big of an impact could you really make? You can almost feel the weight lift, can't you? Now, remember, you can accumulate points for each new customer in your organization, but you don't just earn points on new customers. For each monthly autosaver anyone in your organization purchases, you earn additional points based on which option they're receiving. In addition to that, there are many other coin options on your personal websites, as well as exclusive coin sales called coin drops and other special offers that carry points. So, whether it's a new customer joining the 7K family or coins sold, you earn points. That's all there is to it. So, here's what I want you to do now. If you like our story, grab one of the options to get started, then share it to work towards getting paid. If you just like the idea of buying gold and silver and you want to make it extremely easy on yourself, join the 7K family and start stacking with the Autosaver program. Either way, you win. Click the button below now and take the next step to changing your future forever. Welcome to 7K, where we believe in you.
What's so neat about that, we are the marketing arm for 7K. It's contained within the membership, but 85% of the folks that grab it, they just don't participate in the share plan. They just love the membership for its value. So in my opinion, it's still a well-kept secret, but we want to get the word out. But we also believe in a lifestyle powered by gold and silver. 10 days ago, we were in Cancun on an all-inclusive trip. There's trips that you can actually participate in because you're a member, or you can actually earn part or all of it for free by sharing. But just to recap, as before we conclude, you're going to get all the tools to protect your gold and silver assets like a pro. You can buy, sell, and store in this platform. Let's just talk about the fractional capability of the Sound Money Wallet. For the first time ever, you can buy gold and silver in 4 asset classes as little as $1 at a time, and you can instantly liquidate it at the click of your mouse and convert it back to your bank and be able to use it as money. Your Vault Max capability, you can store your metal in a military grade vault. It's phenomenal, and it's 100% insured by the company that insures the largest coin grading company in the world. Vault Max is a real option for some people that don't want to physically have their metal on their person. But if you want it, click of the mouse, it's sent to you or liquidated back into your checking account so that you can use it. Those are some amazing features with this membership. Your own portal, your shopping site, your website is up instantly. The stack and sell option where you can buy and sell and inventory your collectible coins like a pro. It's pretty phenomenal. Those are 3 trademarked technologies, the coin drops, and then the 7K University. That's where you get the buyer certification, the collector certification. And if you're like Marianne and Dr. Andrea and I, and you decide to share, there's some business building tools in here for you as well, where you can build your business and you don't have to do any of the heavy lifting. There is all the tools for your success are right here for you. It's all based on the Autosaver program. So you pick one of these autosavers that you like, pick a membership, the basic for $149, the VIP for $269, or the legacy VIP lifetime for $599. Pick the one that suits you the best. The $599 does come with a matching metal bonus and all the bells and whistles. It is the best option for you, but we want you, more importantly, to get started wherever is comfortable for you. And we also love to share with you the power of 4 before I conclude. This is where when you grab that legacy VIP membership and you just think of 4 people that you want to share this with, Marianne and I and Dr. Andrea and I will help you get that word out to your 4 people where you can get 100% of your money back. But this shows you where you can trigger the starter cycle, where you can trigger $320 worth of pure gold bullion and actually get your first ounce of silver for free. And you've got your first collectible coin. So you get more like $700 worth of value in metals and cash just for sharing it with 4 people. But we definitely want you to get back to Marianne or Dr. Andrea or whoever has invited you here to look at this information and let them know how you feel. One, you want to grab a membership? Well, then you're like 85% of the folks that hear this. We'll help you do that simply and easily, and you'll be able to start protecting your wealth with gold and silver in a matter of minutes. Or if you're a 2 or 3 and you want to make some part-time or full-time income, that is here for you as well, and we'd love to embrace that with you. Just let the person know that shared this with you how you feel about this information, and we can run with it. So here's our income disclaimer. This keeps us 100% compliant so that you know our average associate made more money than it costs to do that legacy lifetime access with all the bells and whistles here. And that's what I wanted to share today. I'm super excited to be here with you guys and share this amazing information. As I mentioned earlier, I don't know of one person that wouldn't benefit from this membership. And remember, y'all, gold and silver are on the rise today. Gold hit an all-time high, and silver's on the rise too. So thank you, Marianne, for a few minutes to share this. And Marianne's got a link for you, and she's going to share that with you if you need any more information, and if we could help answer any questions for you. So thank you, Marianne.
If you're watching this on Facebook, which is pretty much the only place you can see it right now, above the actual, like where the video is, I put in 3 links. One is for the supplements we talked about. One is for the bank code. I see someone has already cracked their own code, so feel free to do that. It's free, and it's free to check out all the websites. And then underneath that one is the gold one. But if you want to have a conversation, by all means, I will make myself available. We are almost done here. We just have a little bit more left to go, and then I will be free. So thank you so much. Kathy, thank you so much. She's the expert. I don't even want to talk about this. I'm not an expert enough. All I know is I joined when, like 2.5 weeks ago, 3? Is it even 3 yet? And
I don't think it's 3 weeks.
I've already made money, and then I've already got some other additional money waiting for me on too complicated to explain. And I'm just, whoa, I haven't even done anything.
You're banking your money right now. We'll get ready to cash you in. Yes.
I used to work in a bank, so I'm not going to mention which one because they're all the same to me. I am not a big fan of putting a lot of money into a bank. I'm a real estate agent. If I have money to invest, I invested in real estate. And the other place that I'm okay investing is any kind of gold or silver. I am always on board with that. So this is kind of like my savings account, because I have one and I have a little something in it, but not that much.
You're a smart cookie, Marianne. Smart. Very good.
Girl, this is what I do. This is so much fun. And I've already made money. Like, I haven't even been in there for three whole weeks yet, and I've already made money, is my point, which is absolutely insane. So yeah, definitely give me a shout. And thank you so much, Kathy.
Absolutely. And Marianne, and before I close, if anybody's interested, there is a program where you can earn a 100-ounce silver bar absolutely free. This is about a $4,000 piece of metal. So if you're interested in that, let Marianne know, and we'll give you some details. Okay. Thank you. Happy Heart Day.
Can we buy that silver ounce? Sorry, is that what an ounce of silver looks like? That's not an ounce.
This is 100 ounces.
I was like, what?
Right. This is an ounce of silver right here. And this right here is an ounce of silver in a bar. Okay. This is 10 ounces. Okay. But this is a 100-ounce bar. They give these away. If you're interested in how to do it, we'd love to share with you how that can happen.
But I also want that. So when Kathy told me that you can buy something fractionally, I have that eagle. I'm actually buying it fractionally. So some is with my points, some is with money, some is like whatever I feel like. So it's cool. Like a monthly fractional down payment or whatever you want to call it. But I love it.
Gold and silver on layaway, maybe, right?
You know what? It's like I want to say it's almost like the English language. It's better than the English language because they still haven't, sort of engaged in the English language in a lot of countries. But gold speaks international, silver international. That's all I know. She's the of this, that, and the other. But yeah, that silver bar would be nice, eh? Like just nice to have. Hey, look at that.
Yeah.
Anyways, thank you so much, Kathy.
Very gold mother, over and out. Thanks, Marianne.
honorary gold mother. Isn't that cool? Thank you
Yeah.
so much, Kathy. I'll be calling you later. I just have a quick question for you, but not here.
Absolutely. Okay. Bye, everybody. Have a great day. Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy.
Love you guys.
Oh, are you going somewhere with your hubby right now? Are you going to stay
No,
home?
no, I'll be here. I'm working. All right. Thanks.
So, because you can't get a spot in a restaurant. Anyways, have a great one. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I
Bye.
want to welcome Dr. Andrea. Are you here, Dr. Andrea? Are you actually here? Like, can you come on camera, honey? Perfect. Yay. Thank you.
Oh,
So Dr. Andrea and I are just going to briefly chat. Michelle was on here, but she had to go. She had another appointment. So we're just going to talk a little tiny bit about not only are we partners in the gold, we're also partners in bank code, which I spoke about earlier. So I was just telling Michelle, we spoke about 10 minutes, Nikki and I, a little bit on it. And I wanted us to just chat a little bit. Dr. Andre does 600 other thousand things. And
along with you.
along with me, right? And he's got an event coming up. Can we say it or no?
Oh, sure. Yeah. So I have an event
Oh,
called
sorry,
Vibe happening in November, November 4th through 6th in Vegas. And if you ever had any ideas, thoughts, or ideas about how to raise the energy, the frequency of, people getting together and literally raising the roof, literally and physically, metaphysically, we're going to do it. So come save the date. Yeah, save the date. Plan on coming to, and we'll be revealing more as out there and as we can. But we want you to go ahead and already have your, if you get your tickets now on a plane, like on Southwest, book your flight now. It'll be like super ridiculously cheap. And if for some reason you want to stay longer or shorter, you can move your dates around it. You can cancel 10 minutes before the flight. And that's how awesome that is. So go ahead and save your flight now and join us.
It's not amazing the way they have all these flights, and see, our flights within the country are like super expensive, which is ridiculous. But anyways, so let's tell them just a smidge about bank code and how absolutely amazing it is. I mean, I started off last time with, if you want more yeses in sales, and if you want sales to be more fun, and if you want it to be easier for yourself and for the other person, so you're not coming at them with this crazy grip of an energy, like you have to buy my product. Have you ever been in a conversation with someone and that's all they can talk about and they just won't let you go? Like they just won't. And I'm like, oh my God,
It happens.
out of here. Out of here. So like, enough with the sale. I don't want it. I've already said I don't, you know what I mean? So, but bank code is so much fun because we were talking earlier. I think I can't remember who it was. I think it was Dr. Oliver Reed. Oh, I can't. It was somebody who was talking about men, and when he said to his wife, I love you, and I said it when we got married, and if anything changes, I'll let you know.
Yeah, there are people very much like that. They are very factual. They're very in alignment. I've got the cards here in front of me. Oh, I've got my because I have my background on. I mean, I can take it off and then you'll just see a green wall, which is boring. But so I have them here in front. I love how the one just turns out like see-through with the book, so we can still see the words. Anyhow, well, think about it. Okay. Love languages. All right. So how do you show people you love them? My husband, he is very much a blueprint. So how does my husband love me? He tells me he will be home in exactly 7.5 minutes, because that is, he's exact. He tells me exactly how he's doing that. It's very particular and to the point, very much on time person. Like for me, I say, I love you. And when I say I love you, I want to spend time with you. I want to do things with you. I want to engage with you. I want to include you. I want all of that to be there. Now, the action person, they might want to, buy you some fancy poo-poo bling, which I'm not opposed to receiving bling. I do like bling. However, it's not my priority. But they also like the fancy poo-poo things. They wanted a trip. They wanted to be exciting. They wanted to be flair. They're not going to give you one rose. They're going to give you like 24 and one or something like that. They're going to be way fun and exciting. And then your knowledge person, what do you think our knowledge person will do? I'm a knowledge person myself, but I suppose I never think about knowledge people being very romantic, even though I guess they would tell you a whole bunch of facts about yourself, maybe to write a story about you or give you a book with pictures that chronicle your whole relationship. That would be like a blueprint and knowledge together.
That's the one that said, look, if anything changes, I'll let you know. I think they're the really loyal ones. They're the ones that are not going to cheat on you. They're the ones that are going to be like really great partners in a lot of ways, but there might not be that much romance,
They
right?
might be more boring.
I was going to say there might not be that much romance.
My husband can be boring. I'll just be blunt. He's a blueprint and he can be boring. We make fun of him. However, it depends on what you find boring or interesting. So because I am totally loving him because he's a wonderful man and a great husband and a provider and he's fun and there are some things that we do like together. One of the things he loves is pinball. So that's where I can get him into being in action mode because he wants to win, he wants to do good. But again, because he's a blueprint, he's got a certain methodical way of playing the balls and all doing all that. But yeah, a romantic date for my husband would be taking him to something to do with a fire, because like a firehouse museum, because he's a fireman. It might be, he likes war history, he likes the Titanic, but he also likes theater. We both are theater people, so I can take him to go see a show or do something fun like that. In fact, we're supposed to go see a show this weekend, I believe. So those are like really cool things. So I don't know, Marianne, what do you, let's see if I remember correctly, you're in action.
So I am and so where are my cards now? I've put them away. So my cards are really this. These two are steady no matter what I do. Blueprint is last. I really am not a blueprint, like barely. I like some stuff. Like there's sometimes I like to plan ahead because we have to, so like I'm always asking when we win these trips, I'm like, I want to know the dates because we can get cheaper flights sooner rather than later here in Canada, right? So I find myself, yeah, there's some stuff I like to plan. So these two are firm. This one's last, this one's second last, right? So that's the knowledge, which is third. These two fluctuate because they're only one number apart. So I could be this if I'm coaching, and I could be this if I'm real estating.
I like that, real estating. You made it a verb.
If I'm hugging and I'm at a party and I'm teaching meditation, and I could be this if I'm hardcore selling, so it just, they're almost the same. One number apart, one is 22, one is 23, or one is 21 or something like that. Really, they're the same. And yes, I'm a nerd. I'm an empath. I work with energy. It's going to be hard to be any kind of a healer type person and not be a nurturer. That's tough. But I like action. I like people. I like parties. I don't like parties all the time because I really like my quiet. So there's another, I like my time by myself. So that's me. I like some romance. I don't like don't cling to me that much. Like don't suffocate me with your love. I think that's beautiful, but like, can we just have some space? Can I go do my thing and you go do your thing? Because if I can't be in this relationship. Like I need your blessing, not your, you know what I mean? But I need some romance. Like some would be nice.
Yeah, and by the way, when we talk about bank code and so forth, it can be used in all different areas of your life, whether you're in business, whether you're in sales, whether you're in a relationship, when you're parenting, just even with your friends, when you're negotiating a game, whether you're doing finance, business, talking about, I just was with a friend of mine talking about this. They are right now looking at signing $100 million deal with NASA regarding some nanotechnology. And when you think about those things, that's where bank code is the same. So bank code is, and these cards are just an example to help people see and have a visual idea of what it is that we're talking about. And it can be quick and simple. It could be a 30-second assessment. Two, we can break it down and spend 24 hours talking about the intrinsic little details about how different people respond and how to negotiate and do things differently. And I find it quite fun. And you, by the way, when Marianne was talking about how her numbers are different, when you do an assessment by a longer assessment than just picking the cards in order, the higher level you are on each of these areas, the more you can fluctuate in between them. And I have been studying bank now for a year, and my blueprint has gotten really high. So I, by nature, am a nurture knowledge. However, recently I've been on a fast track. I beat cancer, overcame some things, and I'm back in the game. I'm 16 weeks post-op, and I'm into action mode. I apparently got.
Oh, you just froze, honey. I don't know if you can hear me, but you're frozen. Anyways, what I wanted to say here too was that these cards will help you communicate better with anyone about anything. So it's not just work. It will help you for sure with sales, because sales is all about communication. And it'll help you with like a mutual friend of ours, she does it, and it helped her with her relationship with her son. It'll help you with your relationship with any relationship. Oh gosh, she got kicked right out. Okay, let's get her right in here. Let's let her back in. Oh, Dr. Andrea, you froze, honey.
Oh yeah, I noticed that now you guys get to see my green background. Yeah, I froze literally. If you see my screen, look, I'm and that is because I'm processing information today, and I'm like literally managing 400 gigabytes of pictures and videos today, because what I was talking about is how my code has changed, because after colorectal cancer, apparently that was the kick in the ass I didn't want to need it, but I did, and now it's moved me into action mode. And it's also moved me into blueprint, because it's time to put things in processes in order so that I don't have to be thinking about them anymore. So I can get more done, reach better people, more people. Yeah, more action. It's amazing, isn't it?
You gotta do what you gotta do to shift, right? And so
Yep.
yeah, so back to this, I really want to get into schools and into corporations or companies, just to help people communicate better, to help them
Yeah.
understand each other better. This is going to induce some empathy, which sometimes there isn't any at work, and at school too. I have a friend of mine, she's a teacher. They're working on conflict resolution all the time. So this is the perfect tool for something like conflict resolution, because knowing and understanding each other will help you to communicate a little better, and obviously you will automatically by default become more empathic and compassionate, I think. I don't know, what do you think?
I hope so. And right now it's interesting because people, well, it doesn't, to me it doesn't matter what your politics are. The fact that there's change and disruption um can be good, and often people don't feel like that. They're like, no, it can't be good. But every time in my life where something awful, tragic, or what seemed awful or tragic um ended up maybe not being that awful or that tragic after all.
Good thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, it's all good. So this is, we'll talk about bank code, all the time. We always bring it up at these summits.
So fun. Yeah.
My next summit, and Dr. Andrea hopefully will be there, is March 8th. It will be all females in honor of International Women's Day. So we have a book.
Already.
It's going to be called, it's called Self-Empowerment Reset. It's under that group, and it's called Business Goddesses. And that will be the name of the summit as well. March 8th, join us right here. Again, free for the public to watch on my Facebook, and then whoever else shares it onto theirs. So I want to thank you so much for joining us today. And I want to wish you all a beautiful, beautiful, happy Valentine's Day. Go spread love all over the planet, please. And thank you. Dr. Andrea, do you have any final words?
Yeah, happy birthday yesterday.
Oh, everyone who wished me a happy birthday 100 times today and 1,000 times yesterday. I'm so honored and I'm so happy, and I love the attention, because red and action. This one here loves the attention. This one appreciates it. And these, don't really matter with me. So
Love it.
I have so much more of these that it's like I have double and triple. So I'm so much more of these. But anyways, thank you all so much again for joining us for a beautiful day of Empowered Talks. And we just changed our website. I have been waiting for this for so long. So please go check it out. It's not ready yet, but it's starting to look all pretty now. So anyways, thank you all so much. We will see you March 8th. Namaste.